a grade A bench racer. So really looking forward to having him to talk about the Anaheim 1 kicking off this weekend. We got the great Tim Ferry calling in. We got the great Rick Johnson calling in, and the great Jeff Ward calling in as well. 702-586-7857 is the number to call. Anaheim 1 coming right up, man, and there's lots to get into. When you look at the list of guys lining up for the 450 main event, like some dude is going to get like 11th, and he's going to be so mad and so angry. And there's none of these guys that is sitting there being like, I hope I get 11th at Anaheim 1. But the field is that deep. There's that many guys. When you start doing the math, you start thinking, wow. So we're going to try to get into that tonight on the show. 702-586-7857. Give us a call, and we can talk some Anaheim 1 and whatever else is on your mind. But really, Anaheim 1 should be all that's on your mind. I'm Steve Mathis. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, Renthal, Michelin Motorcycle Tires, Acerbis, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, Pro Filter, ORW, OGO Power Sports, FMF, Guts Racing, Atlas Neck Brace, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Works Connection, Get Data, WUSA, Weisco Piston, EVS, MTX Braking. I want to welcome on Factory Chassis Parts. I want to welcome on LiftedTrucksForSale.com. They're joining our little band of rebels here on the PulpMX show, and we appreciate it. We'll tell you more about them later. There's also links on the PulpMXShow.com website with all the codes to save, whether it's Works Connection, whether it's OGO, Maxima, all of these guys. There's codes, most of these guys. There's codes there to save. And, we appreciate you guys,
great radio,
listening and tuning in and all of that. If you're watching on YouTube, we appreciate it. If you're listening on the podcast, we appreciate it. This show brought to you by ExpressVPN, by the way, presented without comment on that. Thank you for listening. My in-studio guest, this gentleman is 125 Supercross champion. He's former factory rider. He has his own fantasy motocross game. He started in the industry as an agent, as a goggle guy. He's done it all. He's an arena cross god as well. Denny Stephenson. What's up, Debo? How are you?
I'm great. Happy New Year, everybody. Thanks for having me out. First show of the year.
Yeah, no pressure, but we're starting off with you.
No one else is here. I think it's the first time I've ever been in studio by myself. I'm in the palatial home of the Mathis family in the PulpMX.
Upper middle class house.
Very nice, beautiful home. I love all the keepsakes, all the jerseys. We've been talking about it already. I feel like we've already done a show. I've been here for a couple hours catching up. I haven't seen you in a while. So thank you again for having me. And
that's great to have you, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You, like I said, besides, you're a factory rider, a Supercross champion. You raced all these arena cross stuff. You did the Supercross on TV one year. Besides all that, you are a huge fan and a huge bench racer of the sport. You love it.
Absolutely. That's why I love hanging out and talking with you. Is you're the same. We joke that that we don't want to be known as only racers, but this is what we've done in the industry.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan. I'm watching every Saturday night with my dad.
Yeah.
I'm on websites. I'm on social media. It's a great fucking sport, man.
Yeah.
And I'm addicted to it. I think that was a big problem when I was racing. I was still a fan when I was racing.
Yeah. Sometimes probably Bale would pass you, and you'd be like, I can't beat him. That's Jean-Michel Bale.
I think someone called it one time jersey watching.
Yeah.
I'd be like, well, I don't want to mess anyone's race up here.
Yeah, right.
But it's awesome. This is gonna be a great year of racing. I'm stoked. People like to say it's probably the most stacked, but every year's the most stacked.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, but it is stacked.
It's
stacked. I'm not. But who knows if it's the most ever?
And I love the first round. I love being here before the first round because, as everyone said, everyone still thinks they got a shot.
Yeah.
And about 2 rounds in, they realize where they're going to be, 8th through 12th. But this first round of any series, outdoors, indoors, arena cross, whatever it might be, everybody believes right now they've worked the hardest. They got the best bike.
Last year at Anaheim, he's a good friend of mine, Christian Craig. He was quickest in the first session, which doesn't count, but he was quickest in the first session.
Right.
Then he crashed in the second session. And then that night he got 12th or something, and he was shook after the race. And you've been there. You put the boot camp in.
Yeah.
Maybe not with the boot camp with you, but you put the work in.
Yeah.
And you show up.
Race speed's completely different than practice speed.
And you get 12th.
Yeah.
And someone is going to do that this weekend. There's going to be a guy who's like, I'm a top 5 guy. And
Yep.
he's going to get his doors blown off at A1
Absolutely.
and be like, holy shit.
And that was
Today with our guests, we were kicking around ideas on text for guests.
yeah.
And then it kind of came to me like, you know what? Let's make this an all like old school throw. Because like what if we call up a rider right now, they're just going to be like, yeah, man, my bike's awesome. I've never been in better shape. I can't wait.
They got nothing else to say other than the corporate stuff.
Yeah,
right
we're
now.
going to wait
Yeah.
and see Anaheim. So
Believe in the process.
Rick Johnson, Jeff Ward, I mean,
Awesome.
icons.
Yes.
Like,
Guys I had on my wall as a kid.
yeah.
Yeah.
And guys who aren't afraid to shoot it straight now, right? So looking forward to having those two on. And then there's this guy
Absolutely.
named Tim Ferry.
Red Dog.
I know him well.
Yep.
He's an icon in my eyes.
He's not quite Ross Pedersen, but
He's up there.
He's up there.
He's up there, yeah. And then I've got a great idea for a game for you later. I think it's good. You know, we did the Rant to Denny.
Yeah.
That's great.
That went well.
We did that. This is going to be like a 3 degrees of Denny. 3 degrees separation of Denny.
Oh, yeah.
Because I feel I'm going to throw you some names later on, and I feel like you have a degree to anybody I'm going to throw at you of some sort.
Some sort.
Yeah.
The 90s were fun, whether it was on the track or off. Yeah.
Of course, the last time you were in studio was with Chicken.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that.
You were here with Ping. You were here with Ping.
Came here with Ping. I came here with Cody Gilmore one
Cody
time.
Gilmore? Okay.
And I think
then-
I was in another time, but then Chicken and I were in the last one, which was an insane process. And
It was all time.
yeah, he got married for the 8th time
Yeah.
to the same woman.
Ruby.
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 Yes, Ruby. We met in Japan in Fukuoka when we were over there and raced, and Chicken lived up to the standard of Jeff. Happily, he made it here, and the chaos and the wedding that went on before we came into the show.
He was unbelievable. You and him were great. It was amazing. And,
yeah, he's a brother for
and
life,
he showed up.
and he
It
put
was
it in.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
was great. He gave us a few good drops too,
Yeah.
as well.
Check out my boat, dude.
When Jeff, like you said, you don't know how it's going to start, but once it's rolling, look out. And he's not afraid to tell stories,
No.
which is awesome because some guys like to edit themselves because they're a little bit more corporate. But Jeff's like, fuck it, this is what I did, dude.
Yeah. Taking the calls over there in the corner, holding things down. He's going to start 2024 off with a bang. Best ever. The Tallon Taylor. What's up, Tallon?
What's up?
So your cable was unplugged for the sun drops?
That was me.
Oh, okay.
Which one's Baba Booey?
That guy with the hat. That's Baba
good.
Booey. Yeah.
Good.
What's up, Tallon? Everything good?
Yeah, we're good.
Oh,
Starting
good.
2024 off.
Yeah. Let's try to strive and be better than ever.
Deal.
Okay. Working the camera over there, the Travis Marks. What's up, Marks?
Hello.
What's going on?
Just happy to be here with my good friend Denny.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. We squashed all the beefs.
We
That was-
squashed it. We've talked before
Yeah.
and then
yeah.
hugged it out.
Right. There was a little
We
social
hugged it-
media
we hugged it
battle.
out like men do.
It was a drunken rage night on me, and I admit it.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
can-
You
if I'm gonna
called
say
in.
stupid shit, I'll take the blame. For
And you
it.
called in, and we hashed it on the
Absolutely.
Yeah, on the air. I remember that.
Yeah.
It was great.
Nothing but love.
Absolutely. Looking forward to having Wardy, Ferry, Rick
Yeah.
Johnson on. Johnson's got some sort of deal where you can watch the races with him and Bailey.
You're gonna watch the 86 Anaheim together.
Anaheim.
Yeah.
So yeah, looking forward to talking about that. Pulp Fantasy, you saw the news last week. It's not great on our end. It's not great on your end, on the people that can't play.
But be nice.
We understand it. It's not something we wanted to do. We did a podcast, though, on the Steve Mathis Show feed, brought to you by the folks at Renthal. Maybe explains a little more. Myself, Paul Parabinos, and Travis jumped on it as well. And so there's a lot of answers to the questions in there. And signups are going to be open real soon for Anaheim 1. And we're working on it, and we're working on adding more states. And be patient, and let's try to get this thing going. But we just know that we feel bad, but it is what it is, and we're moving on. And, yeah, PulpMXFantasy.com.
Keep rolling.
It's a
Get yourself
a game we created.
Compose yourself.
You don't have to get choked up about it.
It's a
Steve.
game we created that apparently a lot of people were really mad about that couldn't play. So that was, eye-opening a little bit.
People are passionate about moto, and especially when it comes to get fantasy and games. I mean, we were talking earlier about fantasy football. We've all played a little bit, and we like cussing people out. It's just not nice to be, take the bullet for something you don't have any control over.
Fantasy
Yeah.
football's easy.
No,
It
fuck. This fucking guy plays fantasy football for the first time. and
He's
he
never
wins.
played ever, right?
No.
Not even. Does
No.
he even watch football?
I don't know.
I never really watched football.
He's a
before this
baseball
season.
fan, probably, right? Or-
Nah, I mean,
no, but never watched
hockey.
it even. Come in. Well,
No.
he's clearly smart with numbers.
Yeah.
And it's all about numbers.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a
Well,
numbers guy. I love
I
numbers.
took down Steve in round 1. I took down Benny in round 2, and I took down Cade for the championship.
you kind of
Shit's easy.
stanked him.
Yeah,
I did.
right in the throat.
I punted
Just
him.
took him right out over the
Punted
berm.
him.
Hey, thanks to the folks at EVS Sports, by the way. We are launching next week. EVS Sports presents LVK, More Than Moto Pod. Lewis Phillips and Kellen Brower, a couple of co-hosts that have been in here. We're going to start a podcast with those two guys, debating moto, debating some off-moto stuff as well. Really looking forward to having those two guys, and EVS stepped up for that show as well. So thanks to the folks at EVS Sports.
Is that still Todd Lentz?
Yep, Todd's still doing something in there.
Awesome.
Yep.
Nice.
Pulp 30 is the code to save on anything from knee pads to shoulder braces. EVS Sports, We Are Protection. RJ Hampshire, Kyle Chisholm, Axel Hodges, Pastrana, all wear EVS, and they've established themselves as the leaders in innovation and technology when it comes to designing protection gear for today's motocross riders. So Kellen and Lewis's new podcast, titled by EVS. Thank you to those guys, and use the code PULP30 to save. And Denny Stephenson, brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. You know, Omaha, Illinois, not that far away.
Not that. It's Midwest.
So thanks to the folks at Decal Works. PulpMX 24 is the code to save at decalmx.com. Official graphics, I should say, of the Red Bull KTM guys. So we had Sexton on a couple weeks ago, and he immediately talked about his roots at Decal Works and using Decal Works. And
Oh, yeah.
great company, great guys, and they can design anything you want. And use the code PulpMX24 to save. Decal Works bringing you Denny Stephenson tonight on the show. All right, Denny, let's bench race a little bit here about this weekend. First of all, as you know, a lot of times, not every time, but a lot of times, Anaheim 1 is weird. Like, you can't leave Anaheim thinking like, oh, this is what's going to happen, this is what's going to happen, because we've seen it. We've got weirdo winners, weirdo results.
It's an anomaly.
It is.
Yeah.
Take me back, though, whether it's an arena cross opener or a supercross opener for you,
Yeah.
in either class, like, nerves are high, expectations are,
Right. Well, in 90, I was going to, in 88 was my first year riding 125 East Supercross. I got a fifth behind Mike Jones and Todd DeHoop and some of the guys.
I Valancourt was right around you.
Chris Coleman, New Jersey guy.
Valancourt was right around you.
Yep. 89 was Damon and Kudrowski. I got third behind them.
Yep.
So 90, I was with Factory Suzuki. I'm going to light the world on fire. The bike was incredible. Ton of testing. The bike was unreal. And the opening round, I rode some 250 rounds before it got to the East. And I kind of grenaded myself a couple times in practice.
Okay.
And I'm like, I should probably get my shit together and not kill myself on this 250. I'm not even, it's not why I'm hired. But Suzuki was cool enough to allow me to do it. And then opening round was Houston for the East Series. And it was an East-West together. It wasn't called shootouts back then. It was just normal. So I'm ready to make stuff happen. And it's crazy, you test.
You had to have been thinking, coming off your third, and Damon and Mike are gone.
The
like,
East was, a little bit lighter than probably the West talent at the time. But I'm still ready. I grew up at the point speeding Fro, guys like that. So I'm ready to go for it. And I just kind of, you get the nerves. Your arms are going to get pumped up regardless. I don't care how much you rode. Your mind's racing. Again, nothing's like practice.
Yeah.
That gate drops, your heart spikes to 180.
Yeah.
And I think I was probably fifth or sixth trying to come through the pack. And I always, Jeff does this, I'm coming up on Emig, and Jeff does kind of one of his floaters over the triple. He kind of does a swoop.
Right.
So I hit the brakes, and I just double. Well, I double the triple, So I cased the shit out of the second one, almost fall off the bike, roll right underneath Mike Craig, and Mike Craig lands on me, but lands like on the side of me. And he goes cartwheeling. I get up, my hand's all in blood. I cut my hand real bad when I landed, and I get an 18th. That's how I start my season, And I didn't realize it at the time, but
this is how you started your championship season.
that's how I started my 1990 first race, 18th.
Yeah.
And Weeds remembered this and presented Barry Carson with a red plate,
Yes,
which I thought was awesome. I didn't
Because
realize
Barry
that.
was third, I think, at the opener.
I think he got like third or fourth,
Yeah.
And he went into round 2
As the-
points leader,
right.
which we didn't have the red plate back
Yeah.
then. So I had mentioned to Weeds how that was pretty rad, that he presented.
We've just been waiting and wait for that for a long time.
And Bear Dog, Barry's awesome, obviously, a legend and New Jersey Suzuki guy. And so he came into round 2, which I believe was Atlanta.
Yeah.
And it was at that point where I'm just like, come on, get your shit together.
Yeah.
And I think, again, didn't get that great a start. And I just kind of came to the pack and ended up winning my first round.
Yeah.
And then the train
started it.
Then the train started rolling.
Yeah.
Then you
So
realize.
you talk about an opening round at Anaheim 1, if you want to talk about that,
So it was just, the gloves were off, and then you're mad at yourself that the first round when you put yourself in that kind of hole.
Yeah.
And then, then I think I just went on a run of probably 8 in a row or something like that. And
Barry lost the red plate.
Barry lost the red plate, and and they had a lot of East-West rounds.
Yeah.
So, like I said, there was kind of just a little difference in talent in the West and the East, but I could win the West, the shootouts together, and then make up some pretty astronomical points on Jonesy and Buell and stuff at the time, and then things just went well.
And then Mike Jones decided at some point to just try to kill you.
Well, that was
That was
the
at some
Dallas
point. Round 3 or 4, Jones is like, okay, I just have to try to destroy Denny.
Well, there was a Cotton Bowl. It was an East-West round. Again, it came from 7th and came through the pack, past Craig, past Jer, past Fro, past Budman, I think, and I got to Jones. I think Grayson Goodman's leading the race, local guy, friend of mine at the time, still. And I just kind of went to a corner and knocked Jones down. And I didn't even, I'm just focusing going forward. Didn't even know what was the deal was. So then we went to Pontiac the next weekend, and I proceed to, on the parade lap, I seat bounce a double before you go into the tunnel, as they have, and my gas was off.
Oh.
And I dived to the bars.
Good job, Don.
On the parade lap. And so they're panicking, trying to get my bike going. I think I kind of messed up one of the levers. So I'm like, shit, here we go. So the gate drops. We go up in the stands like we do, and Tallon Bowen falls right in front of me.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, this is a great way to start this thing off. So I'm dead last.
I remember that. I remember you trying to pull your bike back.
Yeah, up on the hill trying to get going up in the stands. So I come back, and I just start kind of picking everybody off. And I get to Jonesy, who's out front. And unbeknownst to me, he's mad. He's ready to seek some
upset about the Cotton Bowl.
And Jonesy's a big boy.
Yeah.
And so he proceeds to make all-out carnage, as we get through the passing, and he's center punching me. And finally, he hits me so hard, he blows up his own radiator. And I end up getting the win. But and then I went on years later to race with Jonesy in Arena Cross, and we watched him in freestyle, and we became very good friends later in life. But
So
that's why that's why when people knock people down and carnage and chaos and knock them, I'm like, man, that's baby shit.
Listen,
you never raced with Jonesy.
JT and I get into it a lot because he hates any kind of contact.
Right.
Supercross is a contact sport to me.
It is.
And so if you're not coming at somebody in a T-bone or for aiming for the front wheel, if you have no intention of making the exit, I'm not down with that.
Right.
But if you're coming underneath the guy and you're standing him up and hitting him, I'm all good with that. That to me is an aggressive pass.
Yep.
And you should expect it to receive it if you're going to dish it out.
Absolutely.
But I have no problem with it. It's a little bit of frontier justice in the sport that I love.
Yep.
And
I said that about, Freeze. I don't mind what Freeze does when he's knocking people down in a sense. I don't like his cross jumping. I don't like this, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
That's dangerous. But if you're aiming for it, you leave the door open and that front wheel's there, I would always take it. That would my dad kind of always taught me as younger. I rode that way in a Mini. And it's a skill. It's an art. People are like, it doesn't take nothing to knock someone down. Watch the difference of somebody who knows how to do it, like Barsha, against somebody who doesn't and doesn't know. They try it in every corner.
Yeah.
Like you wait for a corner that you know.
Right, that you can get it.
And you do it. And if you can knock the guy down, then you just sure the hell don't have to worry about him later.
Yeah.
Maybe the next round or something. But it's different. You definitely don't want to piss off too many guys because if you're trying to go for a title,
it'll hurt you.
It'll hurt you.
Okay, so I probably should have prepped you a little bit before the show, but last show we did before the break, we had Kiefer, Weege, and JT in here, and I asked them the number one question they had for Supercross 2024, and JT, of course, waffled, and it got really weird with his question. But and again, I should have prepped you, but from Jet to Chase to Eli to Coop, Anderson, whatever, what's your number one question that you're most curious about when it comes to Supercross 2024? Where are you at?
Well, there's obviously a handful of them. First, can Jet duplicate what he did outdoors? Can Anderson get back to where he was? But I think the biggest thing has got to be Eli.
Okay.
You know, I mean, even Sexton, is he going to be better on the KTM than he was? Is he going to stop tucking the front wheel? I think it's more mental than his mechanical, personally, with Chase, just from watching and going back and watching races and stuff. But the big one's Eli. You know, I personally thought when he at Denver, he was done. You know, it's such a gnarly injury.
I would have bet money on it, too.
Yeah, I think everyone did. And he'd earned the right to ride off in the sunset. You know, he had a stellar year with Yamaha, donations, everything. And then to have it end at home with the points lead, it was his.
Yeah.
And so the mental aspect had to be gnarly. But we've
So
seen.
for you, coming back to where he's at, where he was?
Is he going to be able to
is that
do
your
it?
question?
Yes. Is he going to be able to show up? I remember last year at Anaheim, man, he was kind of methodical, came to the pack, crashed.
Yep, crashed.
And just picked him off.
But that's where we got into where we left Anaheim 1 last year being like, holy shit, Eli's better than ever. Like, watch out. Yamaha agrees with him.
Yeah.
And then he turned into Ryan Dungey game manager, you know, as the series went on. He didn't jump all the rhythms.
Well, he crashed. Remember, he crashed real big. Jumped off the side, hit the hay bale, flipped.
Right.
And I think his mentality at that point changed.
Yeah. So he at Anaheim. That was Anaheim 2.
Yes. The round 3, right?
So we saw an Eli. We didn't see beast mode.
No.
We didn't see crazy balls Eli. We saw a guy that was really just taking what came to him, didn't jump all the jumps, and before you know it, had a nice points lead.
Yeah.
So he was a different Eli Tomac and one that was going to win the title, except for the tragedy. I believe we're going to see that Eli again. Like, I think we're going to see a series managing Eli Tomac and, again, not jump all the rhythms.
Right.
Play the long game.
Absolutely.
And I think we're going to see that again. I don't think the Achilles, and I'm not a doctor. I did stay at a Holiday Inn the other night, but I'm not a doctor. I don't think the Achilles on a moto guy is a big deal. I don't think it's going to be.
I mean, unless, you know, the foot placement is so gnarly today. It's, you know, I watched a lot of the videos. People are breaking it down where Eli was on his, you know, on the toes when he did it.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's something that he has to be conscious of where he's putting his feet again, or is it back 100%? I mean, the procedures.
I think you ride how you ride, though, don't you think?
It's hard to you know, it's muscle memory.
Yeah.
You know, when people are watching these videos, they're like, well, you know, watch him move his feet purposely. I'm like, you're not purposely moving your feet. You just do it because you've done it.
Ride. I
yeah.
mean, successful racers, not me because I ride right on my arch because
Right.
I'm a slow fat guy. Successful racers do not ride on the arches; they ride on the balls of the
It's
feet.
moving, and
Yeah.
you know, the shifting and all that stuff, and it's changed dramatically. Even when I've raced, it's become a little bit more scientific.
Yeah.
But like you said with Eli, to put on a much smaller scale, that was what Budman used to do with an arena cross. I mean, the tracks are 18 seconds, 4 lanes, and there'd always be one big rhythm section that we always, you know, try and triple double out of. And Budman wouldn't even deal with it because he's like, man, you're gonna do it. You're gonna make it half the moto or half the main events.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take the inside double single every lap, and it'll break you, and I'm gonna break you that way.
Yeah.
And obviously Dungey's done it on a much grander scale of being a podium. Even Chad Reed, same thing. I think Eli comes with age. He's smarter. He doesn't have to go beast mode. I think he can, even though his beast mode was more known outdoors, I think, than Supercross.
Oh, no, there were some Supercross ones on a Cowie that were.
Cowie days, yeah.
That's what I meant. They were next level.
Yeah,
like
he would just, and that's goes back to raw speed that I've always said that I argued with some people about it, that I always felt that Dungey never quite ever tapped into that or didn't feel like he needed to. But when you can drop all of a sudden 2 to 3 seconds on some guys because you're like going, okay, I need to do this. That's an unbelievable talent and skill set. That's unreal.
So Jet, you know, look, he's
Media
gonna
darling.
He's gonna win races, right? Are you on me? Are you with me on that?
He's gonna win races.
Okay, so we're gonna agree on that.
Yeah.
I don't have him for the title just because Jeremy won in 93, Dunge won in 2010, almost kind of backed into it a little bit in 2010, but still won as a rookie. I think that was it for rookies.
I think that's it.
Might have been one more. I don't know. But point is, really, really hard to win as a rookie, whether you're James Stewart or Carmichael or whoever.
Right.
And although Jet is on that level as a all-timer, still very, very hard to win. So I don't have him win this championship, but just because of maybe a couple of dumb mistakes along the way.
Yep.
Not
kind of like Chase last year.
Yeah.
Those crashes can take you out.
Yeah. So not because he doesn't have the speed. He is
No.
going to be immediately.
Yeah.
Okay. So
And
you
he's
with me
gonna-
on that? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, I always talk about the summer of pain. Outdoors is gnarly. I mean, the just more of the burn, the heat, the length of the motos,
Yep.
the roost, everything. You see them come off the track, they're depleted. Supercross is just so methodical, and they're jumping so big today that I think that it's easier to reach up and grab you and make a mistake and throw you on the ground. We saw that, with Chase multiple times. We've seen it with Eli a couple times. I think Jet, as methodical as he is racing, and he's really good at putting that bike where he wants. It's real easy for it to just go wrong suddenly. And I think being a rookie, I think that's what makes it so difficult. There's a lot of guys, like you said, the field's deep.
Yeah.
I watched the starts at Paris. I know it's just Paris, but he wasn't racing a lot of super talented guys there, and he was starting mid-pack, and he had to come through the pack. I don't think he's going to come through the pack from 12th
Yeah.
if he gets that kind of a shit start and chase down Chase, Coop, Anderson, Ferrandis, Eli, whoever the fuck he's got to come through. But again, Anaheim's so different. The track layout's different.
Yeah.
It's way busier. It doesn't have a lot of rhythm, which I think most of the tracks should be that way. Instead of having these 100-yard rhythm sections, they jump in 3 leaps or something like that. Kind of change it up. So I'm looking forward to. Man, I can't even predict who's going to win this open round.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not going to make any great assumptions
hard to get
from Anaheim 1, right?
Yeah.
But last year we were like, Eli Tomac's going to run away with this thing, and he did actually maybe had one of his worst seasons as far as wins in a number of years, right? He was still really good. But what about Sexton Switch? Where are you at with that? What do you
I was kind of
think?
shocked he went that direction. I know it was more of a, just in some of his interviews I've seen that he talked about that Honda wasn't quite as reciprocal in some of the things he was saying about the bike and maybe in meetings and stuff like that. He's going from a Honda that it is very good in whoops. The aluminum frame, I think, gets him through quicker. KTM has yet to prove that they can get through whoops as well as the other bikes. Even watching Mookie, Malcolm went on. Definitely is not going to the whoops as fast as he did on other
him
bikes.
and Craig lost whoop speed.
And they're both tremendous.
Yeah,
Obviously,
right.
Craig could probably done better on his 250 last year, I think.
Right.
And so everybody's talking about that the Honda was his tucking his front wheel was the issues. But if you go back and watch a lot of the tape, there's a lot of times where Chase was by himself and tucked the front end.
Yeah.
I think that becomes when you get out front. We all know when you get out front, it's,
Yeah.
I think Mosem had spoke one time. He was, mind would wander. He's thinking about, watching Transformers tonight before he said that. Literally quoted that. And it's hard to keep that attention. And Supercross, as big as they're jumping right now, your attention to detail has to be on it every time. And I think a lot of the Chase's mistakes were more mental than mechanical.
Do you think he gets better on KTM? He's the same. He gets worse.
I personally think if he comes out and struggles on the bike, almost like Webb on the Yamaha years back, it's going to snowball badly.
Starts going badly.
It's going to go badly. I think mentally he's going to go, what the hell? And I think I've even listened to some of you guys that maybe he was not so, I think it was you and JT were talking, maybe he wasn't so, wow, this bike's awesome. He kind of had some questions and hesitancy when he was talking about the bike.
I'll tell you what, from people I talk to, deep,
Undercover.
he's not had a great offseason. He's not flying at the test track. They're still working things out.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that like, hey, he's gonna get 18th at the opener like Denny Stephenson in 90.
Sure. Let's hope not.
But from people I know and trust, it is not going that well. He'll be fast, he'll be good, all of that.
Right.
But
He's an outstanding rider.
It has
obviously.
not been an outstanding off-season for Chase on KTM getting that down. Could it change? Absolutely. But
Right.
if I'm a Chase Sexton fan and you're listening to this, keep your expectations a little low for the opening rounds, I think. I think there's still figuring that thing out.
Room to move, room to prove.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So that's from people I know and trust. But I would be foolish to sit here and be like, oh, yeah, no, he ain't going to do nothing.
And that goes back to the mental aspect. If he lets it rattle him, I'm not comfortable on the bike.
Yeah.
I can't do things I want
Right.
to do on the bike. Then you start questioning what you're going to do. That can snowball.
When
incredibly.
your buddies with Jeff Emig, when 98 came and he just started terribly,
Right.
he went backwards, all of that. Was that a mental thing? Was that partying in the off season? Was that a bike thing? Because remember in the media there was a lot of like, oh, his equilibrium is off. He went
Right.
on the F-16 fighter. Like, did Jeff start with every intention of defending that thing, and then?
You know, I wasn't around Jeff as much at that point
Okay.
because I was doing arena cross and I wasn't, around him as much as I was in 96 and 95 and 92.
98 was bad.
I think a lot of it was, Jeff achieved some goals, and I think, again, other riders have spoken that. Once you've reached the mountaintop,
Yep.
was it what you expected?
Yeah.
Do you want it more still? Or
Yeah.
do you want it like, okay, I've done it? And obviously, Jeff and, and us and all, we enjoyed life offside the bike as well. But Jeff was very serious and he broke it down very scientifically. I think that's was good for him. And he was a great starter. He was not one to know and really come through the pack. And I think also Jeff he wasn't as sharp. I think he was a little bit off.
Yeah.
And once it starts, then you start questioning yourself.
There was a Seattle one earlier in the year. He went 1st to 9th.
Yeah, and once you become a revolving door, what does it stop?
Yeah.
It's like you said last year at round one. It's like, okay, things did not go well. I thought it like Craig. Are you able to wipe the slate clean?
You have to
Go back to the drawing board with your team. Was it bike? Is it mental? Is it what you're doing? Your skill, your tech, your way you're riding the bike.
One thing about our sport is, it's just 7 days. There's no stopping to reset everything.
No.
And out of those 5 days in between the event, you're riding twice or whatever, and you're trying to figure it out, right?
So you're trying to figure out as quickly as you can.
Right.
And the team's trying to do what they can. Obviously the technology in the bikes is so much further advanced than when I was riding. I remember my first year at 2D Supercross, and I've mentioned before, and Suzuki was a phenomenal team, but they were more of a 125 team really than a 250.
Well, actually, let's hold that thought because speaking of 125s,
oh yeah,
on the line.
What?
On the line.
Oh.
Renthal, the undisputed global leader in manufacturing design since '69. Renthal has become notorious for relentless obsession to detail and quality through the commitment to produce the finest products on the market today. You look at Red Bull KTM, you look at Monster Energy Kawasaki, you look at Factory Honda using Renthal. I mean, Honda started Renthal in '86, and they're still running it. So whether it's bars, sprockets, chains, grips, mountain bike products, Renthal.com, a couple of millimeters, fraction of a second, a few grams, it all counts. Welcome to the winning world of Renthal. Renthal bringing you our first guest of the night, just like Denny Stephenson, a past Suzuki 125 Supercross champion and an icon of the sport, Tim Ferry. What's up, Red Dog?
What's up? What's up, guys? How you doing?
Do you guys have a secret handshake like 125 Supercross champs?
It's very secret. It's very underground.
When you guys see each other, like it's a little.
I hadn't seen Tim in a long time, and we ran. I was down in Loretta's in 22, and he was down there, and we had a chance to talk and kind of catch up with things and talk about his son going through everything that Evan's dealing with now, and it was nice catching up because Red Dog is funny. Red Dog was very innocent and quiet and hard worker when he came in.
Yeah.
And maybe him and Bud became friends, and then we tried to do our best to derail Tim. Let's be honest.
Right. Well, Timmy was under Rossini Racing, strict program. And then of course, Timmy, you won the '97 title. I think you've told me a few times your bonus was $25,000 from Suzuki.
No, 97 was it was 50,000.
Oh, so Danny's was 25.
Mine was 25. Yep.
Yeah, I think the year before mine was in 96, 95 or 96. It was only 25. So yeah, it was 50,000 won the championship.
For about 30 years, Suzuki just paid their 125 guys $30K a year with like $25K bonuses.
Yeah, I didn't even get that. My first contract was $18,000. $2,500 to win and $25,000 a bonus. I when I was working doing agent thing with Grant and Kennard, I looked at their contract. Basically, you could just add a zero to everything I was doing to what they were doing later. And I'm like, damn it, we were born too soon, Tim.
Suzuki the number of great guys and a number of racers that jumped on a Suzuki 125 over the years.
Yeah,
and started there. And
they're fire breathers, weren't they, Tim?
Yeah, they were. My first salary there was $24,000, and obviously I was excited. I got to do my own gear and stuff too. So, but yeah, that '95 Suzuki was so good. Like it was, I could get on podiums before, but then all of a sudden I won a couple Supercrosses. But I didn't really change anything that I had done. It's just the bike was and the equipment was better. So, that was the bike to be on back then.
So you were there in '94.
94, I was Like
your last
90,
year?
91 was factory. 92, 93 was kind of supported.
Okay, yeah.
They'd give me bikes, and I could sell them and stuff like that. And still kind of got some good, decent support.
Yep.
And then 94, I think I was more. I think I was kind of on my own a little bit more, but still,
Yeah.
they were helping me out kind of backdoor. In 95, I was pretty much F&S Suzuki out of Troy,
Yeah.
Ohio.
And then you were like, they hired this Rossini kid for Factory Suzuki.
Yeah, and Timmy was. I think my dad kind of helped. A little bit. I think that was Ramsey. Ramsey kind of was coming at the same time
Yeah.
and helping Bundy with stuff. And
Yep.
back then it was box fans, so everybody
Yeah.
was working together and kind of
Yeah.
all just we weren't so separated as they are nowadays.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely a totally different environment. Leroy was my mechanic, and he obviously was. I think it was Phil Lawrence's mechanic the year before. Then he was mine, and after me was I think Pastrana. So he had a slew of really,
But-
pretty good run, good riders.
Those are the days, though, like you look at you two guys, you won the Supercross titles, right? And those are the days where, like, yeah, we'll just see you on Saturday. Like, just see you at the race. Like, if you're Roger DeCoster or whatever, like, just see you Saturday. We don't know what you're doing during the week. We don't know what your program is. We've got you some practice bikes, so we hope you're riding them. And then we'll
Yeah,
just see you on the weekends.
Yeah, in the beginning they just sent me some stock bikes, and I actually had Rossini actually build my bikes for practice. So it wasn't until like right before the season they gave us like the race cylinder or this or that.
Yeah.
So I don't really remember like an organized test schedule. I remember one time we went to Ezra's, and there was a bunch of us all went, but I don't know that it was that It was like we had the cylinders ABC. You
Yeah.
just pick them.
That's what I was telling Steve. Same thing. You have these many things to try. And that's what, like my first year 250 Supercross. We tested Supercross at Adelanto. Our track was sand.
Yep.
Here's a couple heads. Here's a cylinder, a couple pipes. What do you like? Okay, we'll see you. We'll see you in at the first round.
Yeah, crazy. Like you look at the time and the resources now for, if you took the 2023 Denny Stephenson or Tim Ferry, which Jordan Smith or, somebody, RJ Hampshire, somebody's going to show up at the races right now. They're structured. They're everything's programmed. Testing never ends.
Yeah.
Right?
Every
Testing
day.
never ends.
You live with the team,
Right. And
which would have been nice. I
it's
would have
so
loved
different.
that.
Yeah.
Well, a little bit maybe.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Yeah, it was different times, but yeah, I don't remember. I remember Denny always coming. I wasn't sure what year he was on Suzuki, but him and Budman would always come down around Daytona, Gatorback, and then I was living with Tishner at the time, so they were always there for a few weeks, and then
Oh boy.
yeah, they tried to derail me a little bit, but I kept my head down.
I remember, I don't remember what year it was. I crashed in the first turn at Gainesville, and I thought I broke my wrist. I got a huge hematoma on it, and I ran to the hospital quick to get it X-rayed. But I was like, man, we're going to Tishner's. We're having a huge party at Tishner's Sunday night. I got to get to the party. So I remember going to the emergency room. I'm like, let's get this thing X-rayed. We got to go.
Yeah, we got to go.
And they told me the X-rays were negative. My dad's with me and stuff, and he's like, "Okay, well, let's go back to the hotel." I'm like, "Nope, I'm heading to Clearwater. We're gonna go hang out at Tishner's, and we're gonna raid some Hunch a Punch,
Yeah.
and party for a couple days." And I think Timmy was there as well for it.
And Timmy's like,
Yeah, I was renting a room from Tishner back then for $100 a month, and I was living there. He was going back and forth to Japan at the time, but
Oh, that's right.
yeah, he was kind of like my first kind of mentor that kind of
yeah.
kind of brought me in. And then Budman actually did a lot of stuff where a lot of times he didn't have a bike, so he would go riding with me, and he would kind of help coach me. So it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
We're on the phone now talking about this stuff.
You know what? I've often I said this to somebody. Oh, I have Tishner's helmet in studio. Right there, that 12, right? The
Oh,
BFE.
yeah. Yep.
So someone was like, "Hey, whose helmet is that?" I'm like, "It's Tishner's," and they're like, "Huh? Yeah, I heard the name." Like, and I'm just like, I'm like, dude, Tishner was good. Like,
He was national number 6. I mean, he earned that number.
I feel like if Tishner had gotten off Suzuki and like Cowie or Honda got him, he could have won.
Ronnie was awesome.
Ronnie's peak, like in that year that he was 6, the dude led Miami forever.
Crashed in the triple.
Yeah, like I feel like Tishner is really underrated as a rider.
Well, and I think he, for now when I look back at it, I want to say maybe at like 22 years old, he went to Japan because he had such a big deal to go over there.
Mm-hmm.
It was like he couldn't turn it down, so he just left and went over there. I want to say he was making a couple $100,000 over there. I'm making $24,000.
Right.
But so he went over there, and it was the right move. It's funny that we talk about this. Suzuki going into '96 offered me the same 24,000, and I won 2 Supercrosses. I broke my jaw, so I missed the rest of them. I won some motos outdoors, won an overall. So they offered me the same thing the next year, and me and actually I went to Big Ron's. And me and Big Ron like hand wrote a letter to I think to Tosh about why I needed a raise, and he helped me actually write this letter.
Yeah.
And I sent it to him. And they gave me 50,000 the next year, so I was pumped.
Oh wow!
So
they doubled your money.
They doubled my money, to 50,000.
And Huckabucka Big Ron is awesome. One of the coolest all time.
Yeah.
And then the fact you got Tosh to break. I hear stories from my dad about Tosh. Obviously.
Yeah.
And he's old school Japanese. I mean, like.
Yep.
Fuck you! Like this is the way we're going to do it.
Yeah.
Like he's with his broken English and Japanese accent, but it just a badass.
Right.
You want to do well for him because he commanded respect, and you're like, all right, man. Well, I don't want to let this guy down because he might have me killed.
This could be a samurai death if I don't perform for this Japanese company.
Death by samurai.
Yeah.
Timmy, do you remember Mount Morris, the year Budman broke his jaw, and we ended up at some bar there in Morgantown? And we were playing Thumper.
Oh, yeah.
And Budman,
these guys.
Budman broke his jaw, but he told his wife, I'm going to tell, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
He was going home because he broke his jaw, literally. So he had his mouth almost wired shut, but it wasn't wired, but he could drink beer through a straw.
Okay.
And we're playing like a.
I don't actually remember that he had broken his jaw, though.
Yeah, he crashed, I think, through the rollers down through the hill, maybe. But I remember
What year is this? What are we talking?
God, I don't even remember what you had been racing at that time.
I'm not sure. I do remember him breaking his jaw, and I just don't remember what year it was. I don't remember this time, but
it was only the first time, the only time I ever played Thumper. Thumper? Where
I don't even know what that is.
It's a big table.
Okay.
And everybody's smacking the table, da-da-da-da-da-da, and you're like, why do we play this game? It's called Thumper. Let's play to get fucked up. And then we all slam beers. I don't really know the point of the game.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Yeah.
But that's the first time I
Great
heard
game.
It's a college town, so
Okay.
maybe somebody got us playing in there.
Yeah.
'cause we're
Probably Davey did.
At a college bar, and there's literally 20 of us around this table.
Okay.
And I remember Timmy being with us, and Timmy always very, kind of reserved and quiet.
Yeah.
I saw a new side of Timmy that day.
Oh, yeah.
That's when I think we became Red Dog right there.
Right.
no. Red Dog started in '94 actually with Budman.
That might have been it then, because Budman was always good to give by nicknames like J-Bone. I think.
Oh, I thought Nate Dogg gave you the name Red Dog.
No, Budman gave it to me in '94.
Oh, okay. Red Dog.
It might have been '94.
Because I used to take him riding, and so I'd always make him listen to like Snoop Dogg, and I had these cassettes in my car, or CDs. I think it was cassettes maybe.
Probably cassettes.
And he always liked rock and roll music, so I was driving as my truck, so I always made him listen to like Snoop Dogg and stuff. And so then he started calling me Red Dog because I had red hair. So that's kind of where the Red Dog name came from.
Master P, dude. You used to love Master P back in the day. Good
Oh, yeah.
God, dude. You loved yourself some Master P.
Somebody, I think JT sent me one of those things on Instagram the other day. I actually follow him on Instagram.
Yeah. God, I remember being like, who is this?
Yeah.
Like this dude from Florida with red hair and white skin loves
Rap.
Yeah, rap. Hey, Red Dog, let's talk a little more recent stuff. The news is out. Obviously, Triumph, right? You moved up to Georgia. Evan, your son, racing for Triumph on the East Coast. How's that been going? What take us through that program and your thoughts on how Evan's looking? Mike Brown is whipping him into shape, I assume. How's it going?
And what's it like being a part of something so new and fresh like Triumph?
I mean, it's definitely. I didn't see because I've never really been that close to a first year brand. I wasn't around when Dudgy went to KTM or anything like that. So the whole process really started shortly after the Husky stint ended. There was some talk, and then we rode for NSA Yamaha through Loretta's. Had a rough Loretta's. He got COVID right before it. Just didn't have a good one. Then he got second at the combine behind Hymus. So then, literally the next week, we went up to ride the Triumph bike. So, and that's kind of when it started. That was September-ish of last year. So, it's been a long process, obviously. But yeah, finally happy to have it all kind of come out. And I think we moved up here right around New Year's last year, so just about a year ago.
So how's everything going? How does Evan look? What's your thoughts?
He's starting to come around. He's been on that bike since October, just a standard bike, and then I want to say sometime in November they got on the Supercross track.
Okay.
So, so not as early as what we expected. We kind of came early. He was slated to be on the bike in March, but things just kind of got pushed back. So, so since November, the speed's starting to come up a little bit. Obviously, I think right now Jalik's a little bit faster, but Jeremy Martin's been over riding some. Nicoletti, I sent you the picture of him. So he's had a few fast guys to ride with, and I feel like he's closing the gap in. But obviously they got a ton of experience. So, and in the meantime, they're still like Denny was saying a minute ago. There's always testing. So, they're every week they're testing parts and bike stuff, and so it's kind of a combo of getting used to Supercross and testing the bike and trying to get all that stuff together as a rookie, kind of a little bit last minute.
Listen, you had a great career. You worked with Trey Kennard, worked with Jalik for a long time, a lot of guys. So you know what you're doing, and you know what it takes to be successful at the sport. So are you working with Evan, or do you let Mike Brown do it? Because sometimes there's a little things weird with the father-son. How does that go?
Honestly, it's been good so far. So Mike's been here since November. So he called beforehand. We had a few conversations and stuff, and he's like, "Hey, I don't want to, overstep. I know you know what you're doing." There's a mutual respect there, which I think has worked out really good. And Evan actually works with our old, which Dean, my old coach.
Oh yeah.
Who was also with with Trey when I was with Trey for like 6-7 years. So
okay, so he's handling the training.
He's at Red Bull. So so we went out in October, did a bunch of testing stuff there, and so I just felt like that was a super important part, and so trying to mesh it all together and make it all make sense. And obviously Mike's like you said, Mike's a stand-up guy, and he's still to this day hauls on a dirt bike. So so far it's been good. It's been a little bit odd, because when we had our compound in Florida before we sold that a couple of years ago, I pretty much did everything. So, now he's got a mechanic and, he's got a team and, all those things behind him. So, it's been a little bit of a different transition, but, I'm relieved too to not also be in charge of everything. So
sure. Yeah. Money financially wise too.
Yeah. Financially wise. Yeah. It's been a long road. As anybody that's listening has ever rode dirt bikes, it's not, it's not cheap. Even when you got support, it's still not cheap. And there's a lot of travel and it's a lot of time spent at races, all good times. But
you still have that 90s money, so I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm still living high on the horse in that 130 I won. So
yeah.
But you brought up a good
$50,000 bonus from '97. So.
But you brought up a good point too. Not only is Evan a rookie, has to figure out the speed, the technique, the newness of being a rookie in Supercross, but also developing the new bike. That has got to be. He's got to be learning things that he's never had to kind of break down, probably mentally and verbally with the team. And is that something that's new to him? And it's either helped him, or has it been kind of a double-edged sword of being cool with the new team, but also being a rookie and having to do both things at once?
I definitely think that he feels a huge amount of pressure, obviously, because now he's on a factory team. But luckily, when we were at Husky for 2.5 years. So Scuba was at Husky. Scuba's here at Triumph. So Pat is his mechanic. He was his mechanic at all the amateur nationals when he was at Husky. He's also here as his mechanic. So there is some things that are familiar that are probably making it a little easier. But it's still a big transition that, the team's assembling an entire crew and, putting together an entire facility. We came here last year, and when we got here, I think Scuba was the only person here.
Okay.
So now since then, there's been other people come. They've moved here. There's obviously engine guys, suspension guys, mechanics. So I think the biggest hurdle I feel like that's gonna happen is, we spent a lot of time last year not racing, and I think just getting back out and getting used to racing. As a kid, he raced. We live right next to Dade City, so Saturday nights, winter AMs, we were used to racing a lot. So we spent this past year really not racing. The goal for the team was really just to get his Supercross points, he wasn't even going to do Loretta's. He was casted to be a stunt guy in the Outer Banks show. And then when the strike happened, last minute, like a week before we decided the strike happened, then we did Loretta's, and it didn't go as good as obviously we were hoping for, but we just weren't prepared. So, he had a couple surgeries last year right after he started riding the Triumph. So there's just a lot of unknowns that, he just hasn't said, or nobody's really said too.
Right.
So,
Renthal, bringing you Tim Ferry on the show, the great Tim Ferry, 97 125 champion.
Bad man.
Renthal.com for more information. 2-time Motocross the Nations champion.
Yeah,
Also.
that's awesome. I kind of forget about that.
Wow. There was one he lost too.
Well, I mean, that's a pretty fucking,
I
that's a
went
pretty
to.
fucking awesome thing.
the one-
and you were there with me.
And that's the one I worked for, Matt. We
And
lost.
that's what all I hear from Steve is why the Nations is terrible because you two were on an island. While
Yeah,
you
we
there.
were. Hey, we got some phone calls for you as well. 702-586-7857. You want to talk to Tim Ferry. Red Dog, as you know, no one listens to this show, right? No one listens. It's not a very popular show. So give us the real deal. Like, is the Triumph, is this a race-winning bike? First time we hit the track, or are we? I mean, and it's totally expected and it's totally understandable. Or are we going to, have to develop this thing a little bit?
Man, I don't even know if that's even my place to say, really.
Well, it's your opinion to give.
Obviously, yeah. I mean, I would say right now, and I've heard, some of the guys, the key players say, this is a 3 to 5 year stepping stone to get to where they want to be. So,
Sure, yeah.
So I think what you're saying is realistic. I don't, the other guys have, had a lot of the other teams have way more riders than we do.
Yeah.
So
No, I don't think it's a bad thing to say hey, they got to develop it.
We got to get our feet wet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. I will say, the first time I seen him ride the bike, so September, shortly after,
Yep.
say, Combine of 22, I guess that was, immediately what I noticed is I started to see him scrub jumps and do things that I felt like were like his strong point because every rider has, stuff that they're good at, whether it's whoops or turns or jumps. And there for a little bit after the Husky thing, I felt like Evan lost some of the things that he was really good at, like staying low on the jumps and scrubbing stuff. So immediately I saw some of those things. So that kind of perked us up, and I could tell right away, his first initial reaction response was I could tell he was excited. I can tell by the way that he
Got it, yeah.
just rides the bike, because I watched him ride since he was, 4 or 5 years old. So I know when he's riding good and when he's riding bad. I can watch him for 2 or 3 turns and know if he's comfortable or he's not. So, and that's one thing that got me excited about it right away. Obviously, Scuba was there. And then, so some of the people that were already planning on coming we already had a relationship with. So,
Yep.
So I think, man, I don't think people realize how hard it is to get on a factory team, to get a ride out of amateurs, to land where you want to land. It's, and I should know because I already did it. I did pro 18 years, and I was coaching Kennard and Hampshire and Davalos and Will Swole and Mel Ross, all these guys coming through. But when you have your kid doing it, you don't really realize how hard it is to nail one of those rides. Because you need that support, to really, go to that next level. Like me, I went from making podiums with RRP to going to factory Suzuki in 95, and I won my first Supercross, the first race.
Yep.
So, so it makes such a big difference to have a good team. So, I feel very, very fortunate that he landed somewhere in 24 and 25. That he can at least, give this thing a shot.
Yeah, when you sit back and when it's all over or whatever, you can be like, we got a shot. We got a fair shot on a good team, good support. You got it.
And
right?
good people around you. That's the big thing.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just super difficult. And, we've seen a lot of good riders come in and, I watched the pre-race show on AC, man. I thought nobody was going to beat AC. And obviously he's done great, but the Jet Reynolds was a guy in our class that, he never lost anything.
Yeah, he was can't miss.
We wouldn't even see him or see LeBlanc at the races unless they came to Florida and rode sand. And and then to see LeBlanc is already done, and see some of those guys go in a year or two. They go in a little early, and then all of a sudden they struggle to impress people enough. So then they just move on to the next guy. And I think, I feel like back in the day, maybe Denny's time, my time, like you stuck around a little longer. Nowadays, it's like, oh, is he going to make the cut? Nope, he's gone. Like,
yeah.
And so it's really difficult to, I think, not only come back from that, but also mentally come back from those things.
Obviously, injuries have played a big key, but I've had so many people tell me that if you had gone back 5 years and said, hey, man, Jet Reynolds is not going to have a great pro career to start, they would have said, you're crazy. You are crazy.
Since Cobras,
Yeah.
right? He
You
was
know what I
winning,
mean?
dominating.
Yeah. And look, he's had injuries and he's had PulpMX, and he could still make something of him. I'm not trying to write Jet Reynolds off here, but if you had gone back and told these people at OEMs, these smart people, guys I respect, they would have said that's not possible. He's the next thing.
Well, I was with Trey out in California. He was doing a test session. We're at Milestone, and he was on a supercross track, and there was a kid ripping around on the outdoor track, and that was like a 7 to 8. He was on a Cobra, and Evan's almost a year younger than him, but rode the same age group. And then I had to go over and watch this kid ride because I'm not kidding you. He was passing 450s. He was holding it wide open. Then I went over and I talked to his dad, and, we always kind of communicated and talked throughout the years. Super good guy. And I could not believe, I'm like, I don't even want Evan to go that fast on a 50. I don't know if I want him to go that fast, period. But he was that good at that young age. And the injuries kind of caught him right there at the end of his amateur career. Now everybody's doubting him, but I mean, he may come back and have a great long career.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can't.
Well, that's kind of the double-edged sword of getting that first ride would be star or something. It's like, okay, if you don't succeed there, you're going to be, okay, you got the dream ride at the time, and all of a sudden, I mean, I don't know how many guys have gone there and put in 6 months or a year, and then you're gone.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And then no one else gives them a shot because they feel like, oh, if you didn't succeed there, you're not going to succeed anywhere. So it's such a brutal double-edged sword.
I mean, LeBlanc is out of the sport from what I know. He doesn't race anymore. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, he doesn't race anymore. And he was a great talent. Like, I mean, just a really good rider.
Right.
I hear he's super happy now. Like, he's got like a normal job, and he's pumped. So if he's happy, then
that's all that matters.
Exactly. Then that's great. Mitch said something to me like a year ago. He goes, I don't know why all these guys just want to come in at like 16, 17. He goes, none of my guys ever win until they're like 21.
Yeah.
And he goes, everybody's in such a hurry to get in. And like, so in the Evans Husky deal, the whole goal was to go pro at 24 and 25. And, they made him stay down in super minis when he probably should have been on 125s.
Yeah.
They made him stay on 125s when everybody else went at 250s. But we were waiting for him to grow and mature. And like, we knew that, watching Justin Brayton at 36 years old rip around the track, and everybody wants to like do something at 16 or 17, but your big money is not going to come till you're on 450s and you're older.
Well, look at the difference between AC at 16. Was he 5 foot?
Yeah.
I mean, 6'3" now.
Well,
he was a child at that time.
Even just look at like because of these ridiculous 125 Supercross rules, 250 Supercross rules now, you look like RJ Hampshire is 30 years old. He's 27 or 28.
Year. I think this is his 11th
like he's on a
season,
factory bike.
Yeah.
He's got so much experience.
Yeah.
He's physically stronger.
I want to watch him on a 450.
Like it's such an advantage over some kid coming in.
And I learned this year too, just recently, that Loretta's, I think, are allowing B riders an extra year. I think if you win, you can still come back and ride B the next year because they don't want to be responsible for maybe pushing too quickly.
There's been a lot of that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And that's good.
And there's some kids that like a Jet Lawrence came in and man, he did great. Like, but Jet Lawrence was on a 250 I think 14 years old in Europe. So, by the time he got here and he was 16, he was already 2 years into 250s. At 16, Evan was only on 125. It was like first year on 125. So, there's a big difference. And Jet's a big kid, and everybody's got their different reasons that they want to go up but anymore, it's very rare, I think, that, those young kids at 16, like I turned pro at 16, come in and do like, really stellar. It's just, like you said, it's hard.
Yeah.
Evan was riding with Jeremy Martin the other day, and I'm watching Jeremy Martin, and then I pull him up on Instagram, and I follow him, and I'm like, dude, he won 2 championships, like stuff I wasn't even thinking about. Like, and Evan's riding on the track with him, and I'm like, dude, he's going to have to race this guy.
Yeah.
And it's a big difference going from a mini to a 125 and going from a mini to a 250 4-stroke.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to be bigger, stronger. I mean, it's basically going from, not even having 125s when we were kids. Imagine just going from 15-year-old 12 to 15, 105 to 250 class.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. Renthal, bringing you Tim Ferry on the show. Timmy, we got a call here from Morgan. Morgan, welcome to the PulpMX show. What's your question for the great Tim Ferry?
Hey, thanks, Steve, for taking my call. I want to say thank you to Tallon and Travis Marks, man. These guys are doing a great job behind the scenes. I know you're the front runner and everything, but these guys doing a great job. Man.
Love this guy right here.
You just saved that whole comment.
Yeah. But Timmy, man, I even rode at your compound, love that track. And, Timmy, great guy that he is, even took some time, give some pointers and things like that. And so great to have him on. I just wanted to, first of all, I have two questions. One is, who now owns the track or the house or whatever compound, whatever you want to call it there, that you used to live at in Florida?
So that's funny you say that because that's been 2 years ago. In January 2 years ago, we actually sold it. I didn't really tell anybody. And, what was happening was Florida was just booming after the COVID thing hit. And housing developments were going in like crazy. So actually developers actually own my property, my old neighbor Steve that I sold 10 acres to, another guy Bill that was there since he was a second neighbor in my area. So developers own that property and the area is just kind of booming. So right now it's sitting there. We were actually riding there just over a year ago, right before we moved, up to Georgia. And because we were in a rental house and me and my wife were like, it's kind of nice in Georgia. And then we kind of hung out with Scuba and his, wife and kids are about my kids' age, my younger kids' age. And so, it's development now. Hopefully one day I'll be able to go drive by there and see what it looks like. But right now,
is the house still standing?
Still sitting. Seth Rarick walked over the other day. He goes, "Hey man, can I go over there?" And I'm like, "Yeah, go ahead. Just if anybody says it."
Or had or whatever. How can you, Timmy, not listen to Steve every Monday night?
I figured I text Steve earlier because I was like, "What are you going to talk to me about?" Because he texted me, yesterday maybe.
Yeah.
You want to come on the show? I'm like, sure. And I was like, oh man, he's going to ask me stuff about the racing and stuff, and some stuff I don't keep up with. So, I don't know. I was just watching it right before I came on, and I'm like, I was thinking to myself, I don't know why I don't watch it. It's just not a like.
Listen, when Timmy was, I've told this story before, when he was Tim Ferry, factory Yamaha, potential race winner, podium guy, JT and I one time in his garage asked him to name 10 250 riders
That he raced or previous?
that were racing right now in the current races. He barely got it, and he only got it because he named the Sewell brothers, which counted as 2. So Timmy's never been like a huge fan. He's not Denny Stephenson, where like you're watching the races, you're plugged into what's going on. Timmy's never been like that. He's never really known what's been going on. I mean, I always respected Red Dog that you did know the greatness of RJ and Jeff Ward and these dudes. You got that.
Yeah, those are my heroes for sure.
Right, but as far as you've never been a guy that's just lived and died with the sport.
Well, it's funny you say it because when I was racing, say I won some races, but I was more of a podium guy, and then. But I didn't follow
Summercross. We won Summercross. Remember that? Beating McGrath? That was awesome.
I didn't follow anything in the GPs. I didn't know the GP guys. I didn't follow their. I mean, I know it was different times, but I wasn't now I follow them because it's easy because of social media. But back then I never even heard of Chad Reed literally until he landed here. No lie, I swear to God.
Right.
I never heard of him until he was at the Yamaha track. When he was riding for YOT, I've never seen him ride, never heard of him.
You were like, hey, this guy's not bad.
Did you know any of the riders you were racing the nations against? Did you know any of the Euros that you were going to do battling with? Or was it like, who the hell is this guy? He just blew past me, or I blew past him?
Honestly, you can't tell because they wear those goofy jerseys over there a lot of times.
And weird numbers now.
Yeah, and a lot of times you're not necessarily battling with say Everts or somebody. You're battling with some other guy that you really just don't know who he is. Yeah. And he's just super fast, and he's from Estonia or somewhere. You never know. So,
yeah. So Morgan, Go ahead.
I lived it, when I was racing, and then, then I was training guys for, at my compound till up to 2 years ago. And then in the afternoons, when Evan was going to regular school, because he didn't go to homeschool till like high school. So, I was with him at a track on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights at Dade City. So like, a lot of times I just didn't have the time. We were traveling, racing on the weekend, so I just didn't follow it like that. Like, I will say I would always watch the race. Like, I'd be laying in my motorhome at a Winter Am, and I would be the only person awake at 2 o'clock in the morning watching the race. So, because it was on the West Coast. So I've always watched that side of it, but I don't get caught up into, what people think, what they, if I do really want to know what's going on or figure something out, I'll click on like Vital or something, and then within like 5 minutes I've heard every gossip, and then I can go on with my day.
There you go, Morgan. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Steve, I just wanted to open the can and see the worms come out. That's all.
At one point he said to me, "Does anybody watch your show?" Like maybe a year ago or so. Like, just does anybody?
So that was the lead-in why you said that then.
No, he just texted me out of the blue. Like, does anybody watch your show? And I'm like, yeah, Timmy. Like, it's good. Like, people. Yeah,
this is what I do.
Yep. And Timmy's like, huh, okay.
That's nice. Well done, Steve.
Yeah, and then like no.
Do you do anything else?
Right. So
I've never watched a Whiskey Throttle. I've never watched anything other than like a clip of like, say, Swap's thing. Like, I'll watch a little clip on there, but I'll never click to the link and go and sit there and watch it. If they say something. They had Bolin on, I think, today, and I was wanting to hear what he said, and I thought he was talking about a 125 in Europe, and then I'm like, I wanted to hear what he said because Evan raced with him a bunch, and then I never took the time to click over to it and actually go listen to it. It's just that.
Yeah.
Not.
So,
don't take the time.
Since you said, speaking of whiskey, is Ping and Denny, are we good?
Yeah, they're good. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, no, they're fine.
Hey, man, I just wanted to say thank you, Evan. I'm really pumped for Evan. It's going to be really fun to watch, Timmy, and I'm happy for you. And Steve, thank you for everything you do,
Thanks,
man.
Morgan.
And I'll continue to listen.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Even if Timmy doesn't, Morgan will. So I appreciate it. Hey, Red Dog, let's get some Anaheim 1 thoughts from you because, I do know that you're aware of, Tomac and Sexton and Roxon and these guys. I do know that.
Yep.
By the way, how's Regis? How's our buddy Regis? Is he doing all right?
Regis is good. Yeah, Regis is good. We was at his shop all day today.
Okay.
He's working on a new project and a different way to shoot, some action. So,
are you getting in on that? Is he getting you a job as a stunt guy? Is that something you can do?
I don't know that I'm going to be a stunt guy. I've been a stunt guy my whole life.
Okay, good point.
Or trying not to be a stunt guy my whole life. I did drive for him on two commercials in Atlanta.
Okay.
And then I spent 2 weeks with him Outer Banks because he had an arm car there, a side-by-side, and then Mark, one of his Australian buddies that now is one of my buddies, he was driving it, and then Regis was, which I only know him as Andy. I didn't even know his name was Regis. But
I was going to say, he was Andy to me, forever.
Yeah, he was Andy to me. So, and then when I saw him at Monster a year ago on New Year's, because me and Beckett, my younger one, always go riding on New Year's. Mm-hmm. So I was at Scuba's house, and I'm like, dude, I'm not staying up drinking beer with you guys all night. I'm going riding in the morning. So, at midnight, I bailed out, went home, and me and Beckett went to Monster. And then he come walking up. He's like, dude, I'm Regis. And Andy Harrington. I'm like, dude, what are you doing here? So we ended up living 9 miles apart and didn't know it.
Yeah, that's hilarious, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So now we're hanging out all the time. And then yesterday I took Beckett and one of his football buddies riding, and then Regis brought his 2 boys riding, and they don't normally ever ride, so it was kind of cool. We all just went on New Year's Day again, and we rode with our families.
You still got top 10 speed, you think, Timmy?
Dude, I've lost it, man.
How old are you now, Tim?
I am 48. I'll be 49 in March. And we were crushing it. So the strike happened. So Regis and his buddy Robert and Mark, we started just motoing. So we were breaking a track in at Triumph for Evan because Evan was riding alone all year. Uh-huh. So we were riding a ton. And then Regis went to England with me. We had a great time. I rode great over there. He rode good. But I hurt my thumb. I think I broke my thumb in England. So then I went to Southwick to Keith Johnson's race, and I just struggled. Southwick kicked my butt.
Yeah, I heard Galdi beat you in a moto. I refuse to acknowledge that. But
I honestly, dude, I got passed by a dude. I no lie, he had a mullet, and He was a 3-digit guy. He passed me, went all the way to 6th place, and I got like 9th. And I'd never heard of this guy ever. And then when I tell Cody Williams and Keith who the guy was, and they know exactly who he was. He's a local dude. He just rips.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
And that's Southwick. That's been that way forever.
Southwick.
Yeah. But Timmy's a good Southwick sand rider.
But there's always those mystery guys, who shows up with a bib overalls, an open face helmet,
Yep.
Scratched up goggles.
I mean,
and
when Galdy's like, "Hey man, I beat Timmy," I'm like, "No, you didn't, dude." Like
I
Galdy's
think he did. I think he beat me the last moto.
Yeah,
and,
he said he did. And Galdy's a great rider, but he's not Tim Ferry.
he did not win Summercross.
Thank you.
He did win Summercross, but it was. I just, like I said, I hurt my thumb, and then I was like, right before I was going, I was ready. I'm like, man, I already have my airline ticket. I'm like, I wanted to back out, but Keith, I was supposed to go the year before, and then a hurricane hit Florida, and then so I'm like, Keith, I can't leave my family in Florida. Luckily, I did it. It went right over our house, our rental house that we had, and then so this year I'm like, I can't back out, but my thumb was messed up, so like I didn't even ride practice. Like I just went like straight to the motos practically. So I'm like, I just had to tough it out, but. It was still fun. We hung out. At the end of the day, I think we still got third. Our whole team race got third. Yeah. Jimmy Dakota's freaking ripped around the outside of me one time, like literally almost like scared me. He was just wide open. So there was just they were super fast guys, and they're in like their 30s. I'm 48 years old, so the level of riding is a lot different. They're still doing pro racing.
Well, listen.
So Loretta's next year then, right?
Yeah.
I need to start training now.
Going back to Southwick, there's a story when I worked for Timmy when he was factory Yamaha. I was saying, hey man, watch out for Dowd. At this point, Dowd was 40 something. He was part-time racer, and I'm like, watch out for Dowd.
Right.
And he's like, I can beat Dowd with an eye patch on. And I'm like, okay, man, because it's John fucking Dowd. Sure enough, second moto, Timmy goes off the track, goes off the track through a banner. Here comes John Dowd right by him.
Trugging.
Yep.
Chug.
And he couldn't get him back, and so I took a pair of goggles and colored them with like a half of the goggle with a Sharpie. It's like, here's your eye patch because the fucking 45-year-old guy just got you.
Dude, he was so fast. Dude, those guys up there are so fast. One thing I love, I saw JoJo Keller there.
JoJo's a legend. Yeah.
Yeah, Doug Henry was there.
Treadwell.
I actually went to dinner. Treadwell wasn't there. Treadwell was off doing a job. I texted him, like, where are you at? He goes, dude, I'm working. And so he was out of town. And then we hung out with Dal, went to dinner with Dal. Dal was there during the weekend. He does the track work with Keith and stuff. So there's something kind of like unique and cool about those guys. And even like hanging out with Keith and Cody Williams and Jimmy Dakotas, we're all parked together. Like they like moto like different than
that's the NESC, man.
Right.
It's their passion. I remember racing a local there the week before the national one year. And you're like, it's a local, but a bunch of us like Suzuki guys stayed back and rode.
I did that race as a mechanic.
And I remember a guy blew past me that I'd never even like feet off the pegs, just wide fucking open, and coming to the pits and shaking my head. And everybody, my dad's like, "What was that about?" I'm like, "Did you see how fast he was going?" And I think I probably mentioned to Keith and John. They're like, "Oh yeah," like you said, Tim. They're like, "Oh yeah, that's Jimmy Bob. He's here every weekend. He rips."
Yeah, he's an optometrist. He's a garbage man.
He's on his bike's 5 years old. I hope you feel good about that.
I got beat every moto by somebody I'd never heard of. And they were like pumped. Like I feel like I deserved it because back when Alessi was racing and they do those moto fight clubs or whatever. Well, then RV kept getting beat, and I would text RV. I'm like, dude, you lose more than anybody I know as a retired guy. Just kind of busting his balls.
Yeah.
But now I feel like I'm in the same spot. Like every time I go to a race, I'm getting beat by somebody I have no idea who they are.
Wow.
But like RV says,
the taxi cab driver in England, I got called out on that because I talked about it on the show.
Dude, he was so he wants to come next year to the Southwick race.
Okay. Was he mad at me for making fun of him or
no? No, dude. He loved it. He's from Wales.
Okay.
And he loved it. And
Timmy got beat in Farley by a larger gentleman who drives a taxi cab for a living.
He drove a taxi cab, but he doesn't drive a taxi cab now.
Okay.
At one time, Ben Griff said he drove a taxi cab. So
okay.
And he did. He goes, yeah, I used to drive a taxi cab. And we were hanging out at the beer tent after the first day this year, and we were taking pictures, and he was walking around, and I posted it. He has a book, and it's an excuse book. And I wrote every excuse in there that I had for the day. And then everybody else wrote their excuses and stuff. And but I've never been so happy to beat somebody. I actually rode good there. The next day, I actually beat him in 2 of the motos.
Yeah. So
And
I
I
came
was
on the
so
show.
pumped.
I came on the show and was like, listen, I don't know what's happening in England, but Red Dog just got beat by this guy, larger gentleman, drives a taxi cab, and it just worked Timmy. And I kind of made fun of the guy, and he heard about it, and I was like, oh, fuck.
Got back to him.
Got back to
It's
him.
a small world these days.
Yeah. But I'm
No,
glad he
he-
was
he
okay
took-
with it. Yeah.
No, he was. I mean, obviously, there's when you're not in America, like he's a fan too. So he grew up racing, and he just never did the travel thing from
Yeah.
everything. Our conversations, and
Yeah.
he told me that he had Reed beat a couple weeks before that at Farley,
Jeez.
and he fell on the last lap. Dude, the guy just he hauls on a dirt bike.
Yeah.
And he's super good at he said, I grew up on these kind of tracks where it's kind of grassy and like sweepy moto, old school GP style tracks.
Right.
He goes, it's just what I grew up on, and he rips his KX 500 like you would not believe.
Well,
It's like
no,
JoJo. Remember how big that?
Yeah.
He was awesome on the bike.
JoJo.
Yeah, but I think
In '96, when JoJo was well past his prime, I was looking at results one time in Cycle News. JoJo got like 10th overall at Unadilla.
Yes.
Like, he was,
He got a borrowed bike, I think, even.
dude,
Yeah.
like,
And I remember that because the bike was he was such a big guy. The bike he put it where he wanted to. Like, it was not going to kick him off.
Yeah.
I don't care how bad it handled. It didn't matter. JoJo was
just,
was going to win that battle
Yeah.
with that bike.
yeah. JoJo was a legend.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so anyway, Glenn Phillips, the KX 500
Yeah.
guy, we hung out there for a while. Then we finally went back to the hotel. We had some beers at the beer tent. It was just a cool camaraderie thing, and then we took pictures. But I guess he stayed there late, and then the next day, the second 2 motos, he was suffering at
He was
the end. So I
not-
was like, yes. I passed him at the end of the moto.
Yes.
I'm like, so it was good banter.
I went to I told Denny before the show that he's got to get to the Fox Hill race that I went to last year. It was an absolute blast. You go to the Farley one, same idea. I had a great time. Kiefer had a great time. RV, I was there. He was the ambassador. He was like a mascot signing autographs. And it was a great time, man. And Denny would love it. Denny would be, yes.
Well, I'm good friends with Wobbs. I love Wobbs.
Right.
Worked with him at Smith, and
Right.
he's kind of tried to get me to come over the
Right.
last couple years. And I told him I really have no interest in riding a bike.
Can we have some beers, or where are we at on that?
Yeah,
Like,
well, it's going to be England, so it's going to be very stout. I
could
think.
be okay. Yeah.
So it's a different country,
Right,
so
right, okay.
yeah, it's completely different issues.
I
but-
just, I know sometimes booze,
Well,
Denny,
I just don't bring me home in a body bag or
Okay, yeah,
exactly.
right.
Don't lose track of me because I could get lost in England.
Who's
somewhere.
got Denny? I got him. I
Exactly.
got him.
Keep me on a short leash.
Right.
But
Yeah,
yeah.
that they say that race is amazing. I watched some videos on that race, and then obviously follow on Instagram. That race kind of took off from Farley, and then
Yeah.
it's just kind of like exploded into its own thing. So David King's been kind of messaging me. He wants me to go over for that one. That one looks super intense.
Yeah,
That looks gnarly.
Keith
There's some-
stayed for the week, and Keith went from that one to Farley. He stayed
Yeah,
back, and
yeah.
so that one is intense. But there's a lot of classes that aren't intense. Like Red Dog, I don't think you would ride the main one. That's probably too much for you. Like literally, RV bowed out of it because he's like, I'm not ready.
Yeah.
To go that fast.
Yeah,
Because those guys
That's
rip on
Tommy
it.
Searle and Zacho,
Right.
and
Yeah, no.
super fast
I know.
dudes. Yeah.
In their 40,
Yeah,
late 30s, early 40s.
There's 130, 140, 150. That's the rules. One
Yeah,
guy in
and
the
then,
30s,
like-
one guy in his 40s.
Oh,
one guy in his
oh,
50s. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, the Farley one's it's just a cool track. There's no jumps. Like
Yeah.
it's just
That's
it
what
gets
Steven said,
rough.
yeah.
It gets super rough, and then the roost is gnarly. But it's just anybody can ride the track. There's no big jumps. There's a couple little drop offs.
Right.
Now the Fox Hill ones, I'd have to get in a class where I'm comfortable. Like I said, I was riding a ton like all summer, and I rode great at Farley. Like I felt good. I was on 96 RM 250. The guy's Fathead brought me a bike, and then I had an 86 CR 250 for the other class, but the stator kept going out.
Kiefer had,
that race was
Kiefer had a
fun.
bike problem
That-
every time out. That's the bit of an issue with those bikes.
But Wob, they look
Yeah.
fantastic, but there is still they're old bikes at the end
Still
of the day.
stuff
Trying
that
to
goes
go
wrong.
as fast, yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
yes. The brakes aren't great. The suspensions
Drum
aren't
brakes.
great. Right.
Trying to rip around like a new bike, yeah.
Yeah, but it's it's kind of cool because I feel like everybody kind of gives Brownie a hard time because he is still racing like the amateur races and stuff. But at the end of the day, like, what do you do like when you're done racing? Like
Yeah.
you've been racing since you've been 5 years old. You become, say, if you're lucky, you're in your 30s and you're done racing as a pro, early to mid 30s. Like, what do? Like, there's nowhere to go. So like some of these events are really cool. Like the fact that RV goes over to this event
That's awesome.
just to hang out is
Yeah.
cool. Like that's
Yep.
that's what the fans like, and I think, that's the way I've always looked at the sport, and I've loved the sport, and I've tried to instill that in my kids just to enjoy it, not to try not to get caught up in the downside of it, right? So
the damn
at the end of the
media.
day,
Damn media.
yeah, the media and just what people think, and then the fans nowadays. The fans are brutal nowadays. Like, they either because they can voice their opinion, like they say whatever they want nowadays. So it's kind of a weird little vibe. So that's one thing I kind of hope that my kids still enjoy. And I know with Evan, like he always everybody gives him a hard time about the Insta bangers and stuff, but like he enjoys he at the end of the day he enjoys to ride, and I want him to have that enthusiasm when he's 30 and 35 years old, because I mean, I don't want you. Why do you want to be burnt out when you're done racing and never want to look at a bike again like some of these kids? So
it's a great
I want
point.
him to have. I want him to still have that outlet. Like that wasn't me, but that's always been him. Like he's got funny videos and he makes stuff. He edits a lot of his own stuff, and he's just into that side of the stuff. The branding of him, and I kind of want to keep him to keep that kind of going. I think that's cool. Deegan's done a good job with some of his his media stuff, and give a different personality. You're always going to have your serious guy. You're going to have your Denny Stephenson. You're going to have your your Budman, your Emig, or your Rick Johnson. You're always going to have different personalities. I think that's important.
And then again, like you said, I mean, it's a time of your life. You're experiencing things you may never experience again.
Yeah.
You're traveling the country, the racing, this competitiveness, the camaraderie, the everything. And like you said, to leave that bitterly and burn out, it sucks. That would suck, because it's something you love so much, and then you burned out so bad you hate it. That sucks. And
when you look at your life, like your life as a whole, the racing, however long it goes, for Timmy it was 18 years, but for many it's shorter. That's a blip in your life.
Yeah.
That's a blip.
Yeah.
And dirt bikes have always been there before your blip, and after they should stay there after,
Yeah, exactly. So, I kind of this past year, like I said, I've been in Georgia, and I've Cowie's always still give me a bike, every year. So they always loan me a bike, which they do that. I think
Cowie or Rude? Kurt Rude. Which is it? Is it Cowie or is it Kurt Rude?
I always get it through Kurt. Kurt always is the one that kind of hands the bikes out. But
I don't think you have quite the Cowie connection that Chicken has.
Yeah. Chicken
Japan basically sends him a factory bike each week, I think.
No, kitchen. But like if I was in California, like that's just how Cowie treats you. Like, and that's one thing I always loved about riding for them, and that's why I still ride a Cowie today. Like, they just treat their ex-riders really well. Like, it's not like you're so dispensable. Like I feel like with Cowie. So I still got a bike this year. I didn't really have anything going on when we moved to Georgia, so I rode more this year than I probably rode in the last 5 years put together. So now my thumb's healed up. I rode yesterday. I got to get back on it again too.
I don't know if Regis ever told you this, but I did work for Regis for one race. He put his shoulder out.
He tells me all the time. I've heard his story, and I didn't really. I do remember him coming to my house when he was with you and Kelly Smith, I think.
Yep.
Kelly Smith?
Yep, Kelly Smith, myself, Regis, and I think would Shane King show up? I don't remember, but yeah, we had the KTM.
But Shane King didn't show up, but you let me ride his bike.
Ooh, yeah, maybe we shouldn't say that.
Keep that under wraps.
Yeah, keep that under But yeah, listen, Red Dog, thanks for the time tonight. I appreciate it. I'm keeping your career alive. I just want you to know that.
We didn't go over the predictions for Anaheim.
Oh, yeah. So Anaheim won. It's coming up. What do you think?
Man, I think I'm with Denny. I was listening before. Tomac's the unknown. I kind of hope he comes back healthy and is back to his old self. I think that's the big question mark. Sexton's obviously good. Jets on a high right now. So Hunter's kind of a sleeper. I think Hunter's going to be good too. So
Hunter, yeah,
I'm excited.
I'm excited to see Hunter. I mean, obviously it was Paris, but he looked good, and he's one of those guys that just is kind of a machine, and he's been through hell. And I think his style, kind of like RJ, I think I'm looking forward to Hampshire getting a 450 one day, because I think their style suits a 450.
Okay, so here's what I said in our RacerX preview shows about Hunter, and I agree. I was at Paris. He was great. He was better than I thought.
Yeah.
When you look at Hunter, a little older, becomes a 2-time champion, right, indoors and out, after a few tries at it. He's in a spot where Zach Osborne was, where Aaron Plessinger was, where probably some other guys that I'm not thinking of, where you climb the mountain, you win both the titles, and you go up into the class, into the 450 class. And, Osborne and Plessinger did nice careers. It didn't work out as far as race winners. So my whole thing with Hunter is, do you put him, is he an AP or Zach Osborne? Or is he more elite than that? Is he a Jet /RV /Tomac /Roxon? I don't have him in that elite group. I have him as another Aaron Plessinger, another Zach Osborne, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that. But not on the elite 450 Supercross regularly race winning guy. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I can go with you. I think just having Jet be on such a roll, that he's got full of confidence too. You got Tomac and Sexton. Sexton won the championship last year, a bunch of races. So
yeah,
it's kind of hard to jump into that league, So I'm kind of with you a little bit with Hunter, but I was impressed by the Paris thing. So I'm hopeful for that. He's a super nice guy too. He came to our house. Him and Jet both come to our house and rode some during COVID. We rode with them quite a bit. So just super cool family.
All right, let's get some phone calls here. First up, it's Dennis. What's up, Dennis? What's your question for Tim Ferry? Dennis, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, what's your question, man?
Hey, I was a Graf Oster from Unadilla in '95, back when he was on Suzuki. Great to see that he had a great career.
All right, man. Thanks.
Yeah, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Dennis.
You're welcome.
This is Steve on 3. He's got an invite for you, Denny Stephenson. Go ahead,
goodness.
Steve.
Hey, Denny, I hear your son lives in Arizona.
No, my mom lives in Arizona, and I'm out visiting her right now. My son lives in Nebraska. He goes to Lincoln University. He's a college student in Lincoln.
All right. Hey, so do you remember Craig Canoy?
I do know Craig. I remember him, yeah.
Yeah. So Craig's my business partner. We just opened up a new motocross track here in Arizona, and so we're one of 3 actually. So we want to get you out on the track.
Oh,
you got to come out here and ride with us.
Oh boy, Denny hasn't ridden for a while, right?
It's been a while. Yeah, it's been since I've ridden once. Since 18, I think 17, probably. Yeah.
So,
but yeah, no, I out here in Arizona. I'm in Gilbert, right off the 202 out there, and I went out and checked out the Arizona Open. The other couple about a month ago, whatever. Saw Budman out there and stuff, and obviously I know Craig from the years and Facebook friends with him and kind of follow all this.
Craig Canoy was national number 99 one year.
Yeah, I remember
that.
Yep. And he was fast as hell in minis, and he was one of the kind of kids he was in California. Was he always been in Arizona, or was he in California originally?
Yeah. No, Craig's a California guy, obviously, but Craig's still racing a little bit off-road stuff. So
right.
We'd love to have you out.
What's the track?
Show you the track and have you do a little bit of riding with us.
DM him on Instagram.
Yep, Instagram or Twitter or something.
We'll do it. Hey, love your Facebook stuff too. So great to hear you tonight.
Appreciate it, brother.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, Red Dog. Well, listen, I'm doing my best to keep your career alive. I want you to know that. I'm working hard. Also, I want you to know that in Detroit, first round of the East, it's going to be a very tough time emotionally for me because of Evan racing. Dean Baker, I used to just rag on Dean Baker because he worked for Christian and Mike Craig. And I would tell Dean, dude, fucking quit, man. You work for the kid and the dad. Like, just stop. You know what I mean?
That's a long time.
Right. Like, that's a sure sign.
Pull the plug.
That you need to just go find something else to do. And not that I'm going to work for Evan because obviously Triumph's got him, but I'm going to cover the sport with Evan in it. And I held him when he was a baby. And it's just going to be a tough time, man.
Are you going to be emotional?
It's going to be a tough time of, like, I'm fucking old and I'm a loser.
That's
No.
that's the emotional state.
The emotional side is for me.
We talked about you're 50 now. I'm 53.
Like
so.
Dean Baker. Like
Yeah.
I'm Dean Baker, and I used to tell Dean Baker, like, Dean, what the fuck, man? You work for Christian and Mike Craig.
Stop hanging on the sport, man. Go do something else.
Thank you. And so that's gonna be me in Detroit.
Oh man, it's gonna be funny. Yeah,
So-
he's grown up quick, right?
I
So,
need a hug. I need something. I gotta, something.
I saw a video the other day that when he was Beckett wanted me to mention this. We went back and looked at the YouTube videos, the Racer X one where you and JT, you spoofed like you were going to be me, and I was coming off injury. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So me and
I put your
Beckett-
gear
me and
on. It was
Beckett-
like super tight. Like you were coming back from injury. You were a little heavy, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, me and Beckett watched that, and we watched an old Anaheim. I think in '08, I got third, and so we did watch some old YouTube stuff. But
Nice.
yeah, Evan's got one where he's making fun of you, and he's holding a rabbit. And
Yeah.
he's literally like 6 or 7 years old, 7 years old probably, and he's like, I don't know who you are. Like,
Yeah.
it's just a funny video.
Yeah, we had to like coach him through it, and like
Evan.
Yeah, Evan, and yeah, we
Like, Dad, who are these clowns?
Timmy let me ride his bike. Like I got on his factory Cowie, and was like, "Hey, I'm back. I'm coming back. I'm a little heavier, but coming back from injury." And I was jogging behind the mule. They were filming me like a Rocky thing, you know.
Right.
And then I got on Timmy's Cowie and was like doing corners.
Wow.
Yeah,
I
it
have
was
to watch that. It's
really
good.
funny video.
That was before social media, really, right?
Yeah, yeah. And
You're again ahead of your day.
Evie was like looking at me like I was talking to her like as if I was Timmy, and she's looking at me like, so the whole video was like, we're not letting you in on the joke.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's a pretty it's funny. Yeah, hey, if you could get on Racer X Films back in the day, it was just really like it was almost like an honor, right? So
Yeah.
nowadays all the kids post their own stuff.
Yeah.
So but back then, if you got Racer X filmed you, like it was a big deal. So that was a funny video.
I'm gonna be tough at Detroit. It's gonna be a tough one. You have to watch Evan out there and be like, "Hey, Evan, how was your suspension? How was your setup?" Like, just like
You're just gonna slip into that mode again, aren't you?
I know,
Yeah.
right? It's
With a
gonna be-
tear just down your cheek like an Indian.
like just get out of the sport, Mathis.
Yeah.
Get out.
It's quit.
You
You're,
ain't
hang,
going-
you're
you ain't
hanger
going
on, dude.
nowhere.
Hanging on.
You've been around so long that the sport can't get rid of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah. All right. Well, tell everybody I said hi. Your lovely wife and your children.
Yes.
And even the lovely Regis with the back tattoo, the lower back tattoo.
Yeah, he's the
Yeah.
tramp stamp.
Tramp stamp. Yep.
That's
He's
funny.
probably listening right now.
I don't understand.
Yeah,
He's a Hollywood guy. He's loaded, right? Because he's done really
He invented
well for
that
himself.
camera, right? He invented that camera
And
deal.
he can't get tattoo removal.
Yeah.
Like
well,
what the fuck?
it's. I think that's who he is now. It's probably like the guys on set probably go, "Hey, tramp stamp."
Yeah.
Check it out.
Yeah.
It's funny because like I call him Andy everywhere we go, and people look at like
Right.
they only know him as Regis,
Yeah.
and like I never even knew that was his name. Like
I
that's his
didn't either.
legal name.
Yeah. His real name is
I just
Regis,
knew him
right?
as- I just knew him
Yeah.
as Andy. So like everybody talks to him when you go on set, they always say Regis, and like it's just kind of odd to me because I only knew him as Andy. But
Yeah.
he's
I've never known him as Andy at all.
I feel like he has enough money to get that thing removed. But I guess not.
Maybe I want to talk to him about that tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah. Please do.
Yeah, tell him I said hello. I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah.
Hey, it comes out pretty much every time there's like any kind of gathering and there's a few beers going. Like
Yeah.
he's always showing somebody it like as a joke. So
Yeah. I'm sure. I'm sure.
It's a topic of conversation, I think.
I bet it is. I heard it had its own Instagram account
As long
for a
as
while.
it's not a target.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Thank you, Red Dog.
Yeah,
Appreciate
Timmy,
it.
tell your
Yeah,
dad
yeah.
I said hi. Tell Evie I said hello. And
I'll do it, man.
absolutely, brother. Good seeing you. Good,
talk-
good talking to you.
We'll talk soon.
Yeah, good talking to both of you.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's the great Tim Ferry, everybody.
Yeah, I've known his wife Evie since she was like a little child. Like
'Cause of Ryan?
Because of
her
Ryan.
brother,
Yeah. So
yeah.
she was at all the amateur
Ryan
races.
was pretty good, right?
Pretty
Ryan
good.
was a
Yep.
good
It's
rider?
great family. Her nanny at the time, Mary. Great. I mean,
Yep.
we were like a family. These amateur races. You go to so many of them back then.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was always around, and it's great. Great family.
All right, everybody. I want to thank the folks at Michelin. I talked to my buddy Randy Richardson yesterday, FMIP. MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more about the complete offering of Michelin motorcycle tires. I'm going to go dirt bike riding tomorrow with my Michelin Starcross 6s.
I'm impressed by that.
And we're going to go and air out some jumps on the Michelin.
The 60-foot tabletop,
Yeah. We'll see if I can
which is
play
not a double.
6 versions: sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, hard versions with a naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions. Check out Michelin Starcross 6s at motorsport.com. Also, check out the great mountain bike tires as well. I run the DH24s out here. So please check it out. Thanks to the Michelin for all that they do for the sport. And they've supported GNCC over the years, done a lot of things at Michelin. So we thank the guys at Michelin for coming on board. All right, commercial break here. We have Jason Thomas coming up. Some guy named Rick Johnson. Some guy named Jeff Ward.
I don't know. Are they fast? Were they fast?
They were all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what they have to say about it.
Actually, we'll get into it after the commercial break, but I do have a question for you about RJ and,
All right.
and Wardy.
Yep.
And Denny Stephenson here in studio. We're going to talk some more Anaheim 250 Supercross West. I want to get Denny to preview that a little bit. We think we know who's racing it. It's kind of basic math at this point on who's lining up. But, yeah, we'll be right back after this commercial, everybody.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
It's time to elevate your life. At LiftedTrucksForSale.com, we put you in the driver's seat of your dream truck today. LiftedTrucksForSale.com is your one-stop shop for brand new custom trucks from every major manufacturer. Full factory warranty, available financing, and a hassle-free ownership experience. What are you waiting for? Visit LiftedTrucksForSale.com today.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO. I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson. I'm Aaron Plessinger. I'm Jerry Martin. I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath. I'm Hunter Lawrence. My name's Jett Lawrence. I'm Jordan Smith. I'm Tal Hawkins. Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Cole Nichols, and I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Jiren Ferrangis, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage body engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
It's time to elevate your life. At LiftedTrucksForSale.com, we put you in the driver's seat of your dream truck today. LiftedTrucksForSale.com is your one-stop shop for brand new custom trucks from every major manufacturer. Full factory warranty, available financing, and a hassle-free ownership experience. What are you waiting for? Visit LiftedTrucksForSale.com today.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like the Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO. I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson. I'm Aaron Plessinger. I'm Derry Martin. I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath. I'm Hunter Lawrence. My name's Jett Lawrence. I'm Jordan Smith. I'm Tallon Hawkins. Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Jiren Ferrangis, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading, built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite Series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com. Decal Works, Fly Racing. Yeah.
At motorsport.com.
There you go. There you go. Not really starting 2024 off, Tallon, with a bang.
That's funny. It didn't loop earlier when I wanted it to loop, but now that I didn't want it to loop, it looped.
Yeah. 2024 not going well. You know what I'm going to institute? I'm going to institute like a series of, I don't know, like mistakes made during the show. And then when they add up to 5, we'll do
nothing about it.
We'll issue fines, like cracking open a drink.
It's the sound of an ice cold Red Bull.
Oh boy, is it really?
No.
Oh. Anyways, thank you for listening. 702-586-7857. I want to thank the folks at Factory Chassis Parts. They're on board with us for 2024. In my experience as a factory mechanic, I've worked a ton with motor mounts over the years, whether it's on 4-strokes or 2-strokes. I can absolutely tell you that the riders notice a difference, that things make a difference for these engine mounts. And the guys at Factory Chassis Parts, they test a lot with a lot of riders to figure out the best engine mount for your 4-stroke. Phoenix Honda, Starling, F&H MXGP team, Rock River, many more use these mounts. They're designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel out there. And please check them out. CNC machine parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium, easy to install, and drastic improvements right away. PulpMX-chassis is the code to save. PulpMX-chassis is the code to save with factory chassis parts. FCP, you've seen the logo on many teams, I'm sure. So thank you to the folks at FCP Factory Chassis Parts. Use that code. And to learn more about them and their website, it's PulpMXShow.com. Thank you to those guys. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Job of the Week. Going up here, JT right away from Fly Racing. Denny Stephenson, by the way, in studio.
Hello.
Thor Brand Manager. Job of the Week. It's a full-time job. It's in California. The Thor Brand Manager is responsible for the planning, management, and direction of all sales and marketing for the brand. This position will drive brand growth through sound business principles, program activation, coordination, and more. It's a really good job from the guys at Parts Unlimited and Thor. Danny, you're familiar with them as well over the years. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Job of the Week, Brand Manager for Thor. And upload your resume for free today on MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Also,
could you send me that link?
Yeah.
Might need that.
You want to do that?
Yeah.
Have you, like, you're such a Nebraska guy.
I know, right?
Like, you love it. It's where you're from. It's where you grew, born and raised. Have you tried to get industry jobs from that you could do from Nebraska? Like, there's not a lot out there. There's not a lot of remote stuff. But since COVID, more and more stuff has been that way. Have you looked to get a foot back in the industry?
I have not really at the moment. But I, back in 2009, when the economy crashed, is when I was doing an agent stuff with Bob Walker from Connections and worked with Josh and Trey at the time, and I got let go. And about that time, I was going through a divorce with my ex-wife, my son Riley's mom. And I kind of called in the industry to look at getting something. And at the time, it was like, man, you got to move to California. You got to be where the industry's at. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to move away from my son at the time, but he's now 21.
Yeah.
He's a senior in college. And so I'm definitely more looking for something.
Because now you're in the construction, hoses and stuff.
And I'm not getting younger for being manual labor.
Yeah.
Something I enjoy. I enjoy creating, building something, but it's hard work, and the winter's not. The winters have been a little bit better, but
I feel like with the amount of people that you know, the amount of people that like you, the amount of the intelligence you've had in the industry from an agency or from a goggle brand.
I've done a little bit of everything.
TV jobs, etc.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like you could get something.
I'd like to get into it again because I obviously it's what I know.
Yeah.
What I've been doing forever. I'm a hanger-on like yourself. And but I'd love it. Yeah, I mean, I'm a passionate sport, so I've talked with a friend of mine about Scott Steffi over at Viral Brand goggles or something. I mean, I might as well get back into something that I enjoy and love and know something about.
Yeah, no, I feel
there's not a lot out there that I know outside of moto.
And I feel like I said, a lot of people know who you are. A lot of people like you.
So if you're out there listening,
and
you got a job,
Denny Stephenson.
Contact me at Steve Mathis.
No, Instagram, DM me. I'll work out a fee and an
Exactly.
agency and all that, and we'll get Denny sorted. The 7 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at Off Road Warehouse, ORW. This is the butt patch on the back of Phil Nicoletti, J Mart, and Garrett Marchbanks. Marchbanks has some low key hype right now. PulpMX for how well he's riding.
I wish he would have rode a 450 though.
Yeah. Stop in and check out the latest in truck, Jeep, Overland, UTV, and racing products from the industry's leading brands. The code is PulpMX to save. So the stores are staffed by knowledgeable, experienced team, and they sell everything from suspension kits, tires, and wheels, and they install it as well. And the code is PulpMX to save that at Off Road Warehouse, ORW. All right, Fly Racing, flyracing.com. They're a big part of everything we do on Pulp. They are back with us for 2024 across the range. Thursday is the Fly Racing Moto 60 show this Thursday at 11 a.m. Pacific. And, of course, Fly Racing. Please check them out at motorsport.com or your local dealer. What's up, JT? How are you, man?
I'm good. What are you guys up to?
Oh, just talking to Anaheim. Yeah.
Yeah, just sitting around in a chair talking about dirt bikes?
Yep, that's what we do. Yeah.
All right. Yep.
It should be exciting. We got Jeff Ward and Rick Johnson coming up here, two legends as well, to talk Anaheim. So that'll be great.
And earlier, Jason, Steve said that you do not like aggressive riding. And I just wanted to ask you, is that because of Jacksonville Arena Cross?
Hold on, that was practice.
Yeah, well, hey, man, it's track time.
Non-qualifying, non-timed practice. Debo just lights me up.
Really, Debo?
Into the cheap seats.
It's a quick welcome to the bull ring.
It was. I don't know that I would consider that a welcome. It was something.
So, was that not the same night of the Bogard?
It was the same weekend.
Same weekend.
So you had this Denny guy taking you out in practice, and then later on, a full-scale track brawl with Bogart. Welcome to Arena Cross,
The
JT.
red carpet. Yep.
Yeah.
I got the full
Welcome.
red carpet treatment.
Just right every lap down the start straight. Are they fighting? They've not read like
dude.
All right,
It's the most insane story. Like
it truly is. That's Jason tells it awesome.
And Eddie Ray's involved with a silencer upside a head the next week.
That was the next weekend.
Yeah, the next weekend.
But that weekend in Jacksonville, he absolutely beat the hell out of Charlie and his mechanic leaving the stadium. That's what brought on the full-on urban warfare in Fort Worth
with a pro circuit silencer to the side.
Yeah,
of
and
the
I
head.
didn't hear about that till like the next day or maybe the
Yeah.
next night. People
Yeah.
are like, did you hear what went on in the parking lot? And that's the way it was in Arena Cross. Like if you didn't like what went on the track, there might be a fight in the parking lot, and I caused maybe a few of those myself. But that was entertainment value. It was the WWE of dirt biking.
Poor Frank was in a headlock.
It was. I mean, Denver Arena Cross. I knocked down. I think Grayson Goodman again. I didn't even realize I was going through the pack. I won the race, and Grayson's coming up. I stopped on the track, and he's coming over me on his bike. I think he's going to congratulate me.
Yeah.
Throws his bike down, punches me in the helmet. My bike goes down. We're wrestling. Mechanics are fighting. Security's trying to separate us. This was 125 main. Mind you, there's a 250 main. So all of a sudden they're like, my kids, we got a race. Oh, so everybody just everybody stops. Go get their other bike, comes up for the next main event, and then we all drank beers after. So, great times. And that's why I'm so open-minded to the chaos.
JT, when you got the tough ride the 1 year for Arena Cross, kind of like looking at trying to do something different, right? It's a paid ride, all that. Did you do any good, or why did you got hurt, or how did it go?
I broke my finger. I broke a finger and dislocated another finger the first night in Des Moines.
The very first weekend. Okay.
Yeah, the first turn of the first main event. I got hurt right away, and I was somewhat prepared. I wouldn't have won, but I would have been a 5-6, something like that.
What year would that have been?
That was the end of 2002.
Was Cog your team manager? Right, we discussed this,
He
right?
was.
Yeah,
Yep. He
absolutely.
Sure was. Yep.
There you go.
Yeah. So that put me out a month, and then I kind of came in way too early. I was not ready. I got my fingers all taped up. So it took me a while to kind of get going. And also remember, these guys were in mid-season form by then, right? So it took me a while. At the very end, right before I left, I got a double podium in Memphis, and then I got the call the next weekend. And I think Chuck and John Mitch at the subway kind of saw me okay, he's kind of back to form again. And that's when they called me, and that's when I'm I'm good. I'm done with this. I finally proved that I could run with those guys. I'm I wasn't really enjoying it anyway. And I was you know how I am about that type of riding. And that's all it is. Everybody's just smashing each other all the time.
Yeah, but there's an alternative universe where you don't break your finger, you enjoy some success in Arena Cross, and you keep it going.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
I just felt Supercross was always going to be my destiny, right? I tried it, and I don't know that it was ever going to be for me. Those guys are so specialized at what they do.
And I've always said that too. It was a different sport. I mean, people didn't realize that. I mean, when Feld or whatever tried to make it the Arena Cross or Supercross Junior, I'm like, nothing you do in Arena Cross translates to Supercross in the least, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I do think that when I kind of figured it out, I raced so much in Germany, and it's very similar. Small tracks, big whoops, it's just a kind of rinse and repeat. Had I gone back 06, 07, 08 time frame, I think I would have been ready, right?
Mm-hmm.
On a 450 or on a 4-stroke, in that, I was finally had got my skill set kind of there. I think I was just kind of jumping in. You're jumping into the deep end. Those guys are so dialed in, and they know exactly what they're doing. And you look at Kyle Peters, he knows exactly what's going to happen before he even gets there. And it's really hard for anybody to really deal with that. So yeah, like Denny's saying, it's a very specialized, very specific discipline.
Yeah, and then you got assholes like Denny knocking you down in untimed practice.
Well, I think there was just a a code, right?
Yeah.
And they're hazing you, they're breaking you in. And I didn't know it at the time. I have perspective on it now, but you want to come race with us, we're not going to let you just come in and do well. You're going to get bumped around a little bit.
And, it wasn't anything personal. It's like Mitch would send his guys over, and first thing we do is put them on the ground.
Yeah, Nick raced Des Moines a few years, right?
Rockford and stuff, and Nathan did it. Pingree come over. I mean, you're Supercross guys. I think Tedesco and stuff, and I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
I mean, this is a 17-second track with 4 lanes. it's going to be some chaos.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
said, like my arena cross, the dash for cashes, they're 4 laps. Come one, come all. I will beat you in 4 laps. I don't care if you're McGrath. I don't care who the hell you are. I just got to go fast for 2 minutes. Not even that, probably.
Right.
Minute 30.
Right.
So, but it was fun. It's awesome, and I'm glad it's cool that Jason's experienced so much. JT has, Europe and stuff, and he had such a long career. It's really cool that he had that perspective and talks highly of it and realizes how gnarly it was. 'Cause it was.
The Arena Cross guys are back, by the way. They're bringing it back. It's doing well. Kyle Peters is racing it. The next round is the 5th of January, this weekend in Loveland, Colorado. Round 4 of the series. ArenaCrossUSA.com for tickets and more info. They got a 2-stroke brawl coming up as well. Select rounds are chasing a $20,000 total purse. They're in Daytona this year as well, Friday night before the Supercross. So please check out ArenaCrossUSA.com for more information. It's a series that Denny holds close to his heart.
It was fun. I mean, I was blessed. Who would have thought I was going to race a motorcycle until 32 years old.
What's the most money you made in Arena Cross in a year?
In 2000, I rode the Bill's Pipe Primal Impulse Suzuki team with Budman, and we won everything.
Yeah.
We won, I think, 75% of the mains, and I won the dash title. He won the main title. I think I came 4 points behind him in that. And I think it was like 150 I made.
Yeah.
Bonuses were good.
Yeah.
Dash for cash. I remember I had a Ziploc bag of cash that just was 10 grand sat in a sock drawer.
Yeah.
I'd kill for those days.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we had KP on here a couple weeks ago, and he said he's going for Budman. If he wins this one, it's his 5th one.
Well,
ties Budman.
Yeah, I mean, it's I listen to that, and it's cool. I mean, but it's a different era, and Kyle's good at what he does.
Different.
But Budman's the king, and will always be the king in my eyes.
Okay, all right, Denny.
It was so deep back then. Oh man, like
Definitely
it
was
was
deeper.
really deep.
Yeah.
Like the talent level, we're all former Supercross winners. Like it's a different time. Like that shouldn't. Like Kyle can't do anything about that.
No.
Like, that's not his fault. You can only race who shows up. But man, it was like the heyday. It was like there will never be another era of arena cross like that.
My kid was a great promoter, and now they're doing a great job today. And I'm
Robbie
stoked.
McCrory is the guy now. So
Robbie's
you
awesome.
You raced him.
I've talked to him a handful of times about helping him to promote it, because I think he's got the goal and the direction and the vision of kind of Mike did, and I look forward to it, and I'm pumped for it. So I hope some of the riders dip their toe in it. I think there's some money to be made, and hopefully the manufacturers and teams kind of find some interest in it, because they're getting good TV coverage and everything else. So.
Yeah, should be great. All right, let's talk 250 West a little bit, JT. We did the Race Rex preview shows, and we had you in studio a few weeks ago, so we kind of covered a lot of that. But let's go 250 West a little bit. RJ Hampshire, Joe Schmoda, Levi Kitchen, Max Voland, Ryder D, Nate Thrasher, Jordan Smith, Julian Bomar, some of the guys that are racing. I feel like RJ is the slight favorite over Schmoda and Thrasher and Kitchen. Are you guys with me, or do you put Schmoda on the level of RJ and like same % chance to win? I know Joe's on a factory Honda, and there's always Joe hype, but let's see him come through when he's one of the favored guys. He hasn't done that yet, and also he's got 1 win. RJ's got 5 or whatever. RJ's got more experience. So give me RJ, who only RJ'd once last year.
Yeah.
Are we putting Faulkner in this at all? Like
Faulkner's
that
East.
group?
Faulkner's East.
Oh, really? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Take it back.
Pro
Sorry.
Circuit's Levi and Voland, who Voland has low-key flying at test track hype right now. So
he also missed 2 mains last year, which is maddening.
I'm so you're gonna have to show me on Voland.
Yeah.
Like I'm not there.
Right. Absolutely.
I'm not.
Fair
Like,
enough.
He's let me down too many times when I thought this was going to be the time,
So Schmoda
doesn't mean
and
he can't do well. I'm just not going to count on it.
Schmoda and Voland, Schmoda and RJ. Do you put them on the same level?
Yeah, I have them really close. If you go off last year's results, it's really hard to argue with RJ being the favorite, because outside of A2's disaster and then the home plate slide in East Rutherford, he got second at every other race. So that's a pretty powerful stat to come in with. And then you take out Jet, who was unbelievable, right? Like RJ's your champ last week. And realistically, I think you would have argued for this, Steve. Jet probably shouldn't have been in 250 Supercross last year, right? Like I know you believe that. So RJ could have very easily been the champ going in with a number 1 plate this year in an alternate universe. So I think that sets up really nicely for him. The one question I have, and it's not so much a question as it is a stipulation for Joe changing that narrative, is he has to start really fast. And he really has never done that. Like It's almost been the complete opposite of him starting fast. Like it's like this. He's like stuck in quicksand to start these series, and he does so much damage in the first half of any series he's in that he really can't even see the championship by the end of it. So if he comes out and really kind of impresses at A1, then I'm going to have to rethink all of it, because that would be a fundamental change in everything he's done with championships so far.
Where are you at, Denny?
I think RJ head and shoulders a little bit right now. Joe has a lot to prove to me as well. Excuse me. He just hasn't shown that blazing fast speed. You know, he's a slow moving truck that gets the job done, but he folds under pressure. Look at this SMX series. He had a chance in Coliseum when the pressure was on. He got kind of smoked in that last moto. He has one win. That was 2 years ago. He had one podium last year. I love the fact he's on Honda, but even Paris was just a one-off race. There was really nobody there for him to race. He should have went 6 for 6. He went 3 for 6, I think.
3 for 6, yeah.
Yeah, I mean he blew it. He crashed, messed up in the first turn, coming through the pack. He could have easily got to the front, made another mistake. I mean I think he showed his colors that he's still not clutch. He's not able to just put it down when it needs to be done, because I think he should have been 6 for 6 there easily, and he went 3 for 6, and he was still the prince, but. He didn't show anything that I'm like, oh wow, holy cow, he's the man. Like, he didn't show that blazing speed. He was the better rider, and he should have been the better rider, and he just didn't dominate like I thought he should have.
Right. Okay, so Kitchen.
I don't know, man. He's kind of an anomaly, and then leaving Star, going to pro circuit. It's a different vibe. You know Mitch better than I do, and I know Mitch pretty well. And the team, I don't know what kind of pressure and what kind of mentality he puts on over there, but there's been so many injuries coming into the season.
On Mitch's team, you mean?
On Mitch's team, yeah. You know, and I think he's old school. You know, he's the one, if he's not happy with you, he'll let you know it.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that breaks some of the riders mentally, puts too much pressure on them. Do they go out and crash their brains out trying to show him that they're fast in practice?
I think Levi's, the star mentality is a lot like old school Mitch. So Levi's been through this.
Yeah. So I don't know. Mitch's bikes definitely got fast there at the end of last year. I don't know what exactly it was, but I think that's what they were missing. They weren't starting up front, and all of a sudden, Unadilla on, they were running top 5 every week. So if they got those bikes dialed in, Kitchen's dealt with it. He's also proven to be a starter. If he doesn't get the start, he's running 7th. If he gets the whole shot, he wins.
He's had some weird races.
Yeah, and I think Thrasher's kind of the same way. When no one's really thinking about him in the last chance, he whole shots and wins the damn thing.
Mm-hmm.
Next week he runs 7th or crashes. So these guys still got to prove they can make a 9-round season, which a lot of them haven't proven yet. And RJ has, like Jason said. He's kind of clockwork. He's a machine. He knows it. He's 30 years old. He's been in this class for a decade now. I think you have to kind of just put hands on that he's the guy. My question is the rookies. You know, Juju, who else we got? Ryder D, Romano. Are these guys going to jump in and run top 5 right away? Or are we going to see them run 6th through 10th, JT?
Yeah, I think all those guys have things that they're going to have to prove, right? Like, I think that Juju was the one that really impressed the most. Like, he just looked like he kind of has it, right? He's so impressive in the whoops, and he looks like he can play the part, for lack of a better term. Now, is he ready to take the next step and kind of, be on the big stage in that moment? I don't know, but I think he truly does have something special. And I in the end, I think that's why Red Bull KTM decided to go with him, and Max had to make the move to Monster Pro Circuit Kawasaki. Like, I think they just see something special in him. So we'll see how Max kind of responds to that. I did want to touch on what you were saying about Kitchen, and really for me, it's not a talent thing with Levi. It's not can he or can't he? But if you look at his results, whether it's indoors or out, there are these bright, shining moments where you're like, that guy can win. Like, he will be a champion. And then the next weekend, you're watching and you're going, what the hell is he doing out there, right? Like, he's in 11th, and he can't pass anybody. And I don't understand what's happening.
And he's done that in outdoors on the same day.
Absolutely.
Yeah, one moto, he wins. The next one, he starts 11th, and he finishes 11th. And
yep. So, like, looking at his results last year, right, he goes 7 at the opener, 21 at the second race. There's a 4th in there, a 6th in there, and a 12th in there, right? Like, that will not get you anywhere near a championship. And in the end, he was 70 points off the lead. you know? So that's where I think he has to grow into this role. Like, if you want to be an elite guy that Mitch is counting on to be his championship contender, you have to be more consistent at that. You have to show up every weekend, right? You can't have these off weekends where you're running around in ninth and no one can really figure out why. You have to be on your best form every Saturday night. And that's the step I think RJ took last year.
Yeah.
RJ crashed some, yes, and he probably will crash again. But even in the crashes, he still has his best stuff every weekend. And there were way too many weekends last year where Levi just didn't have that. And the next weekend he'd be fine again. But guess what? You gave up 18 points the prior weekend because you weren't very good.
Yeah, and Levi, this is his third year of Supercross, but really only his second year because the first year he only raced one round and then hurt his shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yep.
then so then last year, so this is really his second year of 250 Supercross, which, yeah, isn't really quite the time to start winning.
But I would
agree
with you, but like Denny said, that problem is consistent no matter where he races. It doesn't matter, right? Like,
and
it didn't matter. Like Unadilla, he wins a moto. The next weekend at Budds Creek, he's like 12th all day.
Well,
And I'm
yeah.
like, what is happening?
Or
What is
even,
going
you
on?
know, like Seattle, he just whole shot and took off, right? Like, so, like,
exactly right.
You know,
And
he
you know
he
it's there.
showed, he showed it. So
Yeah. Can he find a way to summon that form every Saturday? That's going to be the difference in whether he's a champion, you know, in his career or not, in my opinion.
I just, you know, like I look at, and this is no offense to RJ or Jordan, or you know, I look at guys like RJ and Jordan.
They've been there so long.
Dude, they've been there so long.
Right. When are they going to flip the switch?
I don't think you are. They are who
But, like,
they
last
are.
year, take Jet out
I
of
know,
there.
but
Like, you can't.
but
I
there's
know.
a difference
And-
between I'm the guy and I'm going to hope to beat this kid. You know, there's
Yeah.
a little
Did you-
difference mentality of that.
Did you watch? I went back just because I was not necessarily for this reason, but I went back and watched A1 from last year, and RJ just straight up put it to Jet in the first heat race. Like, straight up put it to him. Like, that's the thing where I'm like, I don't know, man. That he has something that I don't know. You know, like Thrasher had it at times last year. I just don't know if he's on and he doesn't throw it away multiple times.
Yeah.
I don't know that those guys can go with him when he's on that form because no one else could. Like, even Jet was having a hard time, in that heat race.
There's definitely, you know, a point where, yeah, like even Jordan can go really fast.
Yeah, I think that's an unfair comparison, RJ and Jordan. I mean, RJ, he's pretty solid, consistent. Jordan, 1 minute
Jordan's got more wins than RJ, I bet.
I know, but that's it.
If you were to
He
look
is
up.
like,
That's like 2017, though.
I mean, he also crashes like clockwork. Like that one main, he crashed 4 times
Look,
in it,
if-
and then he didn't even make a main.
I'm not
I mean,
trying to shit on RJ.
No,
now,
no, not at all.
But if it wasn't a Triple Crown, RJ crashes out of that one too.
But he still got 11th overall. It
But he
wasn't
hits
like
the
did
deck
really
hard.
well.
In the sand, right, when you're on the bars?
And that was a Triple Crown, so he redeemed himself.
Yeah.
By coming back, like that's a DNF right there, and you know he got fortunate by his Triple Crown. So
think about listen to those results though.
Yeah.
2-2, the race you're talking about. 2-2-2, the slide into the mud, which should have been a 3. 1-2.
Yeah.
And he averaged 20 points a round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
That's
a lot, man.
right around a third.
Again, difference from like, hey, Jet's faster than me and he's the favorite, and I'm on the underdog and I'm going to try hard, versus I
You
have
think
the
so?
points lead and I need to, you know, I'm the fastest guy.
So I don't. It's all bench racing. Right? I don't have a strong opinion anyway in any of this. But if I'm RJ, I have so much confidence going in because I look at like Joe has not really proven himself in Supercross. I feel like I know who Levi is. Like, there are going to be nights where he's going to be a real problem, and then there's going to be other nights where I may not see him.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Who does he fear in this class right now?
He has to look at
Who does
himself
he
as the
fear?
favorite.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Yep, I agree. I think Joe would argue that, but in my eyes, no, RJ would be the favorite. I just said that off the top.
He's
So,
got to be the
you know,
most confident, probably more than he's been.
You hope.
Because looked at on paper.
Yeah.
And you know he's going to give it 120%.
He has to feel like this is the year.
Yeah.
Right? If he's going to do it, this is the year.
Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Go to your local dealer or motorsport.com. Great guys, great company. And that Formula S helmet is next level. Please read up all about it. It's a helmet with a brain, and it can really possibly save your life. And that's not really exaggeration. It really could.
Is that this helmet here?
Yeah, that's the Formula S right there.
That's pretty fancy.
Yeah. All right, X Brown goggle. Go.
One question before we move on. Have you heard anything on Thrasher, like form-wise? I haven't heard
Nothing.
nothing.
I heard nothing. No, I heard.
That's the big question mark for me because last year he was legit.
Yep.
I just don't know where he is in that process of coming back.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's been quiet on that scene for sure. X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire
Rapid
Q&A.
fire. X-Brand Goggles, choice of champions everywhere. You know who's back in X-Brand? Kyle fucking Chisholm. He's back. We got him.
What was he wearing last year?
He had some other team
Some other
deal.
brand, yeah.
But now he's back in X, and he's been X-Brand forever. And
how old is he now? He's a machine.
61.
That's about right.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little older than us, I think.
And Kyle Chisholm wearing X-Brand, Freddie Noren as well. By the way, Freddie running number 22. Still a little weird for me. Still a little weird. I'll get used to it, but yeah.
Don't get Ellie started on that.
Oh, yeah, I know.
All you had to do is show up and race once.
Yeah.
Way to go, Chad.
X-Brand Goggles, EKSbrand.com, PulpShow24 is the code to save. These are rapid-fire questions. These are submitted by Corey Moser. Are you familiar with him at all, Denny?
Moser?
Yeah.
The guy from Washington?
Not sure.
Not sure either.
Yeah. He rented you one time.
I know his dad's not real happy with me. I hope we're over that, but yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It was fun.
All right.
Good time.
Let's do this.
Sounds gay.
That wasn't me. Steve.
I've been trying to get a redemption, but I don't know if we're ever going to get that.
Who are you most looking forward to broing down at A1?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, great question.
What does that even mean?
Bro down, bro.
I don't know. Yeah, bro down. I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea. Maybe because I'm the captain of the ship, Chase Sexton. Yep.
I see the hat is not on the floor today.
No, it's not.
Good. JT, what's your favorite Debo story?
The rent a Debo for Seattle.
Yeah, that's a good one.
No, that was
epic.
That went sideways.
I'll have to say they got what they got what they paid for.
He did. No, you delivered.
I mean, you put me in a car with 4 adults and have to maybe outdrink all of them. It's probably not going to end well.
They're amateurs.
Yeah, they had no idea what they were getting their. I mean, I think that's the whole thing. They just didn't realize.
Yeah, they didn't get it.
They thought they were professionals, and then they got their world opened up to them.
Totally. Yeah, that's. But it is what it is. Makes for a great story. Which is what.
You know what it is? Have you ever seen like Winners Take All when he like goes to Dallas Supercross? That's what it is. Like he thought he was amazing, and then you just show up and you're like, holy shit!
Next level.
This is what Bad Billy Robinson's really like.
All right, next question.
Debo, who's going to struggle with bike setup this weekend?
Well, I think we kind of covered it earlier. If Chase is, and I didn't really realize this because I don't really follow the off seasons quite as well, but I listened to the preseason hype between you and JT talking, and the way Chase kind of looked at this, kind of didn't have that brightness of his eyes, like, oh my God, the bike's phenomenal. And if you got that coming in, a little questioning, and then you go to A1 and things are a little different, the track's completely different than what you've been practicing on all year, I think Chase is going to be the one who's going to be kind of like, did I make the right decision?
All right, next question.
Steven, who comes up just short in the 450 LCQ at A1?
Cade.
He's going to be so mad at you.
I know. I had to pick someone, though.
Came up just short in that fantasy
as long as it's
football
not A-Ray,
championship,
right?
too.
Yeah, A-Ray's, he's in the stands getting hammered.
JT, MC always excelled at A1. Is there a current rider that has an advantage in Anaheim?
I think, well, I mean, Barsha won it 3 times, right? So I think anybody who doesn't have championship pressure, like whether it's from internally or externally, has an advantage at A1 because they can just go in and kind of race carefree. Everybody else that's thinking championship is going to be way too nervous.
All right.
Debo, you have been on and off the Elito Mac bandwagon over the years. So where do you stand now, and how's he going to do in 2024?
I think it's going to be good. My whole thing was Elito Mac was the fact that I thought there was more to Eli than Eli was being. So he was kind of the doppelganger of Elito, like the 3-second hammer. Then the next race, he's running around 7th and 8th. I think he got on the Yamaha. He's happy. He went to the Nations. He won. He's in a good place. And so I think he's not coming back to run around 7th and 8th. Fans are like, oh, he's married now. He's got a kid. He's going to change. he's here for one reason, and that's to win. And I know he wants a piece of Jet badly. I think Elito's dead. This is Eli the man, and he's coming for 2024 Supercross title.
Steve, percentage pie of fantasy blowback between disappointment, understanding, and hate that you've received.
It's 33.3 across the board. It's great. Everyone can kind of agree. It's fantastic. Yeah, it's really nice to see the unity.
You're just bringing people together. I love it.
Yep.
JT, which quote-unquote rookie are you most excited to see?
I mean, I have to say Jet, right? Like, it's impossible to not say Jet with where he is, with the storylines, the people he's going up against. Yeah, I mean, it's an easy answer. It's a boring answer, but it's an easy one.
Yep.
Debo, last one. Besides Jim Hawley, who else do you think has gotten a blowjob before the main event?
I'm pretty sure Chicken had. I didn't realize that either. The Porta-John on the way down to the starting line.
Really?
Yeah, he did. It's another conversation that got brought up on a different show. Yeah, in a Porta-John on the way down to the start.
I'm not stupid, dude.
Chicken.
Guy's a
He's a legend.
A legend. My dad always says, I really wish you would have become better friends with Kudrowski and Larocco.
Yeah. Picked the wrong guy.
Picked the wrong. I'm like, well, they were no fun.
Yeah. All right. X-Brand Goggle Teros. Thanks, JT. Appreciate it. We'll see you Thursday. You'll be on the Moto 60 show, and then press conference on Friday, and then it's go time, man. Yeah.
Yep. Weege and I are hosting the press conference on Friday, so we will see you there.
JT, been doing a great job in the outdoors and stuff. So just want to let you know, proud of you, doing great.
Thanks,
Keep it
man.
up.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Good to hear
brother.
from you.
You as well. We'll see you soon.
Fly racing.
Okay, guys.
Thanks, JT.
Late.
See you. All right, everybody. We got a longtime friend on the line here. This is Ed on line 4. What's up, Ed? You gotta talk to Denny.
Yeah, I want to say hello, Denny. You still owe me for a clutch lever when you knocked my bike over, and because my little Mexican rider beat you. But long time no say hello. You look good.
Hi, Ed. It's great to hear from you, brother. My old Don would love to hear from you. He asks about you all the time, and
it's Ed Longacre, buddy. Everybody has long-time Suzuki factory.
Ed is fantastic. That was just part of the mechanic box fan days. I'd jump in the box fan with Ed or Lee McCollum. It's great to hear from you, Ed. It's awesome. We had some great times back in the day, no question.
Well, cool. Not a problem. Tell your dad we said hello. I just wanted to say hi. Steve, I like your show.
Thanks, Ed. Appreciate it.
Good deal. You guys aren't old enough yet, but I'm still doing this, so what the heck?
Oh, okay.
That's
nice.
right, yeah. Well, that's awesome, Ed. I'd love to hear from you, and I'll definitely tell Pops you said hello. He'll be very excited to hear from you.
All right. You gentlemen keep up the good work. Have a good New Year's.
Thanks,
you too, Ed. Happy New Year,
Thanks
brother.
for calling. Appreciate it. That's Ed Longacre. He was Budman's mechanic. He was Yogi's mechanic.
Yeah, he
long time.
He was. Well, there's a couple different fights we got into with the Suzuki team. When Budman and I were teammates at Suzuki in 2000, he had knocked me down in Salt Lake City, and I thought that was kind of off the table. I thought we were going to do that to each other. I came back, and we were pitted together, obviously, indoors, and I came back in the pits and just launched my bike into his bike, into Bud in the lawn chair.
Oh.
And it was okay, though. We didn't really get in a fight because we had to go race again.
I didn't think that, you guys
And then in Denver, Rusty Holland had knocked me down for the second week, knocked us both down in the last corner.
Yeah.
End up, instead of second and third, we ended up like fifth and sixth, and I'd had enough of it. So I went outside and tried to pick a fight with Rusty, and he wouldn't come out, so I just pushed his bike off the stand.
Ed was working for Rusty? What does Ed come into that?
I think Ed worked for Suzuki at that time. Yeah, so he didn't like that.
Yeah.
So there was a big fight in the parking lot about that, and then had to go ride to 250. And I lined up for the 250, and my kid comes up and goes, taps me on the shoulder. He's like, "Yeah, you're gone."
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. It was my last year racing Rallycross. I was kind of done with it. Knew it.
Right.
I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna go out with this fucking thing with a bang.
Jeez.
And so that was just Friday night. I went to the autograph sign on Saturday at the dealership, on the phone with Mike, begging, "Come on, man, let me race, please. I'll understand." He's like, "Okay, well, your dad can't be a mechanic anymore. He's gone." I'm like, "Okay, Dad, I'm going to race, but I got to get someone else to help me out."
Jeez.
And so then Pops got fired, and they brought in, I was riding for St. Louis Power Sport. No, I was riding for Tough that year. And that's how I met Matt Byton the very first time. Matt was just some Reno kid riding freestyle, and they're like, "Hey man, we got this guy's gonna come in and work for you." And that's the first time. And I had enough and left.
Acherbys USA, thank you to the folks at Acherbys. Disc guards, frame guards, chain blocks, and slider kits, of course. They got input from the current riders like Adam Ceen Cirillo and others out there. Acherbys is industry leader in aftermarket dirt bike plastics and accessories. Love the folks from Acherbys, and they were longtime sponsors of Factory Kawasaki forever. And when you think of Factory Kawasaki and you think of forever, you think of our next guest on the phone, multi-time Supercross motocross champion, just a legend in the sport, Jeff Ward. What's up, Wardy? How are you, man?
Surprise!
Wardy, what's happening?
Johnson. Wardy called Ricky Johnson, you moron.
Oh,
what? That's what I was so confused. I have you down for 7:30 and Wardy for 8, and my guy working the phone said you were Wardy.
Nope, missed it by that much.
Okay.
I don't think he ever rode a Kawasaki.
No, I don't think RJ ever did.
I never raced a Kawasaki, but I did test ride a Kawasaki, but they hired a machine. That's a whole other story.
Oh, man.
Tallon,
I'm just keeping you on your toes.
Tallon, this is Rick Johnson, and then Jeff Ward is next.
Well, when I called him and said, "Hey, Wardy, what's up?" he should have been like, "Hey, this is Rick Johnson, not Jeff Ward."
No, he didn't. No, you didn't. You said, "Are you ready?" And I said, "Yeah." And I thought that I was going on at 8.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
Okay.
Well, here I am.
Okay, so it is supposed to be Wardy at 7:30.
Yes, it is.
That is what's written down here as well.
So you called RJ, okay, at Wardy's time. Got it. Okay.
But to be fair to myself, I did say, "Hey, Wardy, this is Tallon from Pulp."
Okay.
And he
we're 2024.
Yeah, okay.
We're off.
I thought you said, "Hey, buddy." I don't know.
Okay.
Wardy, buddy. Same
All right. Well, listen, Rick Johnson.
All right,
we'll take
let's go.
you now. We'll talk to Wardy later.
There we go.
Let me text Wardy
All right.
and put him on for
RJ, it's Denny. How are you, brother? It's good to hear your voice.
What's up, Danny? I was just listening to you talking about your pops, and
yeah,
I was the announcer at some of those arena cross crazy days.
Oh, that's right.
They were wow.
Yeah.
Did I feel like a turn in the punch bowl there? I'm like, man, I'm not up to this. I thought that I was supposed to be the bad boy, but I wasn't even in the same realm.
I remember we went out one night and we showed RJ a little bit what
of arena cross
what it's
time?
like to go out after a Saturday night after arena cross. Ricky was like, "Damn!"
Oh my God, we were in Baltimore and it was just off the friggin' chain.
You know,
I think I'm still hungover from that.
I used to live with Lou Lopez at Sunstar, right? I live with Lou, and he's working for Sunstar. And he's going to all the arena crosses, you know? And I'm like, "Hey, man, like, you don't go to Supercrosses, Lou? Like it seems like the Sunstar athletes are, you know, pretty important in Supercross." He's like, "Nah, man, I go to arena crosses. I like going to those." and
exactly, because the arena cross guys know how to have fun.
Yeah.
They would literally they would be fist fighting there or at the end of the bar, at the end of the night at the bar, because someone dated somebody and somebody hated this.
It's fantastic.
There was a lot more fun stuff than the sterile stuff we have going on at Supercross now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Rick Johnson on the line, brought to you by the folks at Acherbys, by the way. So there we go.
And for me, I mean, can you imagine? I mean, I told this story. I mean, Rick's was one of my idols growing up, a hero on my wall. When he was on Yamahas, I made my mom go buy me a red bandana so I could ride around.
Did you really?
Red bandana.
Yeah.
After Rodeo Cup, Greg Tice, who we talked about, was a bad boy, Life's a Beach rep.
Fear, yeah.
I had the Elroy shorts over my JT pants one time. I'm like, I emulated Rick a lot, and to call him a friend today and is awesome. And I've always told this story when Pops and I were winning in '90 and we'd won a lot that year, and one of the races Ricky had noticed we weren't celebrating like we'd had, and he basically just came over and talked to my dad and I and just basically said, "Hey, congratulations, but I've been watching you, and I noticed that you guys have kind of tempered your excitement on the wins, and I just want to let you know that I think you guys are great, but I want you guys to know that to always celebrate your wins like they're the last one you're going to have, because they quite possibly could be."
Spoken from experience, right?
Yeah, and for him to take the time and come over and just give it just a word of advice like that, it's just meant the world, and that's kind of, I don't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing, because then I just celebrated even getting a 5th, or a 7th.
Well, no, but the thing was that the first time that Denny won, him and his dad are both crying, and it was such a beautiful thing, and I'm like, this is awesome that that you actually can work with your dad. Because I mean, me and my dad, there's no way I could have worked with him. It just he would have killed me, or I would have killed him. and then it got then one again, and then one again, and then I'm pretty sure that was down at Tampa when I couldn't race because my hand was broke, and I think it was in '90, and I just Denny won, and his dad walks over and just gives him a casual fist bump, and Denny's like, yeah, blah blah blah. I'm like, oh fuck, dude, don't make this routine, because it's not. I mean, it's a blessing, and you worked hard, and you deserve every win, and you guys have done everything right. But dude, there's gonna come a day that it ain't gonna be there, and you're gonna go, wow, I wish I would have really appreciated all of them. But yeah, it was good because I just pulled Don aside at the bar in the thing after the race, and I said, I'm going to say it. If he punches me, So what? He's a little guy. I'll kick his ass.
And it was good. And then, for us to become friends and you become announcing Arena Cross was pretty rad. And then for me to teach you a little lesson and celebrating a Saturday night regardless.
No matter how you did.
Yeah.
I remember RJ put the pants on, the short Life's a Beats over there, and me being in Canada, there was one surf shop that imported these Life's a Beach shorts, and they were $100 Canadian. When I'm 14, and $100. I mean, I remember I used to work for a month pumping gas, and then my mom would take me to the place. I would have to buy one pair of Life's a Beach shorts. I had the Jetson ones. I had the little Batman ones.
Yeah.
I had a few different ones, and it was absolute the coolest thing in the world. I have the same shorts that RJ has.
And I forgot you wore them at an outdoor one time. I just read that article not long ago.
Yeah, that was the
that's how it started.
That was and you were a Fox guy, and you asked even Fox and even the team.
No, Sinisalo. He was RJ was Sinisalo.
Sinisalo.
Oh yeah,
it was at Gainesville, and I said to Kenny Clark. So I met the guys in the parking lot. They're selling these big shorts because that was back in the days of Dolphins. Everything was high and tight, and they're selling these big bloomer shorts out of the back of a little U-Haul truck. And so they gave me a couple pairs, and I said, "Yeah, I'll put them over my pants." And they said, "Yeah, right." And so I went to Kenny Clark. Said, "Hey, I want to put these shorts over my pants. You cool with that?" He goes, "You win the first moto. I don't care if you ride naked." I'm like, all right. So I won the first moto. So the second moto, I slapped him over, and so then they hear the guys from my beach here, the moto going up, and they run over, and then I'm wearing those blue and black tiger stripe shorts.
Yeah.
They're like, oh my gosh, I'm leading the national. And next thing you know, my hose blows on my shocks. I'm riding around on a spring, and so I end up getting 5th or 7th or something like that. They run back to their thing. They sold every pair of shorts.
Yeah, that's awesome.
All of a sudden, it was like the thing to do, and everyone's like, "Yeah, he did it because he wanted the traction on the seat or this or that." I'm like, "No, I was just helping some friends out. That's all."
Yeah,
it was a great story.
Awesome.
I love that one I did with those guys. It was such a unique story with the No Fear, the history of No Fear, and it starts at Life's a Beach, of course. And wow, what a ride those guys had. RJ, speaking of rides, you're doing something cool. I followed you on social media. You're doing a little bit of a 13 experience. Yourself and a group of VIPs going to watch 86 Anaheim with Bailey. I don't know what else you and David could possibly talk about when it comes to Anaheim 86, but that sounds really cool. And then you're going to take them to the race?
Yeah, so I've been doing this adventure bike stuff, and I used to look at those things I'm like, those dudes are dorks. They wear the stupid helmet with the shield and the weird clothes and the boots, and they ride BMWs, the cylinders poking out the sides, And then I went over, a friend of mine, Chris Cassidy, took me on a ride to the Alps, and we flew into Munich, and then 10 days back and forth, Italy, France, Switzerland, Austria, all over the place. And we rented BMWs, and I'm like, God, these things are actually bitching for what you're trying to do, And then also with my wrist, because I can't really ride moto anymore because I can't get forward because I can't twist the throttle. But if I'm sitting down, if I stand up on a real high handlebar, I can ride. And I'm like, you know what? I'm enjoying this. And I'm really – but then when COVID hit, that was my way to get away. The whole town was locked up and all different stuff. And then I had COVID early, and I'm like, I'm going for a motorcycle ride. I got to get out of the house. And I'm like, you know what this is doing for me? It's really showing me how much I love riding a motorcycle. I don't have to, because I can't, go do doubles and triples and blitz whoops and all this crazy shit. My body won't allow me to do it. And so, but I can go out on this adventure bike and go down some dirt roads and go find country roads and shit like that. And it's really sparked my interest. And then I talked to Jeff Stanton and to Damon Bradshaw, one working for Triumph, the other one for Yamaha. And we all feel the same way, that we really enjoy just going down country roads and stuff. And so I'm thinking, if Jeff Stanton and Damon Bradshaw and myself can really enjoy this, what about the average guy who has to work all the time and has done this? So Mathis, I'm getting your ass out on a ride, and Denny, of course, you and I will tear it down, but that goes without saying. But to just get out on a motorcycle and the senses and all the different stuff. When I get in the car, I fall asleep. When I ride a motorcycle, I'm aware all the time of my balance, of my feet, of my hands, of cars around me, and dirt roads and rocks and all different stuff. So we got to get men back on motorcycles, women too, but like dudes that have committed their life to their career or their job or the military or whatever it is, get them out on a motorcycle. So that's what I started with this. And with BMW releasing the new 1300, we thought, you know what? The old number 13 kicked the shit out of me at the end of my career. We're going to do a Lucky 13 ride about the release of that. So I got the guys from Riverside BMW going to sponsor all the meals and stuff. And I said to David, I want to do something before, after I sell it out, I want to announce that you and I are going to sit down and watch 86 together, because we've never done an interview together about 86. And David always gets pigeonholed. They always take his comment, man, I hated him. And he wants to explain it to me. And I'm like, David, you don't have to explain anything. Of course you didn't hate me. Right. You hated me beating you, and I hated you beating me. And but we respect each other. We love each other today. And so I said, hey, I want to just come. And he's like, I don't want to be on TV. I'm like, you're not. We're going to sit there in an intimate room at Blackmore Ranch, and we're going to talk about where we were and how we met each other and where we are now with our family. And your son was the ring bearer in my wedding, and there's a lot of shit that our lives have crisscrossed back and forth starting in 1981 that people don't know. So you know what? I'm going to have these people sign up. The next day, I'm taking them to In-N-Out Burger in the morning. I just found out.
I like that part. Yeah, that was funny. Right. Yeah.
I found out the schedule's changed, so I got to see what's going on there.
Oh yeah.
But with it starting early, but then then the guys at Film were cool enough to give me pit passes. I bought tickets, reserved seats, right up next to the knothole, not in the knothole, next to the knothole. So I got a guaranteed seat, and then we're gonna do a little track walk to show what it's all about. So
that's awesome.
It's a combination of get on a motorcycle and ride, but let me take you behind the curtain for a little bit.
Watching Anaheim with RJ would be pretty cool, Denny.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of my first Supercrosses to watch. I mean, obviously Kansas City, Arrowhead was a couple years.
Yeah.
But in 1986, my dad and I are out doing Golden States, flying back. I'm flying back and forth from Omaha and going to school. And, he surprised me with tickets to go watch Anaheim 86. And I'm in the stands, my dad and I, all done. And we're sitting above the first turn, or the second turn, where you and Burner came together. Right?
Oh, Burner did
and that triple there. And
poor Burner.
I remember that race like yesterday. I mean, I've watched it a dozen times. Right. The battling you guys did, kind of dropping in on each other. When David jumped the sand, doubled the sand pit.
Yep. I never did it.
No, and he did it one lap, just uncorks. It goes burp, just jumps over the whole sand pit. You looked up and I'm like, what the fuck was that? And then the finish line was that funky, was that real steep wall to like a kind of a step down. Then you turned right and had that staircase whoops and staircase down that Bowen was just shredding through. I remember. Again, I mean, that was just one of the most iconic things, and to be there present, and it's awesome.
Do you have any spots left, Rick, or are you doing this for A2?
I actually have 2 spots, and then I just announced that Wardy and I are doing A2.
Okay, awesome. So what's the best way for people to get a hold of you?
They can go on to rickyjohnson.com, RICKYJOHNSON.com. Go to the contact page, hit me up and say I'm interested in the ride.
Okay.
And I'll get everything. Because right now I'm kind of doing everything. I'm following Jeff Stanton's lead. So I'm talking to his web guy and how he's done it, because Jeff is doing a great job with Triumph and their whole program. And I like the way his website's designed and how you can book and all the different stuff. So I'm putting all that stuff together. But right now, pretty much it's my wife and I.
Cool.
And Scott Cox helps me out, but we're basically calling everybody. I was down today making sure that the hotel rooms are booked and that the taco truck's going to be at Blackmore Ranch. And
nice.
So, I'm doing everything.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Yeah, I'd heard about this earlier today. I talked with Scott Steffi at Viral, and he's an old buddy of mine, and I've been kind of talking to him about doing some stuff with Viral possibly, and he's the one at first that told me about that. So, I think
funny you say that. Literally today, because I knew Scott because we worked together at the Barn Pros team. And Scott is just an awesome guy. He raced pro. He's a scrappy dude. I love everything about him, and I dig how hard he's working with Viral. And he goes, didn't even ask. I mean, I told him I'm an Oakley guy. He goes, I don't care. I'm going to send you 13 kits for sunglasses and goggles to give to your guys. I'm like, well, what do you want in return? He goes, nothing. That's cool. Yeah. I think it's cool what you're doing, and that's the kind of dude that we need more of in this racing. Not the prima donnas that think they're changing the world by what they do.
Yeah.
I'll leave that alone. Who you think that is?
Well, listen, people, if you want to watch it, 2 spots open for this weekend for Anaheim 1. It's Tuesday today. Hit up RJ, and then Anaheim 2, RJ and Wardy, and that'll be awesome. So, yeah, contact Ricky Johnson. And
what's your most
right, Matt,
wait, one thing.
I want to ask you.
Go ahead.
I want to ask you something.
Yeah.
So you think Jets is gonna sweep this? Who do you think is gonna give them a hard time?
No, I don't think. I think we've had 2 rookies win this thing in Supercross history, maybe 3. I think just 2, so it's really hard to do. And I think although Jet's amazing at Supercross, he is a little weaker indoors than out over his 250 career. So I think he'll have some weekends where he's U in 86. But he'll have some weekends where he's U in 83, you know?
Yeah.
You crashed a lot in 83.
I don't think he's going to be that bad.
Well, my point is like it's tough, right? And so I think we're going to have the shoe is going to be underfoot. Last year's Sexton is going to be this year's Jet, where you're like, look at those times, look at that speed, and, oh, look at that mistake, you know?
Yeah.
But he's going to win races. He is going to win races, and he's going to be in the mix. So that's where I'm at with that, RJ. What about you?
The kid's phenomenal. I mean, he shows maturity and he lets off when you're like, go, man, I would have just pinned it. You know what I mean? Like what he did his first year when he said, I'm a 6-year-old kid and I want to win. He's not doing that now. He takes his chance. He takes his time. He knows when the start is. It was like when I was working with Jason Anderson on 80s at Ponca. I'm like, listen, you're a big kid. You're not going to get the whole shot. Let's go start on the outside, come out in the top 10, and pass one guy a lap or 2 guys a lap, and you're going to be fine. You don't need to pass all 10 of them the first lap. And that's the thing. He's showing patience, but there's so many variables. As fast as these guys are coming into the first turns, and which that's another thing. I'd love to get rid of whole shot devices, but it's just there's so many things that can happen in a Supercross that. Lappers and all the different stuff. So I don't think he's going to sweep it, but I think he's definitely the guy to beat. And I'm curious to how Sexton is driving with that KTM, because remember the guys didn't like the back of the bike. Did they make a change, chassis change? I don't know.
Yeah, there's definitely, for people I talked to, Denny and I were speaking earlier about it. I don't think he's where he needs to be on the bike right now. He's still not 100% comfy. There's not a lot of he's absolutely flying talk. He'll figure it out, but yeah, I think he's going to start a little slower than what he wants. So,
well, and I hope Tomac comes back just as strong as ever and with no hesitation.
Do you think, Rick, and you've been in this spot as a defending champion, coming into the first round, like in 87, it didn't go well, right? 88, it did. 89, it went well. All eyes on you. You're the champ.
How much does that number 1 plate weigh?
Yeah, what do you remember about those days as far as hey man, it's a long season, I'm gonna long play this, or I want to set the tone and show these fuckers who's the guy is?
Well, that was 87, and I stepped on my dick and crashed, knocked myself out. I had ankle surgery. I mean, I had a lot of things that I did wrong, and that's the thing that I feel screwed my career, is that I didn't really have management. Meaning, I had Dave Arnold and Roger DeCoster. Those are team managers. I'm talking a personal manager, someone when I'm hurt to go, no, you have to do this, this, and this before you get on a bike. I just was like, get on a bike, tape it, let's go, and made a bunch of mistakes. And I think, he's how old? 18 now? 19?
Who, Jet?
How old's Jet?
Yeah, just turning 20, I think.
I think he just turned 20.
Yeah.
Okay, he just turned 20. He's already bought a Bentley. He's flying in jets after the races, to the races. His biggest problem, his biggest competitor is going to be himself and getting bored. Because it's like when you work so hard and you keep winning, you're like, why am I working so damn hard? You know? And then I made the mistake after I crushed Hannah and all the guys at Unadilla. I came in, I was kind of bored. And I think that was in 88, I think it was.
Yeah.
And Brian Lannis goes, what's the problem? I said, I want a challenge, man. I want to fight. I want the fight. I want to do that. And the universe heard me and said, okay, asshole, let's see how you can do it one-handed.
Yeah.
It does.
I'm dead serious.
The universe listens, doesn't it? Yeah.
It listens very well. And the thing is just how is he going to stay motivated if he keeps winning all the time? Because the same thing I said to Denny. I'm watching his enthusiasm on the podium get less and less and less, and expecting it. And if you don't win, you're a complete little prick. Not him. I was the same way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm up there in second place, like I just got like 20th.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep.
And it's like it becomes such an addictive drug. And then, as I said, you get bored and you're looking for a challenge. Well, sometimes the universe finds it for you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, you know, last year Tomac came out at A1. He crashed and still won and looked amazing. And we were all like, hey, this is, look at it, better than ever on a Yamaha. And this thing's over. And then we saw what happened. He was still going to win the title outside of that disaster, but he was the game manager, the play it safe, take your podiums, and go on to the next round, Eli Tomac, that we hadn't seen before. And it was a smart way of doing it. And I just wonder, like, if Chase and Jet and sort of the kids can realize that game, or if it's just going to be like, hey, man, I want to crush everybody every race, watch me do this, and therefore lead to mistakes. So, yeah, interesting.
Yes and yes.
Yeah.
But I don't the whatever, and I've never met the man, but Mr. Lawrence and I'm not taking anything from his wife, and now you got Hunter in the mix as well. But whatever they've done to those kids, they stayed motivated. They stayed pretty humble, but it's hard when everybody wants to be you. It's a tough place to be because I kind of know the pressure.
Yeah.
And 17 rounds is a long time.
Yeah, that's a lot. That is a lot of races.
And especially 20-minute mains now, instead of 20 laps. The tracks are getting beat. The tracks are night and day different from morning to night to the end of the night. It's gnarly. Supercross is freaking gnarly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great.
100%.
Yeah, it's great to Denny for us, like obviously we're older and, we've been talking about that earlier. When people talk about Sexton and Jet and Tomac, and that's all what we're talking about these days, and it's everything we're talking about, Rick Johnson and Jeff Ward and the guys that are they were Chase Sexton and Tomac not that long ago, and it's great to have these guys on the line because, I just want our listeners, and Rick, you're old, I'm old, but I think Denny and I can really appreciate that how bad of a dude you were, and number one rider in the world for multiple years.
Yeah.
The target on your back anywhere you raced. And so, I enjoy talking to you about Sexton and Tomac and Jet because, man, you were them.
You were that. Yeah, you were them.
You were that.
Them was you.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I just want to get our listeners to, have an idea of,
grasp what.
Appreciate the past a little bit.
Yeah, it is. And the battles that you guys had and the mental games you guys played with each other. You never want to really give each other an inch because you knew that could lead to a mile. And you did it with flair and fun, which is, kind of Jet as well now, which I think kind of set the stage. And how I looked at the sport is it's not just a grind. It's fun. There's things to make to be, happy about and to enjoy it because it's the time of your life.
Really, Rick and Jeremy were almost the same type of guy.
Yeah.
Show guys and stylish, right? You watch RJ on old videos and his style stands out. So does Ronnie's, but for the most part, Rick is like a modern racer compared to some of the other guys, right? And I feel like Jeremy took the bar and raised it, in his era.
Style, flair,
style, right?
Confidence,
Right.
Borderline cocky, but didn't come off that way as arrogant.
Right.
I'm here. I'm going to give the best I can, and I'm here to fucking win. And I'm confident. You're on Honda, which was an iconic brand at the time. You kind of checked all the marks. That's why I just, one of my icons growing up as a kid and a great human being. That's always said, motocross is one of the few sports I think where the heroes live up to the hype.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you as a friend and an old icon. So yeah, keep rocking, brother.
No, and that's the thing is that, and as you know, we're sitting here blowing too much smoke up each other's ass. We're going to explode here in a minute. But the thing is that you didn't have a second string. You didn't have brakes. When the gate dropped, you just had 20 minutes of hell. And people think when you get in shape it doesn't hurt anymore. It still freaking hurts every time, but I just don't. I don't let it affect me as much. But it still hurts. And to put yourself up and do that week after week after week, on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, fly on Thursday, blah, 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 back and forth. It's taxing, and it's really hard. And then emotionally, it's really hard on you because you got to get yourself up. Like in outdoors, you're doing 2 motos. You're like, I'm about dead. Now I got to try to hydrate and do all this stuff to get ready for the next one. Supercross, too. You're up, go out, get your heart rate to a gazillion qualifying, then do it in the heat race, then do it in the main event, and all that stuff. So it's a lot emotionally, physically, and everything on the guys. And so I am a huge fan of where the sport is, how the bikes have evolved, how the racing is, how the show is. I really want to take my hat off to the guys at Feld. They do a great job with it. And also you guys let everybody see behind the curtain. And because you guys have been there and done that. You know what it's like to be on a factory team. You know what it's like to see the fights in between motos and all the different stuff. So it's a great time. We can always say, oh, it sucks because too much social media and this and that. But dude, you got so much information. If you're a fan, which one of the things I want to point out, I went to a Broncos game because our niece is the nutritionist for the Chargers, and so of course I was in a Charger sweatshirt at the Broncos game.
Oh yeah,
didn't get in a fight, got yelled at by a bunch of people. But I want to see motocross fans have the same kind of enthusiasm about their riders. Don't just be generic and come in and go, I hope Ken Roxon does good, or I hope Jet. Man, come out, support. This dude I got a picture of. His head is bald. He painted a helmet, a Broncos helmet on his head,
on his
in his
bald
ears
head?
and everything. On his bald head.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm like, that's freaking commitment, So I just want to see fans have that kind of rage and stuff for the current racers because they deserve it.
I think they're sometimes spoiled today because it's so accessible. Races are live. You got 5 hours of coverage on a Saturday.
Yeah.
It always goes back, man. I ran home a week later on a Tuesday from elementary school so I could get to the mailbox and read cycle news about a race that happened 8 days ago.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, I get you.
And you look at like the Lawrence brothers are doing this VIP thing at the races this year, right? They're going to hang out with some fans, and you pay for it, but it's the accessibility is a lot better. Well, I don't know though. But I went to Miami '89 as a kid, and I left the pits with my dad, and I remember Rick standing out there, last Supercross win by the way, and signed everything and anything. The pits were empty, and RJ was signing cigarette packs from fans.
Right.
I remember that as a kid. You had the kangaroo seat on that night too. That was pretty cool.
Kangaroo seat?
Yeah, the kangaroo cover or something. I don't know what's going on with it.
No, so that happened. I went to a Supercross race in '86. So we're in Japan at the factory, and they took us over to the Rothmans Honda's Dakar bikes.
Okay.
And I'm feeling the seat. It's like suede. I'm like, what is this? Because if you rub it one way, it's slick, and then you rub it the other way, it's got traction because of the way the fur lays. I go, what is this? This is bitching. I'd like to have this on my bike because it gives me more traction. This pre-traction seat.
Yeah.
And they go, it's kangaroo skin. I go, really? They go, yeah, they're $10,000. I'm like, no, I really want one.
What color was it? Was it brown?
Dark red.
It's red.
Dark red.
It was dark red. It was dark red. Yeah.
It was pretty cool.
What the year you rode Yamaha's number 22, your open face helmet? I was doing a countdown and looking up riders' numbers each year, and you rode a Yamaha with red graphics. What was the Yamaha?
Yeah, that was 1982 at the LA Coliseum. What was funny is that when the light hit it, they turned red, but when it wasn't, it was black or white. It was these weird colors they had. They had Mike Bells and Brock's and myself and stuff like that. It really looked like dog shit, but it kind of was cool. That's when I had my red bandana.
Yeah,
82.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't remember the red graphics, and there was a photo of you and the red
Ranger.
across the tank and stuff and the shroud, and I was like, man, I don't remember
Well, we have Rick Johnson on the line right now, brought to you by Cherby's. Our next guest, we're going to bring him on because you can't have one without the other.
Absolutely.
Because these guys are iconic. Brought to you by OGO Power Sports. It is also multi-time Supercross motocross champion, Jeff Ward. What's up, Wardy? How are you, man?
Well, I was doing good, because I had my warm bath, my warm milk, and medication put off till like 8, and you guys pushed me back.
Well.
So it's like it's almost at the retirement home here. I'm almost past my bedtime.
Yeah, we had a little, we're starting off 2024 with a bang.
You're like Matt Damon on Jimmy Kimmel Show.
Yeah.
Well, we got bumped. Sorry, Jeff.
Yeah. But no, Wardy, RJ just told us you're going to do something with him for Anaheim too. That's awesome. It's a really cool deal. Fans should dig it. Yeah, be great.
Yeah, no, Ricky called me the other day about it. I mean, I knew his Lucky 13 for this weekend coming up, and I didn't know he was going to do more. And then he texted me saying, "Hey, I got something to talk to you about." So I gave Ricky a call, and so I haven't done too much of the street bike. I mean, I've done charity rides and stuff like that, but I really haven't been out on the bike that we're going to go out on. But
you're going to end up racing each other, right?
No, I think we're smarter than that now.
What you should do, Wardy, is take them all out on a 100-mile mountain bike ride. See how it goes. Just kill them. Right.
How funny.
I got an electric motor for that. I'm not stupid.
Hey, my favorite story of you two guys, and we talked about, before you came on, Wardy, about how, you guys were just so iconic and such rivals in the day. And my favorite story, and you've both told me this story separately, is I don't know, the flower track or something.
Yep.
And you guys showed up on your own 500s. You didn't know the other guy was going to be there, and it's a Wednesday afternoon, and neither one was going to pull off. Like, this is in the middle of their rivalry, and neither one was going to pull out. It was just they were going.
What track was it?
So it's the flower track right up by Carlsbad. So I roll in, and as I Wardy are like right at the peak of hating each other, man, because we're dicing back and forth for this 500 championship. Of course, don't do this, everybody, but he's by himself. I'm by myself. We don't have trainers. We don't have mechanics. Nobody. And I pull up, and I look at him. He's in the back of his truck. He's already unloaded his bike. I give a nod. He gives a nod. And so then I'm like, fuck, I got to hurry up. So I unload my bike as quick as I can. I get dressed. He starts his bike. He takes off. I take off. And we're going. It's hard and slick. And so, like, every little bit, I'm like, ooh, I can see he spun the tire there. And then I gain a little bit. And I'm like, oh, shit, I spun the tire. And then we're going back and forth where you cross this road. You could jump up the road or roll down it. And we're looking at each other lap after lap after lap after lap. I'm going, I'm not quitting. I'm not.
This was a mental game now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I quit watching the stopwatch. I know he did too. He ran out of gas, and he's pushing his bike back to the truck.
Dude.
So we were out there at least 50 minutes. Because it wasn't sand, it wasn't much throttle, but don't you think, Wardy, we were easily out there 50 minutes?
Well, that full tank on the 500 would probably do an hour or more on that track, or maybe not that.
Yeah.
It was probably more than 50 minutes because it was hot, and it was actually so hot that you could really only do one moto. So
right, exactly.
I pushed my bike back, which was like doing a half a second moto from the bottom of the hill, and then it was pretty hilarious because we didn't say a word.
Didn't say a word. Yep.
We didn't. Just loaded up and got out of there.
Just some random Wednesday, Denny. Imagine if you're some moto fan, you're just like, hey, there's Rick Johnson and Jeff Ward.
I've never heard that story. That's
awesome.
It's a great story. And the fact that they're by themselves. So RJ is going to ride by himself. Wardy's going to ride by themselves. Right. Thank God they were both there in case the other one crashed. They probably would have left the other one there to die, let's be honest.
Yeah, exactly. He would have came and stomped me on the head. I'm like, I'm not dead. Quit carrying me.
Yeah, it's kind of gnarly. Well, because it's not a, I mean, if people are thinking it's a track, it wasn't a track. It was just this flower farm on a hill, side of a hill with a road. That's why we jumped across the road, because you had to drive this road to get up to park. There was really no parking, so you had to park by each other because there was probably enough room for like 4 trucks.
Yeah.
And then it was just a single track that, somebody made, and it was just for a 500, it was probably not the best track. And I don't know why we went there, because it probably rained or something, and nothing was open. This was probably the best place to go. We just happened to show up at the same time.
Love it.
But there was many times like that where, like, if Ricky didn't show up, I would have been there by myself. And I've been out in the back of Elsinore. Denny knows these tracks back there.
Yeah.
And you're riding by yourself. And I broke one time because you can't park your truck where the track is. On one of them, you had to ride, about a mile over the hills to get to the track. And I snapped the chain out there on the 500 on my factory works bike, and I couldn't leave it there. So, and I couldn't get my truck there, so I had to push the bike. It took me like an hour and a half to get up over to my truck to leave. So,
what was the track that you had to kind of squeeze by the gas station, like the quick shop? And
yeah, that was Elsinore there, back in the back there, where you drive through the sand wash, and there was some old motor trailer park.
It was gnarly, dude. It was rain rutted cliffs. I'm from Nebraska, not a lot of elevation. I think Chicken took me out there. I'm like, what the fuck is this? There's not. It's just. It's wasteland. He's like, no, man, it's a track. You go up here and stuff. And I'm like, there's a sand wash. I remember eating shit in the sand wash and fucking up my shoulder. I'm like, man, I thought this would be way cooler coming to California.
Yeah, I just love that story because you guys are at your peak of the powers. You hate each other. One of you was winning each weekend. Once in a while, Dogger,
would show up out of nowhere.
Yeah,
and win.
Dogger would figure things out and win. But basically, either one of you two are winning every single weekend, and you show up on a Wednesday and you run out of gas because neither guy wants to show any weakness at all. I love it.
Yeah, we definitely got a good moto in that day because we wouldn't have gotten near as hard. We were probably doing 10 seconds a lap faster than we should have been on that track.
Yeah.
And the best part is that they had just the watch on the handlebar, right? So you knew how long you rode. Yeah, I remember doing that because you guys did it. And no stopwatch, no one else. So you just slow down and kind of look. Okay, I'm like 25 minutes in or 30 minutes in your moto.
Would you guys play the game back in the day? Like now they do it, right? So every time they hit the track now, it's qualifying and all that, which you guys didn't have. But would you pull in behind each other at a Supercross practice?
Oh, all day long.
Okay, all right, yeah.
All day long. And then you look back, like I remember Daytona in '86, I was really fast, and Brock was on that clapped out Yamaha, and I'll never forget. He pulled in behind me. I acted like I didn't see him, and I rode the absolute roughest line on the course, but as hard as I could possibly go. And he came in and goes, dude, it's ridiculous. You're so much faster than me, and you ride the worst fucking lines on the track. I'm like, Brock, come on.
Yeah.
I'm a little smarter.
You're like exactly where I wanted to take you, right?
Was it Dallas Supercross that had the tunnel where you guys came together coming out? I think
that was Pontiac.
Pontiac.
Is that Pontiac? Yeah, Pontiac.
Yeah, I fell down a couple times, and then I caught up. I was sucking wind so hard, and
your lines came together coming out of the tunnel, I think.
I took him out. So what happened was we go into the woods, and he buzzed me with his wheel as we're trying to wheel tapping through the whoops. And I'm like, I'm done with him. So I let off a little bit, and he comes to the outside, and then I pinned it, and boom, shouldered him, and off he went. I was like, oh, my God, I could take a breath now. I'm so tired.
Did
I
you guys
was waiting for him to punch me on the podium, but he didn't.
Did you guys ever, like, as much as your rivalry was pretty gnarly, and like I said, it was one of you two winning championships every single year for like 3 years in a row. Did you guys ever, like actually get into a fight, like a screaming match?
No, we never did.
Not like Dogger?
Yeah.
No, not like that, because it was different. It was we raced hard. Like I said, that one, that's the dirtiest thing I did to Wardy. But, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And but
it was
typically
it was the hoops where he's hanging off the back. And I was just starting to lean in to go towards the tunnel.
Yep.
And he was going to beat me to the end of it, so he couldn't turn the throttle off because he'd go over the bars. So it was just it happened. But we never raced to take each other out, and that wasn't our style. He'd hit me, I'd hit him, but it was never like Bradshaw or Chicken type mentality.
Yeah, you guys never got into it that way. Yeah, it was all
no. And what was funny is that every time we did Motocross the Nation, that's when we didn't, we raced with Bob, and Bob's like, you guys are fags, you're acting like you like each other. And I'm like, well, I actually do like them, And he's like, oh, you guys are hanging, like literally for the 87 Motocross the Nations, Wardy and I are parked side by side, walk on the track together, and Bob's like, fuck you, you guys are queers, blah, blah, blah. I'm parking down here. So he parked away from us and wouldn't talk to us because he's like, well, they put me on a 125. I'm like, for one, you can't touch me on a 250. Two, they don't have a 500.
Right.
And three, you're smaller than all of us, so you put your ass on a 125, and we put it together. But
yeah. Oh, that's funny.
So
yeah, it's interesting because, as growing up, and Denny, you're a little older than I am, but growing up, you just assumed that Rick and Jeff just, hated each other, but it really was a mutual respect and like, hey, I hate you, and in fact, I want to beat you, but hey, if you beat
I
me
don't
the
think it
other
was
day-
quite the Stanton
Right,
Bale level,
right.
you know, where just
or Bradshaw Chicken or
Bradshaw everyone.
Reed Stewart, just go on and
Yeah,
on and
yeah,
on, right? All of these guys.
And they both
Well,
Go ahead.
And so now it's funny as I look on Instagram, and who are the best friends is Dave Scott and Mark Allen, who hated each other and like tried to crush each other in the Ironman triathlons year after year after year. But then I go on there and I look at Dave Scott and Mark Allen and him are doing that. And same thing.
Yeah.
Wardy and I, as we're getting older, we're going through all these surgeries and shit. Who do I get a call the morning of that I'm getting my knee replaced? It's Wardy. Hey, buddy, make sure you're okay. Love you, man. Talk to you later. And then when it's hard thing, I'm like, I got it on my phone. I'm going to make sure I call him. Hey, what are you doing? Well, they pushed it back a little bit, Because here's the thing.
I love it. I think
That's
it's
awesome.
Yep.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be me without him. You know what I mean? It just going around riding and putting in laps and stuff like that. It's that conflict because when you're you think you're always Batman and someone else is the Joker, but in some people's eyes, you're the Joker and he's Batman and back and forth and back and forth. But you don't have Batman without the Joker.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that I appreciate because I could kick Woody's ass one weekend. I mean, just give him a good shellacking. He would always come back faster. I mean, every time, and then he would whip my ass. I'm like, okay, where did he beat me? I got to do this, this, and this. And when you have a competitor that scares the shit out of you, I mean, thank you so much, Woody.
Yeah, I just telling Steve, I just watched the Larry Bird, Magic Johnson documentary on Netflix and how they came together and never hate. Like Larry wanted to hate Magic. Magic tried to be friends, and now they're like brothers. They're buddies, but they're still separate. But you guys remind me of that kind of deal. You made each other raise the level, and then when it was time to come together, like they did, they went to the Olympics, worked together, won. And, how many times do you guys race the nations together?
2 times. 84, 80. Oh, 3 times.
83 times, 87, 88.
84. 84.
Yeah. 84, 87, 88. Yep.
Woody's best race. I know he's had a lot of great races, but that race, that guy, he was walking on water.
Yeah,
in
Finland.
Sweden. I mean,
Finland, wasn't it?
No,
Sweden?
Finland was the one where
I got knocked out in Finland.
he got knocked out. We were throwing up because some guy gave us a caffeine pill the size of a fucking apple, and both of us just dry heaving our guts out, going, "Oh, this," because before the race, you thought we were all gacked out. We're like, "Man, I feel good. You feel good. I feel good. I've not felt this good before." Blah blah blah. Then all of a sudden, after the race, man, we both hit the deck. And then Wardy's had to sleep in my room, and I kept going, "You okay?" He's like, "Yeah." "You dead?" "No."
Nope.
That
good?
sounds,
Okay.
yeah. You guys were ready for arena cross then.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, what race was it, Wardy? It was the Donations. It's a photo of you. You're on a 500. You're taking off to start. You have just a jersey on, no shoulder pads. You have an open face helmet on. You have your goggles on the top of your helmet.
That's Unadilla, I think.
That's Unadilla.
Was that Dilla?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the goggles got blown off in the first turn. I watched him get roosted off his face. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, so I rode the whole race with the no goggles on from 10th to the lead, and then I fell, and then I got mud balls stuck right in my right eye where I couldn't open my eye. So I had to ride one-eyed for the last 4 or 5 laps. But I think the one you're thinking of is I raced it. It was in '83 and it was in Belgium, and I had the moto, I had the pair of goggles on, and then I had a pair of goggles on top of my helmet.
Yep. No face mask, no shoulder pads on a fucking 500.
Because it was misting so bad, and this track was like a dust bowl, so it was just, we didn't have the tear-offs they have now. You could put 5 on and you couldn't see. So it was like, that's all you could really put on. So I put it on top of my helmet, so if it got that, I would just throw off the goggles I had, take my hands off, and put the new set of goggles on without having to pull into the pits. But
would you peel the other pair off, or would you pull them down?
No, I'd peel them off because I put the ones on top of the helmet underneath the outside. So I just grab the strap and throw it off, and then just put the other ones on.
Got it.
So,
yeah.
That was that picture.
It's funny though. You bring up that destination Sweden, RJ. You brought it up, and Dave Arnold, Glover, Pete Fox. I might have heard from somebody else. All told me that Wardy was unbelievable that day.
It was poetry to watch. I was. My bike blew up. They put a stock cylinder on. I was cruising around like 8th, racing my ass off, and I'm just looking across the track, and he is all by himself, and just every jump and bump, and it's like I've had a couple of those days in my life, but it's just like when it's right, it was just so right, like literally. And I'm not saying that because he's on the phone. I've said it, and everybody said it. When they experienced it, it was like, fuck, this guy's good.
No, I've heard it, like I said, from Dave Arnold, from Pete Fox, who was there as a kid, and then Brock told me the same thing because Brock was there, right? Because he was watching.
Yeah.
And the next week
David got hurt. Yeah.
David got hurt.
And they were just like, Wardy was untouchable.
Oh, that was Trophy and Motocross of Nations. Yeah.
Yep. It was one of those days. Hey, Rick, we're going to let you go. We're going to talk to Wardy a little bit about some Anaheim stuff. But, yes, thank you for your time tonight. Always great to talk to you. And, yeah, please, people, a couple spots left for this weekend. And next Anaheim, too, same idea. BMW tour ride, some In-N-Out burger, some watching of the races. Sounds like a great time.
Tacos, all the shit. So one real quick story for you. So Troy calls us to do this big bit ride. So he gets Wardy and me. So I'm on an Africa Twin, and Wardy's on a KLX 230. So it's a mini bike, right? So I take off. I'm leading because I'm the only one that knows how to do a GPS because I race in Mexico. So we're just blasting through people, going up these hills, and we got all these different guys together. And then we get down to the other side of the hill, and we stop. And we get off, and all of us stop, and then this guy goes up and goes, "Who the fuck is the fat guy on the Africa Twin and the kid on the KX, man? They're fat."
Fat guy and the little kid.
Yeah. I'm like, well, I guess I'm the fat guy, but the little kid is like, he's like 75 now, but he's got more chances than he ever thought of.
Yeah.
So, anyway,
was funny.
Wardy, I love you, brother. Denny,
You
same
too, buddy.
thing. I'll see you guys in Anaheim, and Wardy, we'll get our plan together for the number 2 ride.
Yeah, Ricky, tell Stephanie I said hello.
I'll do it. See you guys.
Thanks, RJ. Appreciate it. That's Rick Johnson, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at the Cherbies. Jeff Ward on the show, brought to you by OGO Power Sports. And, you'd absolutely know the name OGO. Pulp 15 is the code to save with those guys, whether it's travel bag, whether it's the 9800, whatever it is, OGO has got your back, and the backpacks and all of it. Love those guys. I love those stories, Denny.
I've never had a conversation with both of them. So, and then that was, for me, for 88, was when I was at the races and seeing them together. I'm in the stands as soon as the race is over, watching these guys battle, and then obviously be on Cowie's, and Wardy took me under his wing at the track. Tried to tell me as much as he could without saying it. Let's get you away from chicken as much as possible and hang out more.
Yeah. Poor Wardy. First he had dogger, then he had chicken.
Steve would just tell me that. I've never considered that until Steve said it. Yeah, that's funny as hell. You were just like, man, can you do something else, Roy?
Turner's just like, please keep this Ron Lachine guy straight, and then 3 years later, please keep this Jeff Chicken Matasevich straight.
Yeah, Chicken was worse because I actually had to ride with him, because he was on my way to the track. So I blitzed by his house, and, he was probably still in bed, to get him out riding. But I wanted a riding partner because Chicken was fast as hell, right?
Yeah.
So that would get my speed, and then, of course, he would pull in early because it was too hot and then come back out while I'm still riding. But it was good to have him out there to pace-wise because he was faster than shit.
We were just talking about the 86 Anaheim, which for you was a brutal evening, huh?
Yeah, they had, the heat race when you finished 18th to 20th. As Larry said, you'd go home on the Greyhound bus, and never really happened before to where one of the number one plate or even the top guys would crash out and not make it, in. So my throttle cable snapped on the first lap, and so I was done for the night. But it was kind of funny because I was up in the pits, and at this time we weren't in our box fans. They had a big fenced area where we had to bring all our stuff in, and our bikes are up against the fence, and everybody was kind of lined up like you were inside a stadium. But so we were all like, you could kind of see everybody around. So you went to a semi, those races, heat race to semi. There's 2 semis to the main event, or last chance to the main event. So I was undressed, and I was getting ready. I had my backpack, my bag on my shoulder, and Turner comes running up, I think at the time, saying, "Hey, Osho's blown his knee out. He's not riding the semi. There's a spot on the gate. The one more guy gets to get in, so you can ride." So I just put on my gear with no knee pads, like my street socks. I throw everything on, and I go down there. Well, Osho Honda saw me getting ready to go down there. So I went down. I'm on the gate, and Osho pulls up, and they tapped me off to put Osho on the gate because he was not going to ride because he blew his knee out, I think, at the Golden State that year. So he was just kind of surviving. And he took off, qualified for the main event, and I think he got third that night.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would have been in.
Go ahead.
You know, but Honda's like, no way. We're keeping the number one plate out because Bailey's still in there, and and RJ, and so that kind of sucked. But
It is funny because it's such an iconic race, right? Everybody's talked about it. We've done videos have done on it. You're the defending Supercross champion. If you don't have a broken throttle cable, you make the semi, you make the main, and we may have a different Anaheim 186. Like, it's just funny.
Yeah,
like,
I was riding really good because
Yeah.
I won the next week.
Right,
Went out and
right.
won Houston the next week, so I was like on point. Even though, that was the first year of the production rule in '86, and I wasn't. I was happy with the bike, but it wasn't like my '85 Works bike.
No.
So,
Yeah, I remember
was
my
struggling
dad.
a little bit.
My dad and I were at the stands that night. I was telling Ricky, watching from down by the second turn by that triple, and the start was obviously on the other side of the stadium. And I remember you going off during the heat, and I didn't realize that you couldn't, if you didn't, you couldn't make it to the semi then by not making the top. So I remember my dad and I watching you come down the tunnel, and you're on the line, and they're pulling you off the line, and we're like, what's going on? What's happening? Number one guy, then the gate drops, and you're still at the gate. I remember my dad and I were just totally baffled. It wasn't
Just
until
think about that if it happened today. Like, hey, Sexton
Yeah.
crashed
Yeah.
out of the heat and can't race the LCQ because of a
Right.
rule, and he's just gonna zero. He's not gonna be in the main event. Like,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
I left after that, and I was over at the Mexican restaurant across the street when the main event was going. I could hear the crowd cheering and screaming, and
You're probably
but,
not your
there's
little
no-
pair. You're probably a little pair of pink shorts you used to always wear.
Probably, some dolphin fin shorts and a tank top.
Well,
probably over there.
Your old mechanic Halverson, he was the road race guy at Yamaha when I was there. So
Yeah.
for giggles, every once in a while, it was great amusement to me. Zero amusement to Tom.
Oh,
I would
yeah,
go
yeah.
into the office with my throttle cable.
Oh shit!
And I would be like, "Hey, Halvey, can you check this out?"
Holy fuck!
He'd be like, "Fuck off!" Like and I would and then I would walk back to my bay. So I don't think Halvey, who's a great guy by the way, great dude. I don't think he really appreciated me going in there asking him to check my throttle cable. But yeah,
What was sad about that is it was a production malfunction. It was a thing in the production line where the cable was getting pressed in the middle of it, like something was trying to cut it where it shouldn't have been cut, and Japan knew about it.
That's what he told me. Yeah.
So they never. That's how good we communicated with Japan was. We have a throttle cables that are in our bike, and nobody calls and tells us, or sends a pigeon or something.
Yeah, something.
A telegraph.
Jeff Ward on the PulpMX show, presented by OGO Power Sports. Always great to have Wardy on the line. Jeff, so, and we talked to RJ a little bit about this too. Like, you've been there Anaheim 86, it didn't work out. But 88, you won in 88, right? No, you won in 87.
Yeah, so I had the number one plate. 87, so I had the number one plate in 88. Yeah.
Right, so you come into 88, like, and put yourself in the shoes of Chase Sexton or any of these guys. Not so much Jet because he's just a kid and happy to be there, but like as a veteran with a plate and championship aspirations, are you the type of guy to be like, hey, it's a long season, let's play the long game, and I'm not going to focus too much? Or are you like, hey, I'm going to show these dudes I'm going to set the tone right now and show them they're going to have a long year?
How much weight did that number one plate carry?
Yeah.
Not a lot. Well, because I already had them before.
Sure.
It wasn't my first one. So, maybe 86 was probably a little more than that, but I'd won the 125 and the two, so I was, I don't know, when you're winning races, throughout your career, and then win the number one plate, it wasn't too much for me because, you won so many races to get there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the biggest thing is like not to let your guard down and want it as bad as you did the year before. Like, so you can get that or I don't know what they call it. It's the sophomore year, whatever, when your second year. I don't know what they call it, but
the sophomore jinx a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Where I just think it's because the hunger, you already got the plate. Now you can just kind of go, okay, I can still win, but then that other guy behind you, it's like Eye of the Tiger, you're kind of like settled in and not fighting as hard maybe. But in my day, we used to run the Golden State Series before that. So we had like 4 races at the Golden States with Bailey, Johnny, Ricky, Lachine, all the competition. So you were kind of already warmed up. You already know what they got bike-wise. You've seen their bikes. They've raced their bikes. And back then, Supercross set up from outdoor to the Supercross. I don't even know if we did much, really. There wasn't a big, huge change in our era, at least at the beginning. So to me, it didn't carry too much weight, but it seemed like you did have the big picture in mind more to where, okay, I don't want to get hurt. I don't want to, do something stupid or basically don't get in a first turn pile up and make it more difficult. But I think you always go there to win the race mentality wise, because if you don't, then I don't think you race to your true potential. And if somebody is faster, well, at least you're going to know it. Not like, oh, okay, I'll pick it up next week.
Yeah.
It's like, at least you know where you're at if you gave it your all. And I could see, any one of these guys coming in there. Eli, I know everybody's thinking Eli just wants to get his feet wet and get back going again. Kind of like last year a little bit, but I think he wants to come in and show that he's there to win races, so I think all these guys.
So on the flip side for you, and this may not even really apply, but you really broke out in 85, right? You won both titles in 85, and you were all on your way for a 5-year stretch where it was you or Rick, and you won every.
84, I won 4 Supercrosses and national outdoors 8 out of 10 events, and
so let's go 84.
I think 84, 83, I won a couple. I was in the championship. 82, I started winning my first race. So 84 is really when I kicked it into gear, and I was confident.
On a side note, we talked about this all last year, Wardy. You were the guy that kicked off Cowie's winning in 83, and they'd won a race every single year
since then, right?
Since then, until Joe Schmoda won the final round of Ironman. Otherwise, Cowie would have gone winless for the first time since you were there in 81.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So Schmoda got it done at the final round. But
good job, Schmoda.
Right. Kept Cowie's streak alive. But my question to you, Wardy, is so from 84 to your breakout to, 91 when you're a little older and got a couple years left.
Yeah.
Did you ever get into, and we talked about Fro winning the title in 97 and then slumping. Did you get into and I can't think of one off the top of my head because you were that fucking good, but did you ever get into a slump, Wardy, where like you just couldn't get a win, you were hurt, probably ankles and all this shit that was going on with you, and then how did you break that? How did you flip it around to be like, no, I still got it. Like I haven't won for a month. I haven't won for a month and a half or whatever. And no, I'm going to break this. And how did you do that?
I don't know. I don't think I ever, even when I was injured, I always felt like I could win.
Okay.
That was just my mentality. Like I always looked at, like I went and did triathlons on the weekend, and I went there thinking I could win. And I'm not even but taking off the line in my brain.
Yeah.
It's like, and then about 3 minutes in, I realized I'm up shit creek, in the swim or whatever. But just my brain wouldn't let me think that way. Like I was going to prove that I could win with a broken ankle, which I won the Supercross that year in '87 when I broke it the third race in. I had surgery on it. It shattered when they drilled it, so I had struggling, and I still won races with it. So I think that's why I'm still competitive to the day. I just don't let that guard down to where.
So you never had a slump, is what I guess you're telling me. Yeah.
I remember when he had his broken ankle. Yeah, and it was still just. Would you just tape it? Would Spencer tape it up and just throw it in a boot, or what?
He'd tape it before I'd leave here, at home, and then I'd fly with it with the tape, and then I'd race with it and cut it off on the way home.
Wow.
On the airplane. So, I don't know if I had slumps. I had my years with some bad bikes early on, more than anything, and then once, we got to the bikes were good in 87, 88. The 500s were excellent. I had my off days, I think, and everybody does.
Yeah.
But I never got like, oh shit, I know I can't beat that guy next week. He beat me. We had so many guys that could just. I was never a dominant rider. I was never in Supercross. That wasn't my forte. Outdoors was probably my better riding style. So I never really felt like I should be winning every race because I knew Ricky could beat me. I knew Johnny could beat. There were so many guys out there, and you just had to read the situation at the time of the race when you're going, and some tracks fit my style, some tracks fit Ricky's style, and there were the tracks that fitted Lachine's style when he won. I was always pretty even keel.
So even in those,
my career lasted so long.
Yeah, even in those early years when you were sort of a mini cycle star, right, on a Honda, and then you flipped to Cowie for the pro ranks, and it didn't come easy, like you said. Bikes weren't great.
No, I got smoked.
Yeah, you got beat pretty bad. Did you have your sense of confidence of like, I'll get it.
Like it's
I'll
coming.
Get it.
It's coming.
Yeah, like did you think that?
Then I was super small. Like my first year on the Nationals, my license I was 4'11" and 95 pounds. So
Jesus, yeah.
That's small for an 80.
Yeah.
So, I used to be Myerscough, on the minis, and then he moved up and on the Suzuki and was killing it. And then I moved up the next year, and I got lapped at Hangtown. I think I finished 10th, but I got lapped both motos by like the top 8 guys. And then I hole shot at both motos, but I just sucked. And it was in the sand because it was at the old place at Plymouth, so it was a sand track, which I've never been a sand rider. And then we went to Racing World the next week, and they moved the track to the back track, and I used to practice there, and I think I ended up getting 5th overall. I led a moto. I got 3rd one moto behind Glover and Chandler, I think. And then from there, I was pretty good. I think I was top 5, and then I switched from Suzuki that year halfway to Yamaha in the middle of the season. They were going to pick me up for the next year, and I went on their stock bike, and I got smoked on that stock Yamaha compared to the Suzuki until they gave me Brock's backup bike on the last 2 nationals. I got to run his OW backup bike and led my first moto on it till the last corner when Mosier got by me, and I got second.
So if you had a bike, you realize you're like, hey, I got a bike. I can, especially back then, bikes were more important than they are saying now.
Oh, yeah.
Like you had confidence, like, hey, if you give me a bike, I can do this.
Yeah. So that was kind of the whole thing. And, but yeah, it took me, I didn't win the championship till 84. I came in at, that was, 6 years.
Yeah.
So it didn't come easy. So, but I always had confidence. So I guess that's why I stuck around, right?
Yeah. No, it's interesting because like nowadays, like it is a confidence game. Like,
well, I would have been thrown out the back door if I would have went to Mitch's team and got the results back. I would have never made it. I would have came off the mini bikes like Cincerello, just killing it. And then I would have went to the, but we didn't have the 250 class. We had to go right to the main class where, I went from mini bikes to racing against Bob Hanna, Marty Smith, Ken Howerton,
right.
15 guys that had won championships in the 70s, racing Supercross, and trying to go to a main event. So it was a lot different of getting confidence racing to jumping into the deep end. But nowadays, if I did that going into the 250 class, which I probably would because these guys in the 250 are any bit as fast as the guys in the 450.
Yeah.
They just need to learn the bike, right? If I got smoked like that and I was on Mitch Payton's team, I wouldn't have lasted 2 years.
Yeah, good point.
You
right?
know?
Yep. No, you're right.
I mean, maybe I got second my first, the first year on my nationals on that good bike. So on a good bike, I might have been better, but my size and if the tracks were the way they were right now, I'd have had to wait until I was like 24 to make it.
A question about training aspect. Like today's training is, more scientific with Alden and everything. And you were kind of the first, I think, working with Spencer. Where did Spencer come from, and how did your relationship with him develop?
Well, Honda had Jeff up for their team for 3 years, like from '81 or something. He managed the Honda team, and he was with Johnny and David. They kind of had him under their deal, and then I approached him in '84 and asked him if he would. I don't know if Honda wasn't going to do it anymore or what it was, but I got him to be my trainer solely, so it was just myself. And that just out of the blue, I don't know if I can't remember if I called him or he called me or we talked somewhere, but so that's kind of where I started my training program, was going through Jeff with my weight program and cycling program, because he was an Olympic cyclist sprinter. So he knew cardio stuff really good. So I had a really good program with cycling and running to do my cardio stuff and sprints. And then the weightlifting was really good with Olympic lifts up in Pasadena, or at the college up there. There was a Russian gold medalist weightlifter that was there that I trained with for powerlifting. So technique-wise, I was really good with all that, and that just built like pure strength for me from doing that through '84 and into '85. And I stayed with Jeff my whole career at the end of the '92.
And did you get Chicken involved with Jeff then?
Chicken came in.
Couldn't get Ronnie. Couldn't get Ronnie.
No, Ronnie never asked. So
he just disappeared when the conversation came up. Like, wasn't Ronnie just standing here?
We're talking riding bicycles. No, I'm out of here. So, I got Chicken in that, and it was just funny because Chicken was really weak. Like, Chicken, my warm up from 10 lifts with the cleans, he couldn't do that for his max.
So
Jeez.
it took a long time to where he got up to where he was, you know,
Right.
he was still a ways off, but the progression and the strength that he built from just doing that was unbelievable. So it was really cool. And at the time, you know, Chicken wasn't a threat to me. I was still winning races at that time on the 500. And in Supercross, of course, he was coming on, but I always looked at it as, you know, I mean, with a teammate that can help you out and push you is just only going to make me better. So, you know, if I was the fastest guy on the team, then there was a problem because you know, at that time in my career, I wasn't the fastest guy on the track. I was just solid, and I was going to be there to fight you for the win. But Chicken brought that energy in of, you know, doing different things on the track and you know, corner speed, starts. He was a really good starter, so I learned, you know, better starts from him, and it rubbed off. So I was willing to go like, yeah, let's just do this together, and it worked out good.
Is there a path, Denny, where you don't leave Cowie and you step into a Chicken's 125 ride?
No, they didn't.
never
They didn't.
was?
They were not interested in me.
No.
Yeah, they kind of, I think, were focused on Fro, and that was after, you know, having a relationship with all these guys.
Yeah.
And riding at the Cowie track.
Yeah,
and
because you were, you know, an up and coming Team Green kid.
88. Yeah, I mean, I was Team Green from 82 till 89, and you know,
yeah.
like I said, Wardy and Chicken and Dogger, you know, I did on the test track. Even when I was an amateur, they'd have me out, and
Right.
even when I was staying with Chicken, I think that by then I was on a Suzuki now, and Jeff, that's when Chicken had a house in Anaheim Hills, and he had the second floor built for a gym, you know, and it was a gnarly gym, and Spencer would come to Chicken's house and train him.
So Chicken would actually take this pretty seriously for a little
It
bit.
was like, and so
Yeah.
Chicken's like, hey, ask Jeff if I could join in, and Jeff's like, yeah, you know, no big deal. You just just come follow us around the circuit. And so I was doing all the same weightlifting and stuff that they were doing, and I remember showing up for the first round, and I hadn't seen my dad in like a month or something. He's like, holy fuck, you got a neck.
Yeah.
You know, you got definition and stuff. Like, and I'm like, yeah, you know, Spencer's been letting me work with them, and you know, Wardy, Jeff, Chicken suggested it to him, and it was cool. And I think I ended up getting hurt like the first round or something. It might have even been 91 or something. And I decided, man, that was a lot of work for nothing. I don't think I'm going to do that again.
And now we know where Wardy is and where you are.
Yeah.
No offense, but no offense.
But these guys were awesome. You know, I mean, they all took me under the wing. Like I said, it goes back to 90 in Atlanta when I won my first Supercross on Suzuki. And I sat in the stands afterwards and watched, you know, one of the best 250 mains as well when Wardy came from about 8th to win on the last lap and do the triple, quadruple, fist pump. And we were so stoked for each other and stuff. And they're, you know, like Suzuki was like, good job, Danny. We'll see you next week. And Turner and the Cowie guys are going, we're taking you guys out. Denny, come with us. I'm like, dude, I'm 18 or 19. I can't go. Tazenary, you look just like, give Stevenson your ID, you know. So we went to this. We went to some strip club there in Atlanta, and I remember walking in, and Turner's like, "You guys take your team coats off and stuff. We don't want to be representative." By the end of the night, Turner had given his coat away to the fucking strippers on stage. So I always, you know, the Cowie guys were always my family, even when I was at Suzuki, and you know, Chicken would take me to the Cowie track. We've talked about that, and, you know, getting yelled. You know, getting yelled at. They get a call. Chicken's like, man, why do you know we're here? Someone drove by the road, saw the yellow bike. We knew it was you and Denny. Yeah.
So, Wardy, just for the record, can we clarify, like, did Dogger train with you ever off the bike?
No.
Like, ever?
Never. I never.
Never got on a bicycle?
Never. Never did
Well,
anything.
did he tell the story when he went riding bicycling one time? He'd stop and take the hose and drip it on him, and then bicycling an hour later.
I just
he never came with us. I never saw him do anything except maybe play basketball.
Okay,
maybe.
yeah,
I don't even
basketball.
I don't even know if he did that. I
Right.
don't know. I don't even think he did that. That was too much work.
It's like literally like the stereotype is all true. All the story, and we had Ronnie on here. We had Ronnie on here a few months ago for 927 Day for Maximo. He called in.
Oh, perfect.
And I said, Ronnie, like you. At this point, there's so many mythical stories about you. There's so many. I said, but honestly, like with most of these guys, 75% of it is true, and the 25% is BS. I said, Ronnie, I think your ratio, seriously, is 95% true and 5% false. Like all the stories you hear, they're true.
Wardy knows the one.
All the false parts are that he trained.
Yeah. Wardy can tell the story at the Cowie track. You know, I'm there with those guys, and Dogger shows up an hour late, tells them he forgets their boots, and Wardy tell that one. I mean, that was just unreal.
Well, he was driving there, and we're already, I think, doing a moto, or he's already late to begin with, and then he pulled, because we didn't have cell phones at that time, so he had to pull over somewhere. I don't even know how he got the message to the track that he was going to pick his boat up in like Ontario because he forgot his boots or something. So, but then
Turner, he must have went over to the Corner Clay place where they had the phone over there, and must have. I think they called there. I have no idea, because when was that? No, we had phones back then, didn't we? When was that?
Chicken had a cell because it was basically Dogger showed up late. Everybody was pissed at him.
He had to get he said that, but then he left to go get his boat, and then then he called him, and Turner went down and bought boots at the local.
Yeah.
Well, they tried to do that. They
store.
sent Ash to go look for boots.
But they were size too small.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't get 13s. They only could get like 12s or 11s or something.
So Dogger's like, I'm out of here, guys. And Turner's like, hey, get over here and piss in this cup. And Dogger's like, fuck you, Turner.
Unbelievable, right?
Hour later, he comes down to fucking 15, honking and waving with the boat on the back of the truck.
And think about you're some kid, Denny, and you're just like, wait, Ron Lachine just told his manager to like fuck off.
It was a crazy thing. I'm like, my dad and I are mouth open, like, is this?
Yeah, it was.
Like, this is crazy.
I don't know how he made money those couple of years getting fined, because he had $5,000 fines for everything he missed. And he missed like 5 things a week.
Yeah, or Southwick when he went to prom Saturday night.
Yeah, prom.
And flew in the next morning.
Won the first moto.
Yeah.
Drank so much water that he.
We had a spreadsheet
moto.
like what time he's coming in, like one of those like pickle cards or whatever.
Yeah.
And he got there. He got there before anyone even thought. He should have.
Wait, I think he got second first. He got second.
No, he won
Did
the first moto.
Okay, he did win.
Yeah.
And then he drank so much water because he was so tired. He cramped up and, like again, like those stories, like you seem like they're fake, but they're not. They're not fake.
No, there's 100 more.
No, exactly. Wardy, let's flip it back to this Anaheim. And you've been there in a sense as a racer. Do you think, like, we talked about Jet earlier, and like he's going to win? I don't think he's going to win the title. He could, though. I could be wrong. Denny is kind of the same way as I am. Like, there's no doubt he's going to win races and all of that, and his titles will come. Or Wardy, I'm flipping it back to you. Like, is this the start of an MC type of era? Is this the start of like, oh shit,
No, I don't think it's the MC era, because you got to look at the guys that he's racing right now with Eli and Cooper and, Anderson. There's a lot of champions that are in there right now, and guys that have won races and stuff like that. When McGrath was going, Stanton was still there. He was on his way out. Bale left. I left. We had Kudrowski and LaRocco. They weren't the best Supercross riders, so he had them covered. I don't think Jet has a lot of guys covered here, speed-wise and race-wise and championship-wise for the full season. There's a lot of guys that can grind it out. So I don't think he's going to do a McGrath.
Okay. Yeah. Yep.
Maybe 3 years down the road when, I don't know if Eli's out and Cooper's out and Fernandez is out, all these guys are out, then I don't know the crop coming up right now if it's going to be that level for a while, because right now it's pretty deep. With I don't think you can get a bad start and get through all these guys to win a race with the 3 faster guys up front by the time you get into 4th or whatever.
So you are, though, like, you're fully on the board of him winning races and all that, though, like, and being
for sure.
Yeah.
I think I can't take him out of the championship hunt.
Right.
By no means, because he's not a rookie. He is a rookie riding this 450, but look at the stuff he's done on the outdoor, and then in the Supercross on the 250, their lap times are the same as the 450s, if not faster. They do everything. It's just a little heavier bike. It's not, and he's grown now. He's a lot stronger, I think, than he was a couple years ago.
He's got a big neck. Like they put him in some serious training.
Dude. Yeah. You look at him. He's got a neck on him, so he's not a weak kid. So, he could win the championship as easy as anything. But it is 17 races compared to what he's used to, and that plays, I think, a bigger factor, probably more than anything.
Right. We got Alec on the phone. He's got a question about the Supermoto days. Alec, welcome to the show. You're on the line with Jeff Ward. What's your Supermoto question?
How's it going, guys? How's it going? Just want to say, Steve, love the show. You guys are awesome. Love listening every week. Wardy, my question for you was, you were a little bit before my time when you were racing motocross and stuff, but I actually became a really big fan of yours from early 2000s when you were running Supermoto. My dad and I would tune in to OCN every weekend, whenever the race was on, and watch you and Doug Henry, Fillmore, Burkhart, and all you guys kind of go to battle with it. And we always tried to make it to those races. So I wanted to ask you, what are some of your kind of best memories and best battles and stuff from when you ran Supermoto with those guys?
Yeah, it was cool because I don't even know if I raced Doug too many times, and I mean I definitely never raced McGrath except for one race at Paris Raceway, Supercross when he was just getting into the 250 class. But I thought the X Games were cool because I got to race against guys I never raced against, and then you got to race against guys on the road race side like Ben Bostrom and Nicky Hayden and Kevin Schwantz and Travis Pastrana, and I got to race against Chad Reed and Kevin Windham, and so it was super cool to be in that feeling of racing motorcycles with guys that I've been watching for years after I retired. So that was the coolest part about it. But that supermoto racing was really fun. It was a lot of fun at some of the tracks we got to go to, and the X Game was always the kind of the pinnacle of it with how they built the track, and it was pretty extreme for riding bikes with 17-inch wheels with slicks on them. And
yeah,
the
X Games
Supercross stuff was pretty gnarly.
X Games was a cool time, man. I did a couple of those with Yamaha.
It was huge
because Timmy was hurt, and so I was helping Burkhart and Henry, and man, everyone was there. It was a star-filled thing. It was really neat.
It was crazy how Moto took over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happened. The Supermoto was that's why Chad and them wanted to do it, because they wanted to be in the X Games so bad that there was nothing else they're not going to go for the high jump thing and all that. So Supermoto was a way to come in and be in the X Games to win a gold medal. And then when Supercross came in, they all jumped over there because that's their forte. And then now there's no stars in the Supermoto side, so it just kind of fell off. They're not going to watch some Euros they never heard of and a couple old guys.
Yeah, did you ever race? Right? Did you ever race the Superbikers?
Yeah, I raced the Superbikers at Carlsbad. I was at the first ones that raced them back when Chandler won, and Jimmy Weiner. I got second or third the one year, my first year. That was gnarly race.
Yeah, how gnarly was that? How fast were you guys going?
We were doing 130 miles an hour on those 500s.
And was it a motocross bike to adapt it down? Is that what it was?
Yeah, motocross bike.
Yeah, full motocross bike.
Yeah.
With TT tires on them, not even road, so they were really slippery on the pavement. They worked better in the dirt. But we had no hand guards, just leathers with knee cups and a chest protector, and you're doing 130 and his head shake. And
when Magoo goes down the start straight that one time, the concrete, and he just
squeezes
he pins
through
it between the wall, and
dude.
I think I don't know who it was.
Steve Wise, I think it was Wise.
Steve Wise, yeah.
Yeah, it was insane.
Insane, and the dirt part was so fast too.
At that point, if you're Steve Wise, you're like, "Hey Magoo, you want it? Just take it. Man. Yeah, just take it." Dude.
Like you just went underneath him.
Yeah.
That's where where it came from,
sure.
really. But it was on Wide World of Sports. It was super huge,
Yeah.
so you had to do it. But it was pretty gnarly, and I was pretty young back then too, so I was still like 19 or 18 or something.
Alec, thanks for the call. Thank you.
Thank you, Alec.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Working at Yamaha those years, I just grilled John R. and Keith and Bob Oliver, all the stories and everything else. And out of all the things that Bob Oliver's done, and he won Supercrosses as a mechanic, and built motors, and incredible career, right? The number one thing that he was most proud of is Eddie Lawson winning Superbikers, because he said Honda had a huge advantage, obviously, because they were Honda,
right?
And they custom built bikes, and their bikes were amazing, and and they built some piece of shit YZ490 that Eddie Lawson won on, and ABC, like Wardy said, Wild World of Sports, all of that.
Huge.
Bob Oliver was the most stoked on Eddie Lawson's win. He said of anything he's done is in the sport.
Eddie can ride, man.
Yeah.
Those road racers, got Ben Bostrom and those guys on bike, Nicky Hayden, and even nowadays the guys that ride moto, Jack Miller, they're fast on motocross bikes.
Well, that's like Marquez, the MotoGP guy.
Yeah. He rides moto dang good. So you put them on a bike like that on pavement with that kind of they haul the mail. But it was pretty cool. I mean, I was 47 when I won the gold medal at the X Games, 45 and 47.
Yeah,
so
that's cool.
To hang it out like that, the last year I got hurt before that, but Stewart was there, James, and he was fast.
Damn.
Yeah, so I got behind him on one of our qualifying runs, just to get in behind, and I had to back out because I was so scared watching him almost hit guardrails, and it was like I was not going to be involved in that carnage. So, but he never went down, but. I qualified him. I got second. I think I got passed on the last lap for qualifying time-wise. But,
I have no memory of James Stewart racing supermoto.
I forgot that too. Yeah. And he would be great.
Yeah.
And you at 45, 47, like you said, your brain's not supposed to be doing that shit.
Yeah, I was 48 when he did that, or 49, because he came in a couple years after I won the gold medal. So I was almost 50 years old.
And like you said, how rad was that, the race with guys that the younger generation? That'd be just badass. No one's really done that.
Yeah, it was tough because the year I won in 80, when I was 47, it was a shorter event. They had like a couple qualifiers, and then our race wasn't that long, but we didn't have pit stops that year. But the years before, I got second Burkhart. The one year I was leading to the last lap, and he got by me. But the year before it's an hour race, and it was like always 100 degrees.
Wow!
You had to do a pit stop, change a tire.
Yep.
You have leathers on, right? Because you have to have leathers on. It's a brutal, the pace that you're running for an hour. And then for me to even be in that shape, to be able to hang on, it was a lot of work. So, it was like my teammate Fillmore, he was 17, 18, and I'm 47. It was like,
I forget it was an hour event. What year was your Daytona 500 year? Or not Daytona, Indy 500. I'm sorry, Indy 500.
97. I raced from 97 to 2002. So, and then I did 2005 after that 1 year. But so 2002 was my last year on Indy cars, and then Supermoto started in 2003, and then I did that up till 2009. We did it every year. So that was a lot of racing.
A lot of second career for you, yeah.
You've had from 4 years old to 49 years old. That's just insane.
Yeah, a lot of injuries too in that supermoto. Man, I wrecked my knee more than I ever did racing motocross. Just broke my wrist, broke my shoulder.
Jeez.
I was like, because when you go down on those pavement, it hurts. Like you're doing like 80 miles an hour, and you grab the front brake, and the front just goes away, and you just slap the pavement and slide for 80 yards into the tire barriers.
Makes Carlsbad look like a sand track.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's
right.
like, what am I doing? But it was. It was a lot of fun because we had Troy Lee, the team, and McGrath was on the team the first year, and it was just a lot of fun, kind of new, and all these new places, and it was a cool event. It was a bummer it kind of stopped, but
and it did. It kind of came out of nowhere, and then it just ended out of nowhere.
Yeah, it just kind of disappeared. Troy started the motocross team, so he kind of pulled out, and it was out of the X Games, and then just AMA kind of lost interest in it, and they're still going a little bit and doing some stuff, but none of the big, motocross guys are ever thinking about doing a career in supermoto after they're done.
No, for sure. We got 2 more calls for you, Wardy, and then we'll let you go.
Yep.
Preston's on 3. What's up, Preston? What's your question for Jeff Ward?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Steve, thanks for having, on the same night, my 2 childhood heroes on.
Yeah, no, it's cool.
This question's for Jeff. Just, regarding Jeff was iconic for having the open face helmet and the Oakley face shield. And I just want to get Jeff's insight as to why he preferred that. And was it a rule that he had to go away from, or that he had to go away from it, or just it seemed like a good idea to keep your face clear, but I was always wondering about the breathing.
Wardy was one of the last holdouts too. Yeah.
Yeah. I started with a full face as a kid, the Bell Star. And then I went to an open face for a little while as a kid. And then actually my first year on Cali, I had a Bell Moto, I don't know what the Moto 1 or whatever it was. My first year there, I had a full face for a few races, but then I went back to an open face when I went back on the Yamaha for some reason, because I got the pictures. I got pictures of it. That's the only reason why I know. And I'm like, why am I had a full face at the beginning of the year, I think, not on Cowie, but on Suzuki.
Yeah.
And then I went to the open face, and then on Cowie, the next year I had a full face when I was number 7, and I don't know if I wore it that whole year or not, but then I went back to the open face. So I have no reason why. I think for comfort, because I just don't think that the full face was that comfortable back then. And I went to the Jofa all the way through till I raced 500s with the open face for quite a few. And then what happened was Shoei, my sponsor, who I was racing for all those years, stopped making open face helmets. So I went like a year or 2 with the open face helmets, and they're like, hey, we don't sell those helmets. So like, we need you to wear a helmet that we sell, so we can pay you. And then Troy, their helmets were just really ugly. It had a square front on it. And so Troy Lee took it over and sanded it and did this and made it a little longer. And I'm like, okay, cool, I can wear that. That looks good. So that's when he kind of got tied in with Shoei a little bit, kind of helping their helmets out, and kind of got him started in the helmet business, really, because he was kind of helping Shoei and doing that. And then he started his own stuff. I don't know what year that was, but
Wardy, just going up Horsepower Hill with an Oakley face mask on a 500 at Washougal, just getting pelted with rocks.
Insane.
Yeah.
And no chest protector either.
Most of the time I didn't wear one. Yeah, it was.
And your last helmet, your farewell year, when he painted the helmet with all your numbers all over it, that was badass.
Yeah, that was cool. He had all my 7 number ones on there, and then all of my race numbers that I had, prior to that. So that was a cool helmet. But yeah, the open face was it was kind of gnarly, but he made you take different lines.
Oh God, yeah.
You didn't follow.
Thanks, Preston. Thanks for the call.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks, Preston.
Thank you, Preston.
Next call for Wardy from Tony. Tony's on one. Tony, what's your question for Jeff Ward?
Yeah, Jeff, Denny, honored to be on with you guys, legends of the sport. I had to weigh in on something. The electric bike phase is coming up, and I just wanted to know what you guys are thinking on this. I mean, you guys went through the 2-stroke era, going into the 4-stroke, so now we're going into the 4-stroke era into the electric. And in my opinion, I just think that I don't think it's going to compete with the combustion engine. I don't know if Feld's going to ever find a regulation between the horsepower and all that. But I think, in my opinion, it's going to be its own series. I think it's going to give guys more opportunity to more stars of the sport, give more amateurs opportunities. I just want to weigh in on what you guys think about it, because you guys have lived it. Steve, you too, and you guys have been through it. So I just wanted, actually, all three of you guys' opinion on it.
What do you think, Wardy?
I've ridden one. I rode the Supermoto version of it. What was the first one they had coming out there?
The Alta?
Alta. Yeah, I went up there to their factory. I rode the motocross bike, and then I raced one of their bikes with Mickey Diamond at Sturgis, kind of a local AMA type thing. And for the Supermoto, it was pretty awesome. But the motocross side, even watching them today, they're heavy. They may even be. They're still a little heavier than the 450 or whatever, but they just land really different. You don't have the same feeling going up jumps because of when you shut off the throttle. When I rode it, it had 3 different mappings where if you shut off, it decelled quicker, and you had to go this other map so it rolled freer. They may have that all figured out now, but it was strange. I don't know, how they'd classify it, like you said, for the classes to see, but I don't know. I could see somebody maybe trying to ride one to see where we're at.
Well, definitely seeing Honda have one with Canard, right, racing in Japan.
Yeah.
Like that tells me they're pretty far down the line.
Yeah, that bike looked really good, and I think the one I rode, like I said, it's one of the first ones, so I know it's probably.
Do you guys ever see it being its own series though? From combustion,
they have it for,
give it like arena cross, supercross,
Sure. Yeah, down the road. Yeah.
I don't think they should ever race together. I think
I don't think that's what I'm getting at too. Yeah, right.
And I think they're going to do it. They're going to try it, like World Supercross next year or something. They were considering it, or maybe a couple other rounds.
Yeah, Varese and Doe raced them in Paris.
Varese never raced though.
They raced in the afternoon.
Oh, it was a separate series, electric?
Separate race.
Oh, yeah, I thought it was
separate series. Steve, I'm talking separate series.
Yeah, no. There's just not enough of them right now. But sure, I could see if there's enough. Manufacturing of them, if the Japanese get involved in it, like Honda is, I could see it for sure. Yeah,
well, that's what I was telling Steve when I went and watched the Nitro Cross with Pastrana and Deegan race the rally cars. Well, they're racing electric cars, and it was crazy. I've never been to an event that, rally cars are loud, that noise, the combustion, and it was fucking quiet, man. The gate dropped or whatever, and you couldn't even hear them. And all of a sudden they come in the picture. And you watched, 7 laps of just pure silence, and it was just bizarre. The racing was fantastic, but
Yeah.
It was weird watching it quiet.
But Denny, you of all people coming from arena cross, you know you're yelling stuff out. You know you're talking shit out of your helmet.
Oh yeah, you could yell. You could have a conversation.
Bike,
you could really yell at somebody.
So the fans would actually be hearing everybody talking
Thanks,
smack.
Tony.
You know.
Yeah, thanks for the call,
Yeah.
Tony. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. All right,
yeah, it should be interesting to see what they end up doing with that. Briggs is
Yeah,
on.
the Honda looked nice. The bike Kennard ran looked pretty sweet. But
and then I was talking to the guys at Honda, and I said, "Hey, is that just like a CRF frame?" And you guys figured it out. They're like, "Nope, all new frame, like all new design for the battery, for the motor, like all of that." So Honda.
It is weird riding without a clutch. I would almost just put a clutch lever on there just to pull something for the fun of it.
Yeah.
Because my finger was looking for that thing every time it came in a corner. It was like it's just not there. You know, it's like. I guess if you started on one, you wouldn't know, but like anybody that's ridden a motocross bike it's weird.
And I think that's where it started. You know, you get these KTM making these, the 50s and stuff. Now, if you get these kids young, they're never going to know any different. You know, it's a big deal.
The guys doing the 50 KTM racing, they're going to go on to the next electric bike, and they're going to have it figured out speed-wise, you know, traction-wise. Like right now, you come up to a double or something, you don't have that gear to know the speed. You know, second gear, you know when you're wide open how far you go.
Exactly.
You have to shift to third. You don't have that. You just come out and it's all just speed feeling, and that's hard to time a jump when you're just doing that without shifting.
I was over jumping the shit out of stuff when I rode one a few times.
Yeah.
I just couldn't figure that quite out. Briggs is on line 3. What's up, Briggs? What's your question for Jeff Ward?
Not much, guys. It's actually kind of more of a story and a cool thing, actually. So I grew up around motocross. My dad and uncle were both Western New York, really fast pros, worked on the circuit. So super young, one of my earliest things I can remember is Jeff Ward being my idol. Like green Kawasaki, Jeff Ward, big number 3, like just was always a pivotal icon for me. So we would go to the races early. I think it was either Broome or Unadilla. And I went up to Jeff on, I think it was Friday or Saturday to practice during the day. And I remember asking him, being nervous and going up to him and being like, "Hey, can I have your jersey, please?" And he's like, "You know what? After tomorrow, like, yeah, you're good." So I remember the other thing I remember that weekend, I don't remember what year it was. I remember walking around after the second moto, and the kids and people were just screaming around the fences for Wardy, just like, because he was just, I mean, he was the man, right? Like, and they're just screaming. I remember walking around the side of the box fan, and he was coming around the back corner, walking towards like the driver's side of the door. And he said to the kids, "Oh, I'm sorry, I can't do it, guys. I already promised it to somebody." And I remember hearing that and then walking around the corner and him like literally bumping into me, handing me the jersey and just be like, whatever. And I'm actually sitting here right now at my kitchen table at 40 years old looking at this jersey.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Listen,
I thought you were going to be one of those guys that said, I didn't give it to him. I'm an a-hole.
I was waiting for that as well. Did he fuck him over? What's going to happen here?
No. It all sounded good, and I thought it was going to be. I came up to get it, and he said, "Get the fuck out of here, kid."
I asked Stanton for a jersey, Millville '89, and he about bit my head off, and I'm still like trying to get over that because Jeff's a great guy, but holy crap, as a kid, Jeff was not having it that day. Yeah.
Did Bale beat him?
Yeah, probably. But you know, it's funny. And then you get to know these guys, and you get to be around these guys.
Absolutely.
And everyone has good days and bad days, and it's
Yeah, you forget it's a job, right? And you don't know what's going on. You're injured, and you got how many people asking, and you say yeah or no, and then you give it to somebody else that you shouldn't have gave it to, and then they come up and they're like, "What the fuck?" And you're like, "Sorry, dude. I gave it to this girl, or I gave it to this little kid. He was crying. His mom needed it." And so, but then, now you still get it on Instagram, or you got these things. Everybody's going, "Oh, Wardy's cold," and then you'll be like, "No, man, Wardy's a dick. He told me to get out of here."
No, it was totally awesome because the
cool,
hero that I had in my life, and like honestly, till this day, like to me, like especially when he won the IndyCar race, it was like we were pumped. Like as a motocross community, we were pumped for him that our icon went on to do that. You know what I'm saying? So, so I guess I got a follow-up question. What year is this jersey I'm looking at? I'm trying to remember because I was probably under 5 years old.
What number is it?
What is it?
It's number 3. It's a Sensalo jersey.
90.
You have Jeff Spencer training on the chest.
Yeah.
90.
That was 3 for 2 years.
Yeah.
So it's like the green number 3 with the blue ward, and it's kind of like that zebra print, kind of like it's got like the white lines through it.
Yeah, probably 90.
I don't remember
probably
zebra print.
1990.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds like 7 years.
Yeah, 1990. There you go, buddy. You got
Yeah,
that's
I
a
would
keeper.
say that.
Nowadays, like those aren't made. That's the one of one. What you got there.
Yeah, exactly. Huh? We didn't get many of those back then.
No.
You actually had to wash them.
Yeah. How about just wearing those cotton jerseys with the cuffs, the solid cuffs on them?
He
Good
wore those
God.
Axel ones. He wore gnarly. Yeah.
I cut them off. I cut the cuffs off. I cut the jersey up.
That's true.
Usually, all my jerseys has holes. Any hot day, they had holes cut in.
That's how I learned it from those guys.
Sit
Thanks.
in the back of our van and cut them up.
Yeah. Thanks, Briggs. Thanks for the question. Thanks for the story, I should say. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
I'll send a picture
Good talking to you.
Yeah, send me an Instagram. I'll repost it. Yep.
Cool.
Thanks, Briggs. Appreciate it. Wardy, do you have like a lot of your helmets and gear, and like, are you a collector guy?
No. I mean, I have a couple of stuff, some motocross donations. Like the number helmet. Troy's got a few of them. I got more IndyCar helmets probably than I have. Definitely more IndyCar helmets than I have motocross helmets, because they were just back then. I ran my same helmet in '85 the whole year.
Yeah.
I never got a new helmet. And they didn't have pads that changed out. By the time the end of that year came, it wasn't even a helmet anymore, I don't think. It was like a bowling ball with some tape inside.
It's crazy. I have some of my old helmets from then too, and it's literally just a shell with some foam in it. It's so bad, and it weighs like 5 ounces or something. I'm like, no wonder I was always getting knocked out in these things.
Yeah, I'm like, how did I not die?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like I hit the ground so hard a few times, and you look at that helmet, and you put it on, you're like, it just hurts putting it on.
Yeah.
It's like if somebody hit me on the head with their hand, it would like hurt.
Yeah, I have some helmets on my wall here, and they're so heavy, and you're just like,
Bailey had a New Year's Eve party one year when we were living out there, Michelle and I and Raleigh's mom, and we got invited. Everybody's hanging out, and David had one of his ALS JT helmets like on the mantle or up on a shelf, and I was joking I was going to steal it by the end of the night. He's like, got serious, like, Denny, no. Like, that's the only helmet I have left.
Yeah.
I'm like, you only have one? He's like, that's the only one I got.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to miss that by the end of the night.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, so I got a few jerseys, a couple of pants laying around somewhere in my storage somewhere, but I have really nothing in my house here.
Yeah, you're not a big collector guy of all that stuff, no?
No, it didn't. Back then, they weren't worth collecting. Almost, it seemed like they weren't that nice.
Well, we were joking because he's got an old Barnett here one, and I have some old ones from back in the day that I've gotten. And they're tiny. Like, why were jerseys so small back then?
Yeah. I have a rollerball jersey, and rollerball is a big dude, as we all know, and
it's a medium.
This thing's so small. I'm like, how did Ross ever wear this? Do they shrink? I don't even know, but I'm like, maybe this is a fake. I don't know, but like, I can't see rollerball putting his jersey on. Like, he's a big guy, so.
No, they were weird. Helmets were not great back then.
No,
nothing. Helmets, jerseys.
Hey, Wardy, thanks for the time, man. Always fun to catch up and bench race in Anaheim 1. Are you going this weekend? You'll be there, or?
Yeah. I got tickets. We'll be up there. I might go early. I think I get a hard card, so I get around a little easier than trying to find paths and stuff. So
yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, I heard. I don't know if I was listening. They're starting the racing earlier this year.
Yeah, main events, night show, I should say. Sorry, at 5:00.
Yeah, I heard that, and then I started looking at the other races. Looks like all of them almost start at 5:00.
The West are now going to be all an earlier start for East Coast time zones. Yeah, for the TV.
I figured because I know all my friends like, man, I can't stay up to midnight to watch.
Honestly, I don't like it from sort of a fan point of view, but I get it if you're Feld and.
Dude, they don't start till 10 p.m. on East Coast. I mean, obviously Midwest. That's 9 to midnight.
Yeah.
New York, it's 10 to 1.
It's still dark at 5. It's still dark at 5:30 right now, so it's not a big deal. The bummer is when it's like the sun's still up and the main events are starting, and
it's a different vibe.
It never looks good when the sun's out in Supercross for some reason.
No one wants another Oklahoma City 1990 again. I'll tell you that.
Oh boy, you definitely not you.
Not me for sure.
Yeah.
You cased that jump a little bit there, Denny. On that triple.
I landed top of that thing and went bree all the way to the bottom, man. And laid there going, man, that really.
Hey, that was another race that Cooper threw away.
Yeah, he was. I watched that one from the infield because I was still standing around from the race. Yeah, there was whoops right there in the infield. He went blitzed him and went up on the front wheel, over him, got up. The silencer was straight up, and he's finishing the race. Just the loudest bike on the track at that point. Yeah,
that's Coop.
Yeah,
that's Air Coop.
Airtime, baby.
Thanks, Wardy. Good to see you. Good
Thank
to
you
talk
guys,
to you.
man.
Later, Wardy.
We'll
Great
see you
talking to you.
Saturday.
Thank you.
You too, Denny.
Later,
See you,
brother.
Dan.
That's Jeff Ward, everybody, and RJ before that. Thank you to those guys for coming on. Great legends, and got a lot of their time tonight. I love talking to those guys. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, you and I both, we've seen the magazines, and to hear the stories out of their mouth, it's outstanding. And to have them two together because, like you said, they were bird magic. They brought out the best of each other, and they didn't hate each other. They didn't want to kill each other. They just respected each other and wanted to kill each other.
Yeah, absolutely. The 9 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at Wiseco, the Honda HRC guys involved with Wiseco. And they're doing good work for those guys when Honda's using your pistons, 2-stroke and 4-stroke. They got a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the Performance Focus Racer Elite Series. Pulp 23 is the code to save. They got a full range of performance components for dirt bikes, UTVs, ATVs, jet skis, you name it. And again, partner of the Honda HRC guys. So thank you to the folks at Wiseco for making this thing happen. Maxima and Pro Filter, speaking of Dogger, Maxima and Pro Filter Pulp 20 is the code to save with those guys. Get your oil filters pre-oiled, ready to use. Pulp 20 is the code to save with those guys.
How about Dogger being a fisherman now?
Yeah, he loves fishing. Yeah, he's always has. Yeah.
I know. Just such a change of the chaos of just a piece of waiting
But
around.
even when he was, back in the day, he loved fishing.
Was he fishing back
he's
then as
fishing
well?
back then too. Yeah, he's got some stories of fishing some illegal spots.
Oh yeah, and he goes out in the
hip waders and
Yeah,
all that. Yeah.
yeah, it's
how
gnarly.
about just Wardy just confirming that never did Dogger train. There wasn't even hey man, I'm gonna be in a straight and narrow for a month, train. There's none of that.
And it's mind blowing to the fact that you knew how hard Wardy trained. You knew how hard Ricky trained. You knew those guys didn't fuck around. And to have you saw how mad Stanton would get at Bale but Bale kind of trained. I think I don't know, but I know Stanton get mad because he had a Snickers bar and beat him or something.
But Bale did that on purpose.
But Dogger was the opposite. Even further down the other. He was.
There was no mind games of him trying to trick you into thinking he was training.
No, he didn't. He
train.
just told you basically.
He didn't care.
I'm gonna stay up all night and kick your ass. And do it with a smile on his face and laugh. And, when you asked Ricky if he ever got in a fight with Wardy in a yellow match, I think that Wardy was kind of, or Dogger was kind of to Ricky as Bale was to Stan.
Yeah.
He knew how hard he walked. He knew him from the street growing up as a kid.
Yeah.
I didn't know the story about the Cowie deal. I never had heard that. Wardy, remember Johnson said that Ricky said
riding a Cowie. Yeah.
that he tested it,
Yeah.
and then Dogger got the ride. I did not. I'd never heard that story, so I'd like to hear that again sometime from her. What the details were, but
right.
Again, he showed up, took his high school girlfriend to prom, flew the red eye, landed, came to the track, showed up at Southwick at 8 a.m. on Sunday morning, and won the first moto at one of the gnarliest tracks against some of the baddest ass riders.
It's just think about all the work that RJ Wardy, Hannah, all did it for Southwick to get ready, to ride, to get in shape. They knew it would be hot. They knew it would be rough. And this dude flies all night from a prom where he probably wasn't,
Wasn't right.
Probably wasn't on the straight and narrow.
Yeah.
And then works everybody in the Moto 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he wasn't a punk kid to do it. He was just such a fan favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
He wasn't a punk about it.
When J-Law was height of J-Law, I would always be he's kind of an asshole. J-Law's kind of an asshole. He would just do dick things and take people out, and I saw him eating food out of his mouth and throw it at people. I saw him do a lot of asshole things.
Right.
And then people would talk about J-Law and Ronnie. And old-timers that were around were like, no. Everyone loved Ronnie.
Yeah.
Everyone thought he was a cool dude. He was the nicest, goofy kid.
Absolutely.
Everyone loved Ronnie,
Yep.
and he didn't ride like an idiot. Anything that kind of J-Law did when he was the height of J-Law. And so people would get upset that you would even put those two in the same category. You know?
I mean, if he was Ronnie, he would have won 450 races. Which, he's a good rider. I have I'm not bagging on him,
sure.
but they were two different breeds and two different people. And
Ronnie won Nations.
Two different talents.
Overalls. Ronnie won 450 Supercrosses.
He won everything.
Yeah.
I mean, he could jump on a 500 and wax them. He could show up on a 125 out of the blue, wax them. I mean, I remember when he had gotten some trouble with Ronnie had, and we told the story I think before too. And we're out at Paris one day, my dad and I, and my dad had known Ronnie, for years, always loved the guy, and he had gotten out of jail, I think Ronnie had, and showed up on some old clapped out Honda 250 or something. And he's trying to work, and Ronnie was pretty big at the time, and he couldn't get something working. So my dad goes over and kind of starts working on the bike a little bit, helping him. And he takes off. My dad, I asked, what did you have to do? It's like, dude, the clutch won't even pull in. The throttle won't turn. So I got the throttle at least to turn so it's not going to stick wide open. And I don't know how long had not been on a bike. He rides on Paris track and had that big, huge double that was like at the base of that rock mountain there.
Yeah.
Probably hadn't been on a bike in 3 years or something,
Right.
and on a bike that he should not have been on.
Yeah.
Goes out and just shreds for about 5 laps.
There was a little dogger comeback after the tough days. Even he was riding Supercross in Europe a lot, and he was number 100 wearing JT gear on like a perimeter frame cowie, and he made some main events.
Yep.
He didn't do much in the mains, but he
still looked good.
Yeah, he still looked good, right?
Yeah.
So thanks for Jeff Ward for coming on. I talked about FCP earlier, and they're on board with us. Also on board with us for the 2024 guys, liftedtrucksforsale.com. Elevate your own journey at liftedtrucksforsale.com. They're one-stop shop for premium, brand-new custom trucks as your ultimate vehicle search engine. Liftedtrucksforsale.com offers top brands like Black Widow, Rocky Ridge, Black Ops, Outside Van, Shelby American, Harley-Davidson, all in stock and available at your preferred dealer, and they retain the factory warranty. So if you're looking for an ultimate tricked out truck, go to liftedtrucksforsale.com. Excuse me, I've got this cough.
Speaking of tough, is that Bowen's helmet 24?
Yeah, Bowen's helmet. Yeah.
Classic.
Liftedtrucksforsale.com. Go on PulpMXShow.com to learn more about those guys. Thank you to them. Moto Money Shootout at PAX Track. You ever been to PAX Track?
Nope. Where is it?
Florida.
Nope.
It's been around a while, but maybe, not quite for you. Are the Wednesday before Daytona Supercross, one-day Supercross format.
Is that the big money race they're going on there? Like $1,000 to enter or something crazy?
I don't know if it's 1,000 entries over 100 entries per class, 6 classes, cash payouts and contingency card payouts for amateurs in all classes. No bullshit, huge payouts. MotoMoneyShootout.com.
I think I saw that.
And this is the Wednesday before Daytona, so a lot of privateers are listening. You want to make some money? Go to PAX Track. It's not far from Daytona, and good track, and Moto Money Shootout. So please check that out as well. All right, Denny Stephenson in studio here, brought to you by Decal Works, of course. Time for the Race Tech rant. Racetech.com. PulpMX 24 is the code to save with those guys. Did you ever use Race Tech at any point in your long career?
No, I don't think I ever did.
Yeah, I was wondering because
I used a lot of the factory stuff, or then it was Bones did a bunch of stuff for us.
Okay, well, but if you did use Race Tech, it'd be amazing. So
Race Tech's great. Checker's one of my best friends. Is kicking ass there, and
we love Race Tech, and this is the Race Tech rant of the night. I had a rant kind of ready to go, but it was more Tits Legendary, our buddy here, would help me with the rant, and he's not in tonight, so I'm going to holster my rant for now.
I've got a couple now that I've thought of. But.
Yeah, so let's go with Denny Stephenson's Race Tech rants tonight, and I'll have something coming in hot next week. What do you got, Denny?
Well, my first one is we talked about earlier is the MC 72 wins.
Yeah.
The Jets. I guess he's publicly said he's shooting for it. It just seems outlandish to me. I think Ricky's wins are out untouchable. I think Jeremy's wins of 72 are untouchable. We've all thought that they're going to come in and break it. Look at Ricky's come in, Villapoto's come in, Stewart's come in. They've got to 50. They're still 20 away from him. And for Jet to kind of come in, and everybody's like, dude, first of all, win one before you start counting 72 and 7 titles.
Well, the question I have for you is, I did see something about this. Who would ask Jet about 72 wins? Like, who would think that that's
a reasonable question?
A reasonable question to ask a guy who's got 0.
Nobody. I don't know. But I didn't Jet say that's my shooting for. I don't know if he
did he? Okay. Yeah.
I'd heard he did. I did not hear he did. So I could be misspoken.
Yeah.
But it's my opinion. It goes back to Harling's. When you start counting wins as a rider and you're keeping track of them, of any type of thing, I think that's when your reason is gone. Is that a goal? Your goal should be just winning and beating the guys on the track, not shooting for these high outlandish expectations of winning numbers and titles. And you count wins and titles when you're done. In my aspect.
Well, especially in a sport as dangerous as Supercross, where injuries happen a lot.
Yeah.
Like, you have to not only be fast as balls, you have to stay healthy.
You got to survive. This is a gnarly, dangerous, crushing sport.
Mm-hmm.
And I had 8 wins in 90, which I guess was a record. I didn't even know that until Ricky broke it 10 years later.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, when I brought it up, like, oh yeah, he got 9 wins in a season, beat Stevenson's 8, and I'm like, how long did I have this record? I should have made bumper stickers and
should have made a T-shirt.
I should have talked more about this. It was just something that never was even discussed. And same with as little when Budman was winning arena cross things, he never counted how many. It was like at the end, like, oh yeah, he had these many wins.
Yeah.
Or he got 100 at one time. Like, oh, that's rad. Like
that's cool. Yeah.
Never even kept track of that. I don't think Ricky was ever counting them until the very end.
Mm-hmm.
When he got done. So I just if he said it, it's outlandish. If he didn't. Fine. If the fans are thinking it, let's temper your expectations a little bit.
So your rant is about like let's calm this 72 stuff down.
Let's put things in reality.
Well, and then Jeremy talked about it at the live show we did at Skip's Brewery.
Yes.
A little bit.
And he did it very, I just caught a little bit in the little blurb, and he said it as politically correct as you can, and he didn't say anything negative about Jet. He just basically said it's gnarly. For one, you got to do it. Your longevity in the sport's got to be really long.
Yeah.
Jet's making a lot of money. I mean, he's going to have to average 10 wins over 7 seasons. He's young now, but I don't see why you would want to race that long if you're making that money. You've already won. He's got other things and other plans. Sounds like he's got a young entrepreneur business mind with Myrtle and all this stuff going on.
Yeah,
it's a much different deal. I don't see he's going to get to 7-2. That's a long ways. Okay. And my second one is tabletops, not doubles. A single tabletop single is a triple. It's not a quad.
I mean. No, it's a quad.
It's not a quad.
Because
it's 3 jumps.
So if you...
Carmichael agrees with me, and let's just, I didn't know he did, but he did.
Okay. So if you just take one jump and fill it in 80 feet, that's a double?
It's a tabletop still.
But say there's a single before it.
Oh.
So you're just doubling?
I say it. Well, why simplify it and say it's a triple? Why don't you just say it's a double over a tabletop? Well, if it's a triple, I tripled over the tabletop. I tripled onto the tabletop. Or I tripled over the tabletop. I mean, why simplify it and go it's a quad?
Why, so if you jump onto the tabletop, is that considered a double?
If you jump onto the table, you jump on and off. If you do an on-off, it's not a double-double. Of a tabletop, you jump on.
You're not clearing it, right?
If you just jump on, and off, that's not a double. It's a single. It's a on-off. It seems like they're trying to simplify things that don't need to be simplified. And this thing, it's a debate.
I know what
I'm not
going
to go down in the blaze of glory with it. But
I know what you're saying. I totally understand it. But to me, it's like this tabletop that you're clearing is basically 2 humps of dirt with dirt in the middle, and so it's a double. So now you're tripling.
Yeah, I'm not on that page. Okay. I mean, I will acknowledge that you say it's a tabletop, because if you say you're tripling over a tabletop, you're acknowledging it's a longer than a double than it is a single. But it's just a funny rant we had on social media. And
I think
on
I saw
Twitter.
that. Yeah, it was on Twitter for a while.
Osborne kind of brought it up, and then Ricky stepped in. So it's just another way to just talk about the sport.
Yeah,
it's not. We're not going to go down, and I might not fight you. It's not like Rusty Holland.
Russ. Love Russ.
Love Russ.
Okay, so Denny Stephenson here on the PulpMX show presented by motorsport.com.
What would you be your rant? Do you have to prepare one or what?
I had one, but it was an off-sport rant that involved my friend Tits, but he's not here. And so I'm going to save it.
Okay, yeah.
I'm going to save it for when he's here because he'll help me. He'll help me with this rant. And
do you agree or separate? Do you have different opinions?
What?
You and Tits.
No. Yeah, Tits is just going to help me with my rant to understand
he's going to support you.
Yes. He's going to fill it in based on sort of things that he does for a living.
Okay.
My other rant, I'm going to save it because I got to go ask AMA some questions this weekend.
Oh, yeah?
So I have a rant about 22nd place in Supercross.
Needs a point.
It's no points. They changed it.
I know. They'd need a point.
And I need to talk to some important people this weekend.
Yes.
Before I just blast this thing out. But I want to warn you, I'm holstered and I'm ready to go because I think it's the stupidest thing ever. But I need to ask a couple questions.
Right. What's their mentality? Why'd they do it?
Yep.
Stay tuned.
With you. Stay tuned next week.
I'll have to listen to that because I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
If you make a main event, you deserve a fucking point. You should earn more than the guy who did not make the main event.
Should you just fucking not race? Like, why race?
Yeah. I think it's dumb as hell.
First of all, the difference between last in the LCQ, the first spot in the LCQ that you don't make it in, and then the last spot in the main.
Yeah.
That's about $200.
Difference.
Difference.
Yeah.
So I don't get a point, and I get $200 more for 20 minutes of death-defying effort. I'm out.
Right.
I'm out. I'm gonna save my $200, the wear and tear on my bike,
Yeah.
and the ruts that are going to develop at the end of this 20-minute thing, and I'm out.
What if you're Tomac or you're Jet and you DNF a race? You got 20 seconds. You're not going to give them a fucking point, and they lose the championship by a point?
Well, it's going to.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. So I thought we would do a funny little game here. The 6 degrees of separation from Denny, the 2 degrees of separation from Denny, whatever it works.
It's degrees. Yeah.
I guarantee you've done a lot in this sport. You've been around a long time, know a lot of people, and so I pulled up the national numbers from '92, and I'm gonna name some random guys off.
Back when you actually had to earn them.
What's that?
Back when you actually had to earn them.
I'm gonna name off some guys here.
Just an old guy yelling at clouds.
And you're going to tell me, like, your interaction with them or your friend that you know that may know this person. Like, how many degrees away are we going to get from some of these guys for you?
Okay, I get it now. Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Doesn't have to be necessarily me, but I know it's something of that person to someone else.
Yep, or whatever. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, exactly. Because
whether it's on the track or off.
I'm thinking. Okay, first of all, do you agree that I can pull the national number 1992? Is that a good year, or is there a year you prefer?
The 92 is good. I mean,
feel like 92 would be good.
That would have been my second year in 250s. Yeah. Racing 125 and 125 outdoor, 250 Supercross.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
I'm going to start off hard right away.
Okay.
Kurt McMillan.
Kurt McMillan. I actually, when I went back and raced.
There we go. This is what we.
Well, for me.
This is what I'm here for.
Yeah, Loretta Lynn's. I went back in 06 and 07.
Yep.
And I'm racing against, Treadwell, Keith Johnson, John Gruey, Earl May, and Kurt McMillan. Kind of out of the blue. I never really raced Kurt too much, maybe a few times at Englishtown.
Yeah. He's Chris Coleman era.
Yeah. And I somehow, I raced, both 30, 35, I think the 2 years I went in 06, 07. It didn't matter where I ended up starting. Somehow it was me and Kurt.
Yeah.
Racing together.
Okay.
And he's kind of got a squirrely style,
Okay.
And I felt, man, I got to, I should be beating him. I
Yep.
beat him back then, and I should beat him now. And we'd be just so tired. It's 100 degrees, 100% humidity, and we're just having a slow motion battle, like through the through the 10 Commandments and stuff. So, yeah. So
Okay.
I
Kurt
raced.
McMillan. Yep.
Yeah, Kurt
All
McMillan.
Right. Randomly, national number 46, Lance Smale.
Lance Smale. Well, he's from Washington.
Yep.
And he was known for doing something I'd heard at some time.
I heard that too.
That story.
Yeah.
And, I'm buddies with Scott Steffi from up there, from
Yeah.
Ireland, from that area, and a lot of guys. And he was kind of infamous. He had that. He was a kind of a little wild man, And
Did you ever confirm this story?
God, I'm trying to think where. I think it's one year when we all went to Europe or Japan, and it had come out and stuff, and he didn't deny it. He just,
so you went to Japan with him?
Went to Japan with him, and
Like-
everybody kind of started. That's when
Yeah.
the story kind of come
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
So started talking. I think we were sitting in the stands watching practice, watching work on the track, and we were trying to hit him up about it. And he was like, he just kind of smiled and
Yep.
laughed.
Opie.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's funny. You've heard that same thing.
Let's go with national number 91, Jim Chester.
Chester the Molester, they would call him.
Yeah.
Not that he was,
Yeah.
but that was his nickname.
Yeah.
Jim, built like a brick shithouse. And I remember him racing in Supercross and stuff, but Arena Cross is where
Arena Cross, yeah.
worked with him. Because strong guy, passionate, kind of like Todd DeHoop. If you wanted to move him, you had to move him. And then if you did, if you passed him, even if you passed him clean,
get out of there.
Get out of there quick, because Jim's coming hard, man. And North Carolina guy, I believe,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yep. Okay. See, I knew this. There's just nobody.
Well, this is what Chicken used to make fun of me for, because I was always buddies with everybody, so I always would know somebody hanging out.
All right. Eric McClear.
Nuclear McClear. I just hung out with him at the Donations in 2000 at the Redbud, and everybody had these air horns that you can hook on to drill guns.
Okay.
And I don't know, it's some type of adapter you put in there. And he had one that was so loud that they took it away from him.
Oh, wow.
Because it was you could hear it a mile away.
Yeah.
And so that's my Nuclear McClear one. Yeah. Michigan boy, Michigan
Yeah,
Mafia.
Michigan. Did you race against him?
Yeah, well, I think since mini days and stuff like that. Absolutely. He was a DGY guy. Yep.
All right, I got a couple more here. This is just perfect. Nobody's stumping you. This is great. Let's go Jeff Pistana, national number 67.
California guy, right?
Yeah.
No, 67. Yep. Super nice guy. California guy with the blonde hair,
Yeah.
surfer boy, kind of always tan, looking good. You kind of always had hot chicks around him and stuff. I don't really know him that well and stuff. I
okay.
don't think. I just remember who he was, and that
Yeah.
he was just always super cool and nice. And
Okay.
But I never really hung out with him in a social aspect, and he was California kind
of. Brian McElroy.
I know him of him, but I don't really have a story with him. Really, I don't
Okay.
really. Where was he from?
Florida.
Yep, I got nothing.
It took a while, so we stumped you.
Yeah, I mean, I know the name obviously, but
Yeah.
I've never really had any interaction. I don't
We
think, with
stumped
him.
the buoy.
Yeah, but I don't know anyone else.
This one you won't get. Bill Wallen.
Bill Wallen?
Yeah.
I do not know that.
Canadian national number guy.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he was like,
What number was he?
He was 81.
81.
Yeah.
I did not know Bill Wallen.
Stevie Herman.
Stevie Herman, Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah.
Just dark-haired guy, I remember, and he was kind of a good starter, hard to pass, but I didn't really hang out with him either.
All right. Dean Matson?
Dean Matson, wild man.
Oh, yeah.
I had heard stories when one year we all went to, I don't know what, it was over in Europe somewhere, and there was a rumor that him and someone else were shooting adrenaline shots in their butt.
Oh, yeah.
And they'd get hole shots and run wide open for like 3 laps. And you'd think that they, the rumor, I don't know if it was true or not,
Yeah.
but it's like, well, it kind of makes sense.
It makes
Because, shoot, he'd get a whole shot, go as fast as anyone on the track, and all of a sudden just kind of blow up.
Oh, that's funny.
And then I think when Chick and I were out here in Vegas, he hit me up on social media and wanted,
Yeah.
said, hey, man, you're out in Vegas. Let's hang out and
yeah,
stuff. And,
I hung out with him a few times here.
and he's just a super nice guy. I didn't, because I was with Chicken that night and had to just make sure he got back to the hotel safe that night. And I didn't end up hanging out with Mattson, but he kind of hit me back. Hey, man, I thought we were going to hang out. I'm like, it was Chicken World. I didn't get a chance.
Yeah,
I didn't get a chance too much.
It's a lot, right?
Yeah.
You know what's funny is this year, 92, RJ would have been national number 55. Because he
After
barely
his
raced in
13?
91, right?
Yeah.
He had Thor gear.
And that was tough for me because he was 13 that year in
Yeah.
Daytona. And I remember being behind him as an on-off. None of those jumps were
Yeah.
at Daytona, big curbs. And I think he might have hit a neutral or something on the on-off part and just went right in front of me. And I'm like, no.
Yeah.
That
I think it was his last race.
I think it might have been, yeah. Or maybe when his wrist stuck at at San Diego that year too one
Yeah,
time.
and then he came
That
back.
was a rough year.
It was.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. It's 6 degrees of separation with Denny Stephenson. Not bad.
Not
One
bad.
stumped you really just once.
The Wallen one I did not have any idea. Yeah.
I wouldn't expect that one. That one was.
You did on purpose because you
yeah,
knew.
I did. All right, motorsport.com. Tweet at Tallon.
You could have said Doug DeHaan. He's Canadian, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's my mom. Motorsport.com.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
What's this shock?
That is off of a Harley or something. I don't know. It's some sort of display unit Racetech gave me.
That's cool.
Yeah, racetech.com.
I thought it might be like a miniature version or something.
No, it's a
real shock.
I don't know. You have to ask Checkers.
I'll take a picture of it and ask.
Yeah,
him.
do that. These questions are submitted to @PulpMX
Happy
Show on
birthday to
Twitter.
Checkers.
Oh, it's Checkers' birthday.
Christmas. He's a Christmas baby.
Oh, is he really?
Yep.
God, I always wondered what that was like, getting a birthday on Christmas.
Well, he came to Omaha one year for like New Year's Eve,
Mm-hmm.
hang out with all of us because it was an arena cross in Omaha, and I knew he was a Tedesco fan, and I had an old set of Tedesco gear from his Yamaha Troy.
Yep.
Had the hot sauce patch, the Tabasco sauce patch on the butt
Yeah.
and stuff, and he had signed it, and I think it was back when I was working at Smith, and so I gave it to Checkers for his birthday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and
Look
then
at
at Millville, Tedesco came by to hang out with didn't know he was just like in the Cowie,
Yeah.
and I yelled at him. Checkers just fawned over him all night.
Oh, wow.
I never seen Checkers speechless. He was just-
Wow.
You just looked at him like a doe-eyed teenage girl.
I did not know that. Hey, before I get too far into this, MTX braking, available in over 800 power sports dealers. The code is PulpMX. It's for an introductory pulp deal. These are mtxbraking.com. These are mountain bike brakes. They're inspired by motocross and power sports. And make your mountain bike brakes better, more power, better modulation while remaining dead silent. They got the red compound and the gold compound. I use the red compound for e-bikes and love these brakes at MTX Braking. So if you're looking for brakes for your e-bike, for your mountain bike, mtxbraking.com. The code is PulpMX, and you can save with those guys. Thank you to them. Motorsport.com, of course, a dedicated team of gearheads there, and whether it's OEM parts or aftermarket parts, like if it's FMF or Atlas neck brace or Works Connection, Guts, all the guys that we work with, are available at motorsport.com. Great prices, great shipping, and dedicated team of gearheads there, except for Tallon. And everybody does a great job at Motorsport.
I'm leading with call conversion to sales right now. So
are you really?
I must be decently dedicated.
I don't know what that means. Because if you aren't they calling to already place an order, or
they're calling to say, "Hey, where's my package?" or remove an item or do a return.
So how are you converting these people?
Because I'm just magic over here.
But do you know what I'm saying? But they're calling in to
order.
It
really is kind of just luck of which calls you get. I'll be honest, but
right.
I'm still great at my job.
Well, not really. My return took a long time.
And he's here even.
Yeah.
He couldn't just brought it in.
All right. At PulpMX Show on Twitter. Questions for myself and the great Denny Stephenson.
From JDog 435. Does anyone know if Bogle is racing Supercross? All I see him doing on Instagram is riding the Stark.
Yeah, I think he's got a Stark deal, like an ambassador deal, and he's going to race some UK arena crosses, I think, on it or something. So
where did he race? He raced it recently.
He did?
I thought over there.
Bogle did?
It was on his Instagram where he
was supposed to do a UK arena cross or something, but I don't know if he did.
There's a picture. There's a video of him starting on it with a group of guys. So.
Yep.
From Treddy 912. Denny, this past year we saw Emig at Loretta's, McGrath at World Vets, and Ferry at the Northeast Vet Championship. Any chance we see you back on a bike in the near future?
I know T-Ready. That's my friend Trisha Voden. She's a part of a good group of friends with play fantasy games. Joe, Ian, Andy, Roost. So no, she knows that. She knows very well that that's not going to happen. But she is. We had a fantasy game for Paris and she won. So she is the queen of Paris. We call her.
Nice.
So Trisha, she knows. No, there'll be no chance of that. Although Steve's trying to get me to ride in England, but that's probably not going to happen either.
At least you can go to hang out.
I'm definitely going to go hang out. That'd be awesome. Have some bangers and mash.
Yeah. It was cool. I hung out with a lot there. Not a lot, but who I really got to hang out with was Dave Thorpe.
Oh.
And, dude, the guy is rad.
Did you know him previously?
Not really. I interviewed him.
Right.
But didn't know him. But he knew me, so that was cool.
Right.
And then to have Dave Thorpe say, hey, you do a great job.
That's awesome.
I'm like, holy shit. And then we ended up broing down at the beer tent and on the podcast show. We did a live show. And then at some point, I was like, just talking to him, and I'm like, hey, like MXA called you the world's slowest novice, and the Americans would, do this. And he's like, I hang out with RJ and all those guys all the time. I saw him in Japan. I saw him in Europe. Like, we were tight. Like, there was no rivalry. Like, it was,
And he was unbelievable on a 500.
Yeah.
And he had that Euro straight back riding style.
I think he liked the fact that I said, you know what? Yes, in '86 they kicked your ass. Like
when Johnny won.
I get it.
Yeah.
I said, but everyone forgets in '85 in Germany the year before, you won. You beat everybody. You beat Bailey. You beat everybody. He liked that.
That's rad.
Yeah.
He was a badass. That Honda. So. I had that happen one time at Loretta Lynn's. I walked up to Marty Tripes.
Oh yeah.
And Marty goes, "Hey, Denny," and I'm like, "Marty Tripes."
Yeah, Marty Tripes.
Whoa, all right.
Yeah.
Hey, Marty.
All right.
Jordan LaCroix 10. Steve, put aside the love you have for the Ferry family. Tell me how you think Evan Ferry will do in the next few years. I think he's an 8 to 5 guy.
Wouldn't you go 5 to 8? If you're gonna say how
8 to 5, I thought it was going to be hours, but he's working.
Yeah. Is that what it meant?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean he's going to be 5 to 10, right? He's not on that level of winning
Evan?
races. Yeah, Evan. Yeah.
I just think that's why he's had missed a couple years. We talked about this new bike. He's got a lot on his plate, as Timmy said. New bike, a rookie. Mm-hmm. I have him outside the top 10 first few rounds, I think, but I think he'll get there.
Yeah.
I mean, I wanted to talk about Timmy about the muscle memory, growing up on a Supercross track, a lot like Hayden. I think it'll come around for him.
Sure.
For sure.
From IRR 717 for Denny. Excluding Freeze, who do you think the recurring knockdown probation battle will be between this year?
Well, it's got to be Barsha. I mean, he does it just to do it. And I don't think he does it, purposely. I think he's good at it. He's been doing it since he was on mini bikes. Nothing was better as when, I think it was Kristen Beat interviewed him. He did this full soliloquy, how he's changed. I don't want people to know me as Bam Bam. Mm-hmm. And then I think even that night he knocked down a couple guys. And it just...
Yeah,
Leopard ain't going to change his spots, and I have no problem with the way he rides. And He's an assassin on the bike, and he does it well because it's a learned skill to knock someone down.
Yeah.
And he does it well. And I didn't like the when we center punched Malcolm that time so much, but
he does get loose.
He knows it's one of those things when you got a guy behind you and you know who it is, you got to ride differently.
Yep.
You don't ride like it's someone else behind you. When you know there's an assassin behind you, ride accordingly and protect yourself. Duck.
Spoken from experience.
Spoken from experience, yeah. I knew it, and I knew when I was going to get killed. But my point, why I got so pissed at Rusty is, if you're going to do it, take me down. Don't take us both down.
Yeah.
When you take us both down, and if you're going to do it, get up fast and maybe beat me. Don't just lay on top of me and get kill both our nights.
Right. Yeah, you're not good enough to do this without knocking yourself down. Don't do it.
Don't do it then.
Right,
yeah, just take second, third, and let's call it a night and go grab a beer. But don't ruin both our nights.
From Shane Borden, I don't know if you guys know about this one, but what would the benefit of a one-piece gear set that Christian Craig is supposed to be running at A1? Any more details you can say on that?
No, I've seen photos of it. It's out there, but I get it. But I don't know. I also, like when Seven came out with the super tight
bib
and then the bib over top, I'm like, what the hell's up with that? And then eventually it was like, oh, yeah, that's okay. So, yeah, Craig's wearing like a one-piece pajamas.
I saw that, and I didn't really even see what it was until I read the comments. I work construction.
Mm-hmm.
And they have the one piece zip up Carhartts and shit like that. You can't wear. I mean, it's obviously not made of the microfiber shit like that. But when you move, it all grabs everywhere. Yeah. I would wear jeans and long johns and shit separately because when I try to wear that, you're moving. It's pull like again. It's
but I feel like something like that.
It's so stretchy.
It's gonna be so stretchy and so tight.
I just don't.
That won't happen for Craig.
I just think, I hate the fact when your
Spider-Man,
when your pants start falling down.
Works for Spider-Man.
Or the Jason Anderson jersey flop. I can't see anyone buying it. It's just like, how many people are built like a professional motocrosser for one. You're going to look like Santa Claus out there trying to ride in a onesie.
How do you pee?
Or like, Joe DaCosta in a lime green mankini.
Yeah.
You don't want it. It's only for the movies.
Jimmy G for Denny. If Tim Ferry had a different mechanic during the Mathis years, how much better or worse do you think he would have done?
Oh, that's a low blow.
That's rude.
Yeah, that's rude.
Well, it's
better is an option too.
I think it's rad. He has such a relationship with Timmy, and it's kind of with my dad and I was my mechanic my whole life, and you just knew when you have a relationship with someone as well as you and Tim have, it was a love relationship. You guys were family, and I think Tim would just knew that. His best interest was always at heart for you. It wasn't like having Lunas, who his goal was like, I'm better. I'm the most important person here. You're just a fucking interchangeable rider. Yeah. And if I'm not happy with you, fuck you. I'm gonna get you to retire, as he did to Damon, as he did to Kondrowski. Total douchebag is my point. In my opinion, he's a legend mechanic, but asshole in the other sense. But so just want to get that ran out. So I think it's rad. I think Timmy, you brought out the best of him, and
look, I was a good mechanic. I was not a great mechanic. I was not Cliff White.
Right.
I was not these great guys like that. I was a good mechanic. My bike rarely broke. I don't know if it ever broke because of something I left loose, just weird things that I couldn't really foresee. So but like you said, when it was Nick Way or Kelly Smith or Tim Ferry, when I was your mechanic, I had your back all the way.
Right.
I didn't have I wasn't the bros with the team manager and like fuck the rider. I was the rider's advocate.
Right.
At any team I worked on, and I butted heads with truck drivers, with management, more than a few times over things that I was fighting for my rider.
Yeah.
So I really had that attitude where I'm your guy.
Yep.
That was the strength, a little bit of weakness too, but
and I saw
how
that.
I was.
Yeah. And I think you brought out the best of Timmy, and Timmy, and that was with my dad. He knew my bike, how to set up a bike for me perfectly. I wouldn't even be around. I'd get on the thing, and everything was done the way I wanted. And there's a few races I go do by myself, and I'm like, fuck, I had some guy, who didn't speak English, and I'm like, okay, I have to get the levers. I don't fucking know how I like them. They were just always done,
Yeah. All right.
Lax defense coach, if you were a manager and offered the choice to bring one 450 rider down to the 250s for a mulligan season, what rider would you sign to win the title that has previously not won a 250 title?
Say that again?
So you're picking a 450 rider who hasn't won a 250 title to win the 250 class, to drop back down.
Oh, are we bringing up the Joey and McKellar type thing?
Yeah, I guess. I don't.
I think they're the only ones that. Well, as far as I know, I didn't realize. From social media,
I mean,
apparently
Dean
Joey
Wilson never won a title. So
What?
Dean Wilson never won a title, so you could put.
He
him
never
down.
won a TT Supercross
Outdoors,
title.
not Supercross.
No,
yeah.
Oh.
not Supercross.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't. Yeah. Well, that's what
Joey.
That's,
I love Joey. He's a great guy. He came in studio.
Sure.
But stop it, Joey.
Stop. I agree. Go race the 450 class, and
Stop it. Stop
it's,
it.
It's just
Stop it. Like
it becomes
the rule
just,
was the rule. You got kicked out because of the rule.
Yeah.
Not to mention that they adjusted the rule for him 2 years before that
to stay longer,
to
right?
stay longer. Yeah, they were going to kick him out, and then they adjusted the rule.
Yeah.
To stay longer, and it's like he won a bunch of money and he won a bunch of races. He did everything but win a title. I mean,
Yeah.
he came this close.
Yep.
And that's sometimes life deals you,
it isn't always fair.
a rotten apple.
And he's a great rider. I mean,
He
he's a
is.
top 10, top
Yeah.
8 450 rider. I like watching him race. I hated seeing him. He always has some type of say that, like, man, just go. The other guys showed up and bought their bikes, or Cole Nichols showed up in an outdoor. Everything doesn't have to be perfect.
Right.
Sometimes just racers race, and it sucks. But I look forward to see what he does outdoors on the Triumph. So.
All right, from Filator for you, Debo. Can you tell us about the Acapulco Supercross by Fox from '92, and why Jason Wygant and Mathis need to make it a re-raceable?
Yeah, I saw that earlier. I wasn't there.
I didn't think you went.
Yeah, I was not.
Bernard won.
I remember
Robbie
seeing the
went.
photos.
Yeah,
and It
yeah.
was dreamy, and I
Yeah.
think Chicken had told me about it. But yeah, I never went to that race,
Right.
so I don't
and then
really.
I did talk to Pete Fox about doing something, and he said he would, and then his trail went cold. So
Pete's awesome, but he's
yeah.
a different character, but very talented, very awesome. The Fox thing, the Renan thing, I think is pretty cool now. And
we want to do this. To the guy on Twitter asking that question, we want to get Pete on the phone to talk.
great
about
storyteller too.
Yeah.
He's
It's
seen
great.
so much. It's like he talked about it as a kid. He remembers these things and vividly. He didn't knock himself out as many times as we
Right.
did, but yeah, I think Pete's great. So I'd be interested to see what he thought of it as well. And the photo, like the advertising campaign, was fantastic.
Yeah, it's great, right?
Yeah.
All right, last one from Bobby G. There are 4 450 Supercross winners in 24. Who are they?
4?
4.
Jet, Chase, Eli.
Ken.
Is that you're gonna say Ken?
Yeah, I'm gonna say Ken. Webb's not gonna win. Anderson's not gonna win. Ken's gonna win. As bad as I make myself look from last year, complete flip flop.
Oh yeah.
Ken looks good. He looked a little off in Paris. I'll say again, my whole debate with Ken. I was shocked that the bike did so well. I was shocked that Ken was so happy on the bike.
He was.
But I still think the fastest I've seen him ride was that Honda that he put together and rode at Paris in some of the World Supercross rounds.
Yeah.
He looked like one on that bike.
Yeah.
And A1 last year, I think he would have won A1 if he had been on that Honda. He was still kind of fighting that Suzuki.
It took him a month on that Suzuki.
Definitely did. And I still think it's still a little off.
Right.
Even he looked didn't still look as one with it at Paris.
Mm-hmm.
But then him showing up at High Point, the Nations.
Yeah.
I mean, the guys, I every time I try and count someone out, even Webb, they just do it, man. They show up.
He's going to be up here in Mesquite riding.
Who?
Ken.
Oh.
During January. I'm trying to get him to come down in studio.
What's in Mesquite?
Supercross track. Well, his in-laws are up in St. George.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So I'm going to try to get him in studio here this month.
You guys are pretty tight, right?
Yeah, we're good.
He'd be a great storyteller.
He would be great. So I'm going to try to get him to come in studio. We'll see if he does it or not.
His stories of his GPs and
Yep.
My first time my mom hadn't been to a Supercross forever, and we went to Phoenix years ago when he won.
Yeah.
I think Ken won. I think he won the 450 or something. But my mom was blown away. He's German. I'm like, he's German. He just came. She's like, what? He speaks better English than the Americans.
He's amazing.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
All right, this is motorsport.com. Tweet at Tallon.
No, that's horrible.
Is Tits in next week?
The schedule's not done out that far, so
wow.
we have no idea.
Oh wow!
Aren't you the boss? Like, don't you snap? And
No, dude, listen, you would think I'm the boss. Everyone would think that, but these fucks don't
I'm
care.
seeing a very much different dynamic here.
No, they
you
don't.
are definitely at their mercy.
They make fun of me. They treat me like shit. They do what they want to do.
Yeah.
And I still pay them.
I have more respect for Travis than ever now.
It's amazing. It's the fucking dynamic, and it's going to change in 2024. Anonymity. Anonymity.
And I remember when Tits was, kind of quiet, docile, the guy in the corner doing his stuff.
Not anymore, no.
No, he's taking things over, hasn't he?
He's mouthy. He's mouthy like the rest of them.
It's good that that you're keeping them under your reign.
I am a shitty media guy.
Thanks, you guys, for letting Steve do his show.
Okay. Anaheim 1. Tallon, give me your top 3.
Top 3. Sexton, Roxon, Tomac.
Travis?
Wow. That's pretty much what I was going to say. I'm going to say Sexton just for the sake of my fantasy draft that we did. And then I will say Jet, Tomac.
Okay, Denny?
When did you do a draft? Did you guys do a draft?
We did a draft where we just take the total points of rider win.
Yeah, I do one similar like that. Cause from the football, it's fun.
We did four 450s and two 250s.
We do two 450s, 2 East, and 2 West.
Oh, okay.
And we do segments, so that way you can redraft. And if somebody gets hurt, you got to pay $5 to replace them.
Oh shit, we don't do any of that.
Yeah,
no, we
you know me, I always take it too far.
We did this last year, and I had Malcolm and Marvin, and they got hurt within 3 weeks, and I was done.
So you can't replace them after the hurt, and it's for the whole season.
Yeah. We really wanted to keep it simple for Kiefer.
That is really simple.
Yeah, we wanted to keep it really simple for Kiefer.
I'm gonna win.
Yeah, that's a crapshoot right there.
What's your top 3?
Tomac, Jet, Ken.
Okay. Ken's always good at the opener.
Yep.
So,
because he can hold shot and just
because Anaheim 1 is weird. I'm going to go Jet, Kenny, E.T.
Same 3 then, just different order.
Yeah.
I don't see Sexton in my top 3.
I don't either. Not right now. Not from
what do you think? We haven't talked. Webb hasn't been spoken of at all.
He is not.
Like I wanted to ask even Ricky about it, and we haven't talked. His name has not been mentioned once in the whole night. You and I sitting downstairs talking when I first got here, not mentioned once.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't hear good or bad. I haven't heard much. He's a gamer, right? He's a gamer. He's a fighter. So, he'll be in the mix.
Do you think he looks a little pudgy again?
He did at Paris.
Yeah.
I thought he posted a video on his Instagram the other day. I thought he looked better than Paris. So that's good.
Because I heard Paris, I think you said it when you were talking with Paul, that he only put himself 75% ready. What had he been doing since outdoors till...
Well, I don't know. Maybe he took time off the SMX.
He stopped.
SMX wasn't great either.
No.
So,
is it the bike? I mean, Yamaha's just.
Sometimes
you just don't get along with the bike.
It's Yamaha. It's Blue Cruise. Best bike of the year. It'll be interesting to see. No one has him winning this thing that I know of. Industry people and people I talk to. No one has him winning this championship.
I haven't seen his name come up in on social media. Not fans bring him up. Industry doesn't bring him up.
Right.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I'd written him off at his first time leaving Yamaha.
Yeah.
I sponsored him at Smith when he was on Red Bull Honda Kid.
Yeah.
Saw him on a 250. I mean, he was just a gnarly. And they got that 450 and everything just changed.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, he's done. Once you break the spirit, I thought.
Yeah.
And then grinded it out on the KTM. Awesome. Got 2 titles. And then everybody was talking like he was going to win again last year. And I'm like, no, I don't think he's going to.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, there he was.
Yeah.
At the end. So.
Well, so what he has in common this year with other years that he didn't do well was Alden Baker's not his trainer. So Swanepoel is. He's back with Gareth Swanepoel. And before that, he was doing his own thing. And then KTM made him go back with Baker. So he's been successful with Baker, not successful away from Baker.
Yes.
So that tells me the discipline and the grind isn't there. Now, will it be this year? I don't know. But I'm waiting to see.
Because his season turned back around when he started going back with Alden last year.
Absolutely.
So there was no coincidence to that.
No, I don't think so.
When he's jokingly with his helmet with him laying on the couch.
Right.
It looked like you were on the couch, but I mean, and I'm not saying it negatively because I know the difference in that, and it was night and day difference. So him with Swanee, I don't know anything about Swanee, but
we'll see. So I'm a little on the fence with Coop as far as that goes. Yeah, we'll see.
How about J Coop?
Quiet, right? Yeah. I feel like J Coop and Hunter will be the same.
Yeah, I don't.
5 to 10.
J Coop had some good rounds, 7 to 8s and stuff, pretty solid.
Yeah.
With the full stack class.
Yeah.
I have Hunter 5 to 3.
And then Cooper back
7 to 8, 9, kind of.
Sure.
I think.
Sure. Yeah, dude. Like I said off the top of the show, someone's going to be 11th at Anaheim 1 and going to be like, what the fuck happened?
Ferrandis on the Honda.
Yeah.
Like last year, he had 2 or 3 really good rounds right off the bat, and came from the back of the pack, 5th, 6th, 4th, I think he had, and then obviously he did a Supercross madman. But can he run top 5 on this Honda?
I don't know.
Or is he an afterthought now?
I don't know, man. A private effort, like the team's first effort at a high-level rider.
Is it
Phoenix?
Oh, it's Phoenix.
Phoenix Honda, yeah.
Not Firepower or
no.
Interesting. Well, being happy obviously is huge for a lot of these guys.
Yeah, that's a big thing, right?
We're seeing Ken what he did, and
yeah,
you always talked about the snowflake mentality. If something goes wrong, nowadays if you're happy, it goes a long ways. So we'll see.
All right.
And do you have Shimoda winning or Hampshire?
I think Hampshire, but
yeah,
I just don't think he's as much of a I get a sense of in the industry, in the pits, in my group text that everyone's just picking RJ.
Yeah.
Everyone likes RJ. He's a good dude. And he is a good guy, and everybody likes him. And I think they're letting their heart overrule, things he's done in the past. So,
I just don't see anyone at that whole conversation with JT. I just don't think I don't see anyone behind him. I think Joe will pull it together, but I don't think he's any way going to flip a switch either. And RJ, I don't know. I hope he puts it together.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Has Husky won a 250 Supercross title? I forget.
Osborne.
Oh, yeah. Osborne. Ooh, that was a good one.
It was. Did best interview tonight? Wardy, Timmy, RJ.
3 different characters. Timmy's, I haven't talked to him in a while. Oh, I did at Loretta's, so it was nice to hear that point of view. RJ's always awesome. Wardy's got more subtle stories as well.
Mm-hmm.
They're all fantastic. So I appreciate the lineup. When you text me. It's always nice to catch up with those guys, and it worked well for the opening round instead of putting someone on the phone. Like you said, do mechanical answers.
Yeah. I figured we'd try something different.
I liked it,
and I know you're such a bench racer and such a fan of the sport that you would appreciate talking to all these guys.
And that's like I said, when Glover was working at Dunlop obviously, and came to a few arena crosses back in the day, and he'd stand in the pits and talk to me and Budman, and I remember seeing photos. I remember there was a photo of him going as in motocross action. He's going down a hill, and the front brake cable was over the front of his helmet.
Oh yeah,
and I remember that brought it up. He's he tells a story about how he. So that's having these guys, these images that I have in my head as a kid, and be able to bring them up and then have them tell the backstory. I think it's just phenomenal.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, shout out to Troll Training as well. I didn't mention them earlier. They're back on for this year. TrollTraining.com, doing great things with a lot of riders out there. Jason Anderson, Troll Training rider.
A what?
Troll Training. Alex Martin.
Oh.
Yeah.
So is he still in New Mexico, or is he up in Minnesota training with Troll or
he's
North
doing
Carolina?
remotely. Yeah, he's in California.
How'd you do today?
Well, it's you can monitor everything on a log and.
Well, I
upload
think
your
Jason's.
polar
It kind of
stats and
seems like
everything.
nowadays a self-starter what he wants to do, but it was kind of a weird year last year.
Yeah.
Coming off 8 wins that he had.
Yeah, he's definitely from what the Troll Training guys say. He's.
What about AC? He's going to stay healthy. I hope so.
I hope so. He did last year for the most part. He missed a couple races.
I saw his interview or him talking like he does. Great speaker. He can really put a thought and verbalize it. Of him saying, I didn't really hang it out last year. My most important thing was getting through the season.
Yeah.
And he said this time you might see a little craziness. I think he kind of said and laughed. And I that was funny.
He definitely was a tamer AC last year.
But I can't. I mean, I've had dealing with some neck issues. My hand goes tingly sometimes, and I can't imagine,
racing,
doing a Supercross. I'm gonna go do this quad and with the ruts and these whoops. Like my pinky's half numb.
Yeah, no, for sure.
It's gnarly.
Well, hey man, thanks for coming in, Denny. I appreciate it. You have fun?
Always do. Thank you for
Good.
having me.
Yeah.
Let's not forget Moto Extreme 360.
Yep.
Fantasy Supercross. Check it out. Storm Lake Honda. We're giving away a little 110. Having some fun. Love the sport. Anytime we can play games, I make them up. I love you guys do a draft, and if we're gonna do it with football, why not do it with some moto?
Yeah.
So
it's good to have you here. Like I said, you're a big fan of the sport, so it's always great to. And you were a great champion too, so it's cool to have you be so good on the bike in your career, and then be so into it now off the bike. So
yeah, no, I appreciate
it's a rare combination, right?
We go back, like you said, '96 when you're working at the Yamaha Extreme team. I'm at Great Western. FMF, you're working for parts. I'm working for Smith. We're standing next to each other at booths talking. That's when you're doing observations. And thank you for doing it. Congratulations to what you've accomplished in this whole media empire you got going on. I enjoy following you. I don't listen to any podcast. I don't take it personal. But it's awesome. And the sport is such a great time, that that's what makes the stories hearing from Ricky and those Wardy. We didn't hear those back
Yeah,
then. You
yeah.
know, like all we had is the cycle news and maybe the occasional Supercross.
Didn't really know much going on.
You know, so to have this ability, fans should just be loving the fact that they, instead of complaining about $5.99 for Peacock, embrace 5 hours of live racing every weekend and reality TV from Bravo.
And you're going to be maybe we'll get you back in. You're in Phoenix for another little while, so maybe we'll get you back out.
Yeah, that'd be
you're
great.
short
I
flight
think
away.
I'm definitely going to be at Dallas, going down for Demus Memorial.
Okay.
And maybe Nashville or something, and maybe do some stuff with Viral. Maybe hit up some of the East Coast rounds. So.
Rented Denny?
Well, I'm trying to get a redemption out there in Seattle from Moser and those guys. So it's always a joke, but anytime I'd love to come out and be a part of it and talk stories, because once the season starts, the stories they kind of feed themselves.
They really do.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you for coming in. Great job tonight.
Thank you for the
Appreciate it.
sushi. Your home is beautiful.
It's just an average house.
It's beautiful. It's cool, man.
Average house.
Yeah. You earned it. You worked hard for it.
Thanks to Swisscore. Thanks to Pookie, of course. Marks, thank you.
My pleasure.
Tallon, Taylor, thanks, buddy.
I want to thank Travis for being a third-rate media guy.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Just trying to stay true to my core there.
And congratulations on your fantasy football title, brother.
Had to drop that before we went, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, thanks, everybody, for listening. I really appreciate it. Anaheim won next Monday. Daniel Blair's in studio, and we are going to talk Anaheim won. So that's really cool to have some racing to talk about because it's been a long off season for all of us.
I don't think there's not enough time to cover what goes down at Anaheim, especially last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be nuts.
Awesome. And no rain.
Yeah, looks good. The weather forecast looks fine. Thanks to Jeff Ward and Rick Johnson and Tim Ferry. And, of course, again, thank you, Denny Stephenson. I'm Steve Mathis. See you next week.
I'm not stupid, dude.
There's something I want to get off my chest. And it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
I am the sword inside your flame. I will burn.